Chapter 3220. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Tianjin Empire. Yixian had originally planned to travel alone and bring only the Mosquito Prince Shui Bin with him. However, in the end, he had no choice but to compromise when his subordinates requested to go with him. He decided to bring a group of people with him, but he didn't want any powerhouses. That would go against his original intention of relying on his own strength to grow rapidly on this expedition. He decided to take Gui Hai Dao and the 1,000 demon slaves under his command with him. Yixian had made this decision after some consideration. First of all, although Gui Hai Dao and the 1,000 demon slaves under his command had been lavished with all kinds of cultivation resources during this period of time to allow them to rapidly improve their strength, their current cultivation base was far superior to when Yixian had first obtained the Black Mosquito Bastion. Chiliarch Gui Hai Dao was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Star Realm, and the 1,000 demon slaves under his command were all at the 4th level of the Star Realm. Even so, for Yixian, who was at the 8th level of the Black Hole Realm, Yixian definitely wouldn't rely on them in the face of true danger even if he brought them along. If Yixian, who was at the Black Hole Realm, felt threatened, what use would 1,000 demon slaves at the 4th or 5th level of the Star Realm be? In other words, by bringing them along, Yixian wouldn't go against his original intention of going on this expedition no matter what. In addition, Yixian had an even more important purpose for going on this expedition in addition to searching for the next stage of the Hollow Void technique. The secret of devouring origin crystals, and news of new origin crystal production areas. That was to master the secret art of concocting the gene cultivation fluid as soon as possible and attain a higher level of mastery so that he could research and concoct the gene cultivation fluid on his own. This was a very complicated project, including the collection of information on the various natural treasures needed to concoct the gene cultivation fluid. There were many aspects that required a lot of effort. Yixian alone might be clumsy at times and be unable to do anything else. He couldn't possibly do everything himself, right? With Gui Hai Dao and his 1,000-man army of demonic slaves, he could solve this problem. When needed, he could send them out to share his burden. These demonic slaves were all elite demonic scouts. They were completely capable of collecting intelligence and all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was because of everything that had happened that Yixian decided to take Gui Hai Dao with him in the end. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle as soon as possible and got Gui Hai Dao to lead an army of 1,000 demonic slaves into it quickly. In the end, Yixian waved his hand and kept the Dongshu shuttle into his undying world. He turned around and returned to the main building of the castle. No matter how his subordinates tried to persuade him, he refused to budge. The Heavenly War Empire was the same as the Heavenly Dark Empire. It was one of the 3 great empires under the immortal empire of the human race. The Heavenly War Planet was the capital of the Heavenly War Empire. The Tuoba family that had suddenly released a level 10 gene cultivation fluid and shocked the entire Federation was one of the top families on the Heavenly War Planet. They were one of the top families that had researched gene cultivation fluids for generations. It was similar to the Xianyuan family on the Heavenly Underworld planet. There were many top-notch families on any empire's capital star. These top-notch families were all in different fields, but generally speaking, among all the top-notch families on each capital star, there were at least 4 or 5 who specialized in the development of gene fluids. The Heavenly War Planet was like this, and so was the Heavenly Underworld planet. These top families that researched gene cultivation fluids basically all had the ability to concoct level 8 fluids. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to gain a foothold on the capital star. Or they wouldn't even be qualified to enter the ranks of the top families on the capital star. Yixian had already activated his personal space communication system and connected to the internal star network of a flagship under Naples. He entered the database and made a complete copy of the information regarding the Heavenly War Empire and the Tuoba family. After all, it was the fortress fleet of Dynasty's immortal army on the immortal planet. The basic information about the 3 empires under Dynasty's jurisdiction, and some of the important top families on the capital star, was backed up in the data center of the star network in the fortress. Of course, this information wasn't complete. Some confidential information could only be obtained from the database of the Immortal Empire's first-level main network. That required authority. Moreover, the main control center of the Immortal Empire's first-level main network was a mature immortal rank superbrain. Yixian didn't dare to take the risk of invading. That would definitely leave behind traces and expose him. Only when the immortal rank superbrain in his hands that had entered the mature stage had truly grown up and transformed into a mature superbrain would he be able to freely invade without any worries. At that time, even if there were still traces left behind, he wouldn't have to be afraid of the other party's pursuit. Since they were both mature immortal rank superbrains, Yixian had plenty of ways to cut off the other party's hopes of following the clues. The entire immortal empire occupied half of the territory of the third universe. In the center of this vast territory was the immortal empire's immortal star. The Zhoulian star region was divided into 3 parts belonging to the 3 empires. The 1/3 of the empire star region controlled by the Heavenly War Empire just happened to border the Death and Death Star region. Therefore, Yixian's star journey from the Death and Death Star region to the Heavenly War Empire wasn't very far. However, this was only in relative terms. In fact, starting from the victorious return star, with the Dongshu shuttle that was now a quasi-starry sky treasure at full speed, he would immediately enter any natural wormhole that was safe on the way and perform a long-distance wormhole jump. At this speed, it would still take about a month to reach the Heavenly War planet. As for the provoking family summons to all the influential families in the empire that had the ability to refine level 8 genofluids and above, it indicated that the official date of the exchange meeting would be 40 days later. In other words, even if Yixian rushed at full speed, he could only reach the Heavenly War planet 10 days earlier. After arriving, he would definitely have to make some preparations. After all, he was only going alone and didn't have the qualifications to enter the meeting. This problem could only be solved after arriving. 10 days was very tight. Therefore, Yixian didn't dare to delay. Early the next morning, he took out the Dongshu shuttle and hurriedly set off, heading towards the Heavenly War Empire's capital, the Heavenly War planet, as fast as lightning. There was still a month's time on the way, but this time Yixian didn't use this time to cultivate. On one hand, this time he didn't ride on the other starry sky fortresses and other giant ships. The Dongshu shuttle was speeding all the way and required him to personally control it, so he couldn't go into seclusion. On the other hand, Yixian wanted to take advantage of this time to properly study the information he had copied from the Naples flagship fortress on the Heavenly War planet and the Tuoba family. Chapter 32-21. Gathering of the Winds and Clouds. This time, the Heaven Battle Planet could be said to be a gathering of the winds and clouds. In the entire immortal dynasty, all the family clans and large factions that researched gene cultivation fluids were gathered together. Other than Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Gene from the Undying Star of the dynasty who had the ability to concoct the level 9 liquid, all the top families in the 3 empires who had the ability to concoct the level 8 liquid had also arrived. The 3 empires in the immortal dynasty were the Heaven Nether Empire, the Heaven Battle Empire, and the Heaven Wind Empire. The 3 top families in the Heaven Nether Empire were the Xianyuan family, the Huangfu family, and the Nangong family. The 3 families that hosted the Heaven Battle Empire were the Tuoba family, the Gong family, and the Chongyu family. As for the Heaven Wind Emperor family, the 3 families that could concoct a level 8 fluid were the Duanmu family, the Wu family, and the Shuntu family. Other than that, there were also itinerant cultivator families and factions that did not come from the capital planets of the 3 empires. They also had the ability to concoct a level 8 fluid. They were the Huyan family, the Bailey family, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Genetics Company. In the entire immortal dynasty, the top powers in the field of gene cultivation fluid research were these families and factions. There were 3 families in the capital that could concoct a level 8 fluid and above. There were 3 families in the capital cities of the 3 empires, as well as 4 itinerant cultivator factions and powerful families. There were a total of 16 families. Of course, among these 16 top powers, the 3 families that came from the capital's immortal planets had a transcendent status. This was because they had the ability to concoct a level 9 fluid. They were the pillars of the dynasty. But now, even the pillars of the 3 empires kept a low profile after coming to the Heaven Battle Planet. After all, the Heaven Battle Planet's Tuoba family had already successfully concocted a level 10 fluid. They had caught up with the rest and were the sole leader in the field of gene cultivation fluid research in the dynasty. For this, although the other 15 top families and factions had sent important clansmen to participate in this exchange, they were all holding back. They were not convinced by each other and were secretly competing with each other. In the Everlasting Dynasty, it was the first time that the top forces in the field of gene cultivation fluid research held such a large-scale exchange gathering. Although there had been similar events in the past, they were basically exchanges between the various empires and even some small countries. There had never been a gathering like today, where the top 3 empires of the dynasty and the top rogue cultivator forces gathered together. For such a grand event, the 16 top forces and families that had come to participate in the exchange had each sent a big shot to lead the team, as well as a group of true technical elites to carry out the exchange. Unexpectedly, the heirs of their respective forces had all rushed over as well. For example, Xianyuan Ziying, the successor of one of the 3 great clans of the heavenly underworld empire, the Xianyuan clan, had come to the Heaven Battle Planet. The young masters and heirs of the other 15 top-notch families had also come. This was because, for these families that researched the gene cultivation fluid, the source of their future glory was the research and formulation of the gene cultivation fluid. Although they all had the ability to formulate a level 8 gene cultivation fluid and above, the subsequent research was more and more difficult. Now that the crisis had arrived, and the Tuoba family was the dominant force, if they did not take any action, they would soon be left far behind. In the end, they would not be able to recover from this setback and would gradually be forgotten by history. Facing this kind of crisis, the other 15 top-notch families all had their own countermeasures, and a marriage alliance was one of their many countermeasures. The 16 top-notch families and factions that researched the gene cultivation fluid all had different secret techniques and recipes in their hands, and they kept them to themselves and did not share them with others. However, if they were to form a marriage alliance, there would no longer be any suspicion between the 2 families. At least, they would be able to develop a high degree of cooperation to a certain extent. Perhaps there would be breakthroughs, and they would not dare to say that they would be able to surpass the dominant Tuoba family, but it would guarantee that the 2 families would be able to resolve this crisis and not be left behind by the general trend. There was still hope. With such thoughts in mind, the 16 top-notch families and factions that researched the gene cultivation fluid all arrived at the Heaven Battle Planet one after another. Taking advantage of the fact that the conference had yet to officially begin, they all began to interact with each other every day to get to know each other better. Of course, this was basically just between the older generation and the younger generation. It was quite lively for the younger generation to meet up with each other. Yi Xian had arrived at the Heaven Battle Planet under such circumstances. After rushing all the way from the Death Star field, when Yi Xian arrived at the Heaven Battle Planet, there were only 5 days left until the official start of the conference. There was a slight delay on the way. Before entering the Heaven Battle Planet, Yi Xian had already changed his appearance. Now he was an extremely rough and burly man in his 30s. He had a completely different style from the gentle and refined Prince Xian from before. Now, no matter who saw him, they would definitely not associate him with Prince Xian. Of course, this kind of appearance-changing technique was considered a small trick in the universe. Not to mention the powerful beings of heaven and earth, even the powerful beings of heaven and earth, who were 2 or 3 realms stronger than a shifter, would be able to see through it with a single glance. However, Yi Xian had the headless corpse of an infant, so there was no need to worry about this. Even the powerful beings of heaven and earth would not be able to see through his original identity. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he even took off the beast ring that he always wore on his wrist and threw it into the Dongshu shuttle. This was to prevent people who were familiar with him, such as the purplish warbler, from seeing through the clues and analyzing his identity. For this alias, Yi Xian used the name Linghu Chong this time. The top great families of the empire basically all had multiple surnames. Yi Xian did some research and found that there just so happened to be no great families with the surname Linghu. Even the great families of some small countries did not have the surname Linghu. Thus he decided to use it conveniently. After arriving at the Heaven Battle Planet, he immediately used his personal intergalactic system to connect to the Heaven Battle Planet's internal intergalactic network. Then he ordered the system to search for information. Very quickly, he found out that the prodigies of the 16 great clans were gathered at the Clear River Tower today. In order to obtain some inside information from these people, he immediately rushed over. The Clear River Tower was very famous in the Heaven Battle Empire. It was located at the edge of a vast river in the imperial capital. This river was called the Clear River. The entire Clear River Tower was 18 floors high. Generally speaking, only certain high-ranking officials and wealthy people of the imperial capital had the ability to go up to the 10th floor because the cost was too high. Moreover, the Clear River Tower did not accept Federation coins, which were blank star core crystals, but real star core sources that were full of energy. This was a cultivation resource that ordinary people could not afford. Even the powerful beings of heaven and earth would not complain about having too many cultivation resources in their hands. They would actually use them for drinking and drinking. Only the rich people of the great families and the high-ranking officials of the empire would not care about this. Chapter 32-22. Reaching the 18th floor Clear River Pavilion was well known in the Heaven War Imperial Capital. The 18th floor was the tallest building in the Heaven War Imperial Capital, excluding the few important buildings in the inner city. After reaching the top, one could see all the mountains and most of the Clear River. The scenery was beautiful to the extreme. This level 7 purple star core was the price to pay for seeing the scenery. Even if one didn't drink a cup of tea and just walked around casually, it would not be returned. Buying a level 7 purple planet core origin just to look at the scenery was simply daylight robbery. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't want to be spendthrift like this. But the young master of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Linfeng, definitely didn't belong to this group. Today, he invited the young masters and heirs of the other 15 top families to the top of Clear River Pavilion. There were 16 people, and the entrance fee to the summit alone was 16 level 7 purple star core origins. As the young master of the Tuoba family, who was the host, it was rare for him to have such an opportunity to show off. Naturally, it was impossible for him to invite these people over and just drink some tea and eat some snacks. It was noon, and Tuoba Linfeng had prepared a feast here. There were all kinds of rare beasts, spirit wine, and delicacies. They were all the best goods in the Clear River Pavilion. The wine and dishes cost at least hundreds of thousands of level 7 purple star nucleus origins. Even for him, it was an extremely painful price. But if he could take this opportunity to get close to one of the proud daughters of the 15 top families and leave a good impression, it would pave the way for a marriage alliance in the future. All of this was worth it. That's right, the Tuoba family also had the idea of a marriage alliance, but the starting point was different from the other 15 top families. The other 15 top families had this idea because they wanted to join forces to deal with the huge crisis brought by the appearance of the Tuoba family together. And the Tuoba family wanted a marriage alliance with a top family or force because they wanted to find a reliable partner. After entering the Medicine Saint's relics, they could rest assured and join forces to get the most benefits. Although the 18th floor of Clear River Pavilion was quite large, enough for hundreds of people to gather here, there were very few people here. Even if someone wanted to come today, after hearing that someone had already arrived, most of them would give up. Generally speaking, those who chose to spend money in this kind of place were not just for fun, but for a banquet with a purpose. In this kind of situation, it was naturally inconvenient to share a room with other guests. However, there was only one open hall on the 18th floor, so generally speaking, as long as there were guests who had arrived first, the latecomers would be tactful and either change the date or move to the 17th floor below. At present, there was only one table in the entire 18th floor of Clear River Tower. Other than the attendants of Clear River Tower, there were only 16 people, including Tuoba Linfeng. Because the entrance fee to this floor was based on the number of people, even Tuoba Linfeng didn't bring any attendants. The others were even more embarrassed. Originally, he thought that there would be a quiet environment, and that there wouldn't be any ignorant fellows who knew that the 18th floor already had an owner but still came to interfere and spoil everyone's mood. However, this kind of accident just had to happen. The person who came was Yixian. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a thick beard. He was dressed in gray clothes. Although he had an extraordinary momentum and was obviously a powerhouse, he gave others the feeling that he was a casual cultivator. Although he was powerful, he was not qualified to enter the 18th floor of the Clear River Pavilion. Therefore, when Yixian just walked to the stairs of the 18th floor, an expressionless attendant immediately came over and politely raised his hand to stop him. With disdain in his eyes, he said in an extremely cold tone, "Fellow cultivator, please stop. The 18th floor is not a place you can enter casually. Why don't you take a seat on the 17th floor below?" Although he sensed that Yixian's cultivation was in the black hole realm, And this attendant was only in the third order of the planet realm, the fourth realm. He looked at Yixian with disdain. This was Clear River Pavilion. Not to mention a black hole realm cultivator. Even a Tau Insight realm cultivator wouldn't dare to behave atrociously here. He was very confident and thought that he had something to rely on. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of Tuoba Linfeng and the others. However, they only glanced over and no longer paid attention to it. Tuoba Linfeng had ordered a table of delicacies, and they were all rare delicacies, including top-grade spirit wine. Even if the other 15 youths were all juniors of great clans, they wouldn't be so extravagant on normal days. Just one meal was worth several hundred to 1,000 level 7 purple planetary core origins. It was too scary. Therefore, everyone was eager to have a try and were in high spirits. This included the purplish warbler from Tianming Imperial Capital. However, she seemed to have something on her mind. Facing such a table of delicacies, she didn't smile. I think it's quite empty up there. Why can't we enter? Are you looking down on us? Since his current appearance was so rough, he naturally had to cooperate with him in terms of personality. Therefore, Yixian appeared to be extremely free and easy at this moment. As he spoke, he glared at him and shouted at the top of his lungs. You! That waiter was so frightened by the black hole realm aura that surged out from Yixian's body that he trembled and almost fell to the ground. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was probably a hooligan. It was his fault for being so ignorant. With such an appearance, it was easy for him to guess. However, after a slight panic, he quickly calmed down. Thinking that this was Clear River Tower, the waiter immediately sneered. Emboldened, he glanced at Yixian and said with a sneer, "Fellow cultivator, you'd better not make trouble here. You can ask around about the background of Clear River Tower. As for entering the 18th floor, as long as you can take out a level 7 purple planetary core origin, it will be fine. But listen carefully, this is the entrance fee. Other expenses will be calculated separately." Isn't it just a level 7 purple core? I thought you wanted a 9-colored core. What's the big deal? You're looking down on us. Yixian sneered in his heart. He did this on purpose to attract the attention of the 16 top gentry disciples. After all, he didn't have the qualification to enter the top gentry exchange meet in 5 days, so he could only rely on these guys. At this moment, his voice was still very loud and his tone was even louder. It sounded as if he didn't even care about the level 9 9-colored star core origin. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and threw out a level 7 purple star core origin. He strode up the stairs and reached the 18th floor. Then, he looked around and pretended to ignore the 16 young heavenly legends of the top aristocratic families who were looking at him in surprise. He turned around and walked to the window seat on the other side and sat down directly. That waiter was holding the level 7 purple planetary core that Yixian casually threw out. He was dumbfounded. Then, a trace of embarrassment and anger appeared on his face. How dare this guy say I'm looking down on you? Chapter 32-23. Translator, Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations Medicine Saint's Relic. It had to be said that Yixian's words were indeed a bit pretentious, at least in the eyes of Tuoba Linfeng and the others. A level 3 black hole realm cultivator was indeed an expert to the attendant. However, among the 16 young masters and heirs from the various top clans present, which one of them was not a black hole realm cultivator? Even with their status, they did not dare to say such a thing. As if a level 9 colors realm was nothing. This person was obviously an individual cultivator, so how could he be so arrogant? Not to mention that a group of people had gathered here. Originally, besides the attendants of Clear River Tower, they were the only table on the entire 18th floor. And there were no other people, so it was extremely comfortable. But now, an outsider had suddenly arrived, and it was in existence with such a rough appearance. Most importantly, not only did he have a loud voice, but his temperament was also very pretentious. He was simply a killjoy, and it instantly caused the originally rather lively atmosphere to become sluggish. Except for the purplish warbler, who was still expressionless, as if he was thinking about something else, the other 15 people showed some displeasure. Humph! He's just an individual cultivator, puffing himself up at his own cost. I'd like to see how he's going to pretend later. It was not easy to invite the heirs of the other 15 top families today, so the atmosphere was quite lively, but now it was disturbed by a boorish individual cultivator. Tuoba Linfeng was angry, so in order to drive Yixian away, he deliberately raised his voice. With a sarcastic tone he sneered, "Humph, in my opinion, this person can only look at the scenery on the 18th floor of Clear River Tower. I'm afraid he can't even afford a cup of tea. He can only watch us eat heartily. Such a disgraceful thing. If it were me, I would have left with my tail between my legs." In fact, this was his purpose. He did not want to have such a good gathering disturbed by such an unpresentable individual cultivator. He was forcing Yixian to leave with his words. As for his cultivation strength, Yixian was only at the 3rd level of the black hole, while Tuoba Linfeng was already at the 9th level of the black hole. He wasn't afraid at all, and if it wasn't for the fact that the situation wasn't right with his temperament, he would have taught Yixian a lesson. Hearing his words, the attendant of the Clear River Pavilion, who was ridiculed by Yixian earlier, felt greatly relieved. The Tuoba family was a top-notch family in the Heavenly War Empire, and this time they had even released a level 10 liquid which shook the entire empire. At this moment, seeing that the young master of the Tuoba family was on the same side as him and actually took the initiative to mock him, he felt greatly relieved. However, although he wanted nothing more than to immediately walk up and deliberately ask Yixian if he wanted to order some spirit wine and delicacies as a form of humiliation, he considered that this fellow was a rough man. If he were to vent his anger on him, he was afraid that he would suffer an unexpected calamity. Therefore, although the attendant was in a bad mood, he didn't continue to humiliate Yixian as if he was courting death. Tuoba Linfeng saw that Yixian did not respond after hearing his words. If he continued to act like this, it would be a big loss to his status. Although he was unwilling, he did not continue to ridicule him and ignored him with a cold snort. In the end, this ignorant individual cultivator was only an unexpected interlude. Today's banquet was the main business. Perhaps the other party would immediately leave, so there was no need to pay attention to him. As a result, the attention of the top family heirs quickly shifted and they chatted with each other, directly ignoring Yixian's existence. Among the other 15 people, there were a few who were deliberately trying to get closer to Tuoba Linfeng. For example, the heirs of the Gongyang and Chongyu families, Gongyang Ji and Chongyu Xiaotian. These two people saw that the atmosphere of the banquet was somewhat unsatisfactory, so they turned to look at each other before speaking up, wanting to start a conversation. "Linfeng, tell us about the Medicine Saint's ruins. Although Tuoba family head has not officially disclosed this matter, we have already received the news. Don't try to shirk away from it." "That's right, in the exchange meeting in 5 days, Tuoba family head will publicly disclose this matter. In fact, some of the elders of our families have privately chatted with Tuoba family head, and have already learned some things. How about taking advantage of today's banquet and Brother Linfeng explain some things to us? Since it will be announced to the world in 5 days, it is rare for us to get along so well, so let's borrow your east wind and see it first. Brother Linfeng, quickly tell us. It is said that the reason why your Tuoba family's research on the gene cultivation fluid has suddenly advanced so quickly, leaping past the 9th level and pushing out the 10th level in one fell swoop, is all related to the Medicine Saint's ruins. After we heard about this matter from the elders, we have been scratching our hearts. There is actually such a thing? Brother Linfeng, let's not keep this matter in suspense, otherwise I am afraid we will not be able to eat or sleep in peace today." As this topic was brought up, the eyes of the other top-class successors who had never heard of this matter lit up. They were instantly interested and urged one after another. Even the purplish warbler, who originally seemed to have some worries, looked at Tuoba Linfeng after hearing these words. It was obvious that he was extremely interested in this matter. When this matter was brought up, especially when he saw that the purplish warbler's gaze had finally converged on him, Tuoba Linfeng immediately became complacent. Ever since the purplish warbler had arrived on Heaven Battle Planet a few days ago, Linfeng had been shocked by her beauty the moment he saw her. Since then he had fallen in love with her. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to curry favor with her, the goddess had never given him any face. For this reason, Tuoba Linfeng had specially investigated and finally found out that the purplish warbler had been abandoned by the Imperial Dynasty's Casanova Prince Long Xian. His heart immediately became filled with resentment and unknowingly, he also bore a grudge against Prince Xian. At this moment, seeing that the purplish warbler finally seemed to have a bit of interest in him, and this matter was indeed as Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian had said. The Tuoba family's old family head had originally planned to announce this matter at the exchange meeting in 5 days, so it didn't matter if he said it sooner or later. He could take advantage of this opportunity to show his face in front of this group of top-class successors, and let the goddess have a whole new level of respect for him, and even have a good impression of him. Why not? Thinking like this, Tuoba Linfeng immediately made up his mind. After clearing his throat, he faced the crowd and cupped his hands. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw that annoying rogue cultivator sitting alone on the other side. He had been carefully listening to their conversation the entire time. That serious expression of his made even his ears stand up. Tuoba Linfeng was startled and immediately understood. He laughed and said, "After all this time, it turns out that you actually came to inquire about information. This fellow Taoist's appearance is rough, but his mind is quite meticulous. However, this matter is an internal secret among the top-class families. I'm afraid it's not good to spread it. If you know your place, you should quickly leave. Otherwise, this young master will call someone over and ask you to leave." Chapter 32-24. Linghu the waiter had been waiting by the side. Clear River Pavilion had its own rules. The pavilion master had announced publicly that any guest who came here to spend money could talk freely. If the waiter leaked the information, Clear River Pavilion would bear all the responsibilities. For so many years, such a thing had never happened. Over time, the officials of Heaven Battle Planet had gradually gotten used to it. No matter how secretive the matter was, with an attendant by the side, it was no longer a taboo. After all, Clear River Pavilion had a great background and was full of mystery. It was said that even the monarch of the heavenly underworld empire was extremely courteous to him. With such an identity, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. Therefore, Tuoba Linfeng was not worried about having an attendant by the side. Furthermore, the matter he wanted to discuss was going to be revealed 5 days later. Originally, he was going to make it public. Now that he pointed the spearhead at Yixian, he was simply taking advantage of the situation to bully others. He had long found him an eyesore. When the attendant heard that Yixian's attitude was so tough this time, claiming that he would summon the head steward of Clear River Pavilion to expel them, he immediately felt confident. He was no longer worried that Yixian would get angry and hurt him. If that really happened, the young master of Tuoba family would not sit idly by, because that was tantamount to slapping his face in front of everyone. Although that annoying rogue cultivator had an amazing cultivation and was already a black hole realm existence, he was only at rank 3. On the other hand, the young master of Tuoba family and the 16 people at his table were all in the black hole realm. What was there to fear? Under such circumstances, the attendant immediately puffed up his chest and walked towards Yixian with a sinister smile on his face. He directly sneered, "Fellow Taoist, please leave. Otherwise we will really expel you. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be good for our reputation." Just as the attendant finished speaking, he didn't even see Yixian stand up before the former's face was slapped. His entire body was sent flying, and before he even landed on the ground, he spat out a blood arrow in the air. There were clearly 2 large molars that fell with blood. "Humph! You really are a snob. Who told you that this young master doesn't want to spend money? What's more, I just said that if you come up and hand over a 7-colored jade, you can look at the scenery as you wish. How long has this young master been here? Are you going to kick him out? Besides, how do you waiters work? This young master has been sitting here for so long, yet no one has come forward to serve me. Could it be that this young master has to personally run to the kitchen to find something to eat? Since you're so ignorant, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the owner of Clear River Pavilion. Get someone else to serve me. In addition, clean up this dog's fangs and blood immediately, so as not to affect my appetite." Ding! After being looked down upon time and time again, Yixian's anger rose. At this moment, he imitated the successor of the Tuoba clan and kept on calling himself, "this young lord." He even directly taught this servant a lesson. Moreover, he even mentioned the master of the Clear River Pavilion. All of this caused Tuoba Linfeng's table of 16 people, as well as the surrounding servants, to be stunned. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, Yi Xian, who had stopped talking, had already raised his hand and flicked a small crystal. It fell beside the wailing guy on the ground and made a tinkling sound, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, a large number of gasps came out. The rest of the servants only took a glance and were so scared that they trembled all over. Level 99 colors. This burly man with a rough appearance and a violent temper, who was suspected to be a rogue cultivator, actually shot out a level 99 colors star nucleus origin. The wailing guy lying on the ground with his hand covering his bloody mouth glanced at it and fainted on the spot. Even in the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, level 99 colors star nucleus origin had not appeared for nearly 100 years. The last time it appeared was at the Imperial Capital's auction, which caused a sensation. This young master in front of them actually flicked out a level 99 colors star nucleus origin. This was clearly the rhythm of using it to pay for food. It was too scary. Even if the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire came to pay for food, he would pay with a level 7 purple star nucleus origin. No one was willing to take out a level 8 black star nucleus origin, let alone a level 99 color star nucleus origin. This was a priceless cultivation resource, which had a strong effect on breaking through bottlenecks for the Origin Realm, the Tao Insight Realm, and even more powerful Starry Sky Masters. However, this young master in front of them did not take it seriously at all and directly threw it out as food. How terrifying was his background! It was said that Prince Xian of the Imperial Court had a large number of level 99 colors star nucleus origin in his hands, but he was not so extravagant, right? How could such a background not make him faint on the spot? He was lucky that he did not directly die of fright. The Clear River Pavilion was indeed the Clear River Pavilion. The other waiters around them were shocked, but they soon reacted and each took action. One of them turned around and ran to call the supervisor, while the other two ran to Yi Xian, bowing and apologizing on the spot. Some of them carried the fainted man away in a hurry, and the bloodstains on the ground were quickly cleaned up. As soon as Yi Xian finished ordering, a middle-aged man at the peak of level 9 of the Origin Realm came in a hurry, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This scene scared Yi Xian. It was not necessary, right? He was only at level 3 of the Black Hole Realm. How could a strong man at the peak of level 9 of the Origin Realm be so nervous and rush here? And he was wiping his cold sweat while running? If he had not seen all this with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. For the first time, Yi Xian actually had the misconception that he'd arrived at the mortal world in the cultivation world of the starry sky. A level 99 colored crystal instantly gave him a sense of superiority, as if he'd become a tycoon. This Clear River Pavilion was really a maverick place. It was a good place. I am Hu Dajiang, the director of the Clear River Pavilion. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? At this time, the director had already come close and stood respectfully by the table. He was still wiping his cold sweat and politely asked Yi Xian, I have offended you a lot just now. The people below have eyes but failed to recognize you. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. He will not appear again. It seemed that the guy was going to be cleaned up. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Director Hu, you are too serious. It's just a small matter, a misunderstanding. I am Ling Hu Chong. Young Master Ling Hu. Ah, Ling Hu Chong? Steward who was holding the 9th level 9 colored pill in his hand as he handed it over to Yi Xian. When he suddenly heard Yi Xian introduce himself, his hands trembled. It was obvious that he was quite frightened. The 9th level 9 colored pill almost fell once again. Finally, after stealing a glance at Tuoba Linfeng's table on the other side, he carefully put down the level 99 color star nucleus origin stone in his hand and said respectfully in a low voice, Young Master Ling Hu, please enjoy. This meal is my treat. This thing is too precious. How can it be used to pay for the meal? Please keep it well. No. I have never had the habit of being treated to meals and drinks. It's just a 9-color star nucleus origin stone. What is it? Yi Xian's heart moved, but he did not show it on his face. He picked up the level 99 color star nucleus origin stone again, and put it directly in Director Hu's hand. Serve this 9-color star nucleus origin stone. I want the best one. Okay, I won't say more. I am a little hungry. Hurry up and arrange it. Chapter 3225. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Individual Cultivator Quota. At this time, Yi Xian felt comfortable all over. Felt so good to be pretentious. An existence at the peak of level 9 of the Origin Realm didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. It was really cool. Besides, in addition to calling himself the young master, Yi Xian's words just now were a slap to the faces of the people at the table not far away. He reckoned that this time, he must have aroused their anger. Next, they would definitely come into contact with each other. Maybe it would even lead to a conflict. When the time came, he would talk more, and presumably he would be able to get some information. In fact, he really thought too much. At this moment, although everyone at Tuoba Linfeng's table heard the provocation in his words, strangely, all of them, including Tuoba Linfeng, were quiet at this moment. They looked at Yi Xian with shock in their eyes, but not much anger. Although Yi Xian was very surprised and doubtful, he couldn't continue to provoke them since they suddenly became quiet. Anyway, no one came to drive him away. It was impossible for those guys to not say anything when they gathered together for a meal, right? In this case, he would be able to get some useful information. At this time, the delicacies at Yi Xian's table were served one after another. All kinds of fragrances assailed his nostrils, which made him very excited. Previously, although Yi Xian had ordered a few dishes, in the end, he'd instructed Steward Hu to order a table of dishes according to the 9th level. Therefore, at this moment, the dishes that were served were filled to the brim, and almost none of them were ordered by Yi Xian. However, they were the best dishes in the Clear River Pavilion, far surpassing what Tuoba Linfeng had prepared for the other 15 heirs of the top families. One of the dishes was a real dragon liver. Of course, this dragon was not the legendary divine dragon, but a kind of ferocious star beast in the void called the Subblood Hornless Dragon. When it reached adulthood, it had the cultivation of the Tao Insight realm, and its liver was highly poisonous before it reached adulthood, so it couldn't be eaten. In other words, Yi Xian's blood dragon subdragon liver was obtained by killing a Grotto Heaven realm ferocious star beast. Moreover, it was obtained within the last 3 days, because this kind of food would lose its freshness after 3 days and could no longer be eaten. Just this dish alone was enough to shock him. Before this, Yi Xian felt that it was too wasteful to throw out a 9th grade 9-color dish just to show off. Now, however, he felt that it was worth it. Although Yi Xian had been Prince Xian for a period of time, he hadn't enjoyed the treatment of a prince on the Imperial Capital's Immortal Star. On the way back to the Imperial Capital's Immortal Star from the Heavenly River Star, although he had been warmly entertained in the Heavenly Dust Kingdom and the Heavenly Underworld Imperial Capital, the only banquet that could be compared to the banquet in front of him was the one that the officials of the Heavenly Underworld Empire had hosted when they were in the Heavenly Underworld Empire. It could be said that this was only the second time he had eaten a table of good food made with such top-grade ingredients. At this moment he was so excited that he even forgot about Tuoba Linfeng and the others at the table who were dumbfounded. He immediately began to eat the top-grade spirit wine. It just so happened that his appearance was also that of a starry sky strongman with a rough character. Even though his mouth was full of oil, they just happened to match each other and looked very harmonious. The first dish he tasted was the blood dragon subdragon liver braised in brown sauce. Yi Xian had eaten this dish once at the official banquet of the Heavenly Underworld Imperial Capital. Although this dish was also top grade in terms of freshness, it was obviously a little worse than the previous one. Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization when he thought about how this kind of adult subblood dragon liver could only be stored for 3 days and couldn't be eaten after 3 days. As he ate, he muttered, "Sigh, it's already the 3rd day of this horned dragon liver. Although the ingredients are of the highest quality, the freshness is still a bit lacking, which affects the quality." As soon as this sentence was said, Director Hu, who had been waiting not far away, immediately flashed his eyes, and then quietly retreated. Based on this sentence alone, he was certain that this young master Ling Hu was not lying. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person who didn't even know what the subblood dragon's liver tasted like would know that it was an ingredient that had been stored for 3 days just by eating it? In fact, the value of this blood dragon liver was almost the value of a level 99 color star nucleus origin. It was the main dish, and the rest were just complementary. A dish represented an adult blood dragon of the Tao Insight Realm cultivation base. This degree of extravagance, even the young master of the Tuoba family didn't dare to enjoy it. Originally, this blood dragon liver was going to be roasted at night and sent to the owner of the Qingjiang Pavilion if no one ordered it at noon today. It was enough to show its preciousness. However, Yixian tasted that it had been stored for 3 days after eating a piece, which showed that he often ate this kind of thing. Who else could be so extravagant and have the capital to be so extravagant? Except for the legendary young master of the Linghu family. Who else could it be? In addition to Director Hu, the heirs of the 3 top families and forces in the imperial capital, who could formulate the level 9 liquid from the immortal star, were Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua of Celestial Master Creatures, and Dongfang Lin of Shenong Genes. At this moment they all turned to look at each other as if they had a tacit understanding. As the heirs of the top forces from the immortal star, they were originally a level higher than the young masters of the top families such as the Tuoba family on the imperial capital star of the 3 empires. Therefore they had also tasted the blood dragon liver. Although it was only once or twice, it was enough to let them know that Yixian's words were not empty. This guy was like them, who had eaten the blood dragon liver at least once or twice. His identity and background were not inferior to theirs. This was in line with the legendary Linghu family. Could it be that this Linghu Chong was really the young master of the Linghu family? On this point, in addition to the 3 of them, the others were also pondering in their hearts at this moment. A few people even whispered to each other, "This can't really be the legendary Linghu family's member, right?" But hearing him call himself the young master, it's probably not far from the truth. The surname Linghu is too sensitive. It hasn't appeared for more than 2,000 years. Even if there are some scattered clansmen wandering outside, those who are qualified to be called the young master are probably only the direct descendants of the Linghu family back then. There's something strange about this. Could it be that he's here because of the exchange this time? Is the Linghu family going to appear again? I heard that they were able to formulate the level 9 liquid more than 2,000 years ago. They are the first family in the imperial capital. No matter how amazing the Linghu family was back then, they were annihilated in the dust of history in the end. No one knows what happened back then, but this time the Linghu family clearly came with a high profile. This is really the rhythm of their appearance. Unfortunately, they are no longer glorious now. They don't even have the qualifications to enter the exchange conference. Chapter 32-26. The Ancient Tablet of Inheritance. Linghu Clan? Yixian was eating heartily while listening to the conversation at the table in the distance. The feeling in his heart at this time was really difficult to describe. Listening to the conversation, this so-called Linghu clan was obviously extraordinary. They were actually the leaders of the entire dynasty more than 2,000 years ago in the field of gene cultivation fluids, the first existence to formulate a level 9 gene cultivation fluid. No wonder Chief Hu reacted so strongly when he heard him mention Linghu Chong's name. However, the strange disappearance of the Linghu clan must be a secret, so the name of Linghu had long disappeared. Even when Yixian casually searched the Federation Star Network before, he couldn't find this information. It was obvious that someone deliberately erased it. A random alias actually caused this kind of disturbance, which really made Yixian speechless. But this didn't matter, it was just an alias anyway. The most important thing was to enter this time's top aristocratic exchange and obtain various secret techniques related to gene cultivation fluids. Just now, he heard those guys whispering that in addition to the 16 top aristocratic families and forces, there seemed to be 10 rogue cultivator spots to compete for. Once he went back and inquired about it, this matter would be settled. Thinking like this, Yixian suddenly became focused and didn't have the mood to pay attention to what Tuoba Linfeng and the others were whispering. The table of top delicacies and wine in front of him was exchanged with a level 9 9-color jade. Although he had a lot of 9-color jade, he couldn't waste them. It was rare to be extravagant, so he must not treat himself unfairly. So Yixian withdrew his thoughts and began to concentrate on tasting the delicious food in front of him. Sometimes he would pour a cup of top-grade spirit wine. The taste was simply too good, and even he was a little intoxicated. On the side, Tuoba Linfeng and the others also recovered from the shock. Seeing Yixian drinking the spirit wine and eating the top-grade delicacies without paying attention to them, these guys gradually adapted. No one provoked Yixian again, and they chatted happily. Not long after, Tuoba Linfeng mentioned the Medicine King's relics that someone had just asked about. He even deliberately mentioned the way to obtain the 10 rogue cultivators' quotas. When he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Yixian. This included the Heaven Battle Planet's other 2 first-rate aristocratic families, the young masters of the Gongyang and Longyu clans. This caused Yixian's heart to tremble slightly. The three great families of the Heaven Battle Planet seemed to be a bit abnormal. They appeared to be somewhat nervous, as if they were extremely eager for him to compete for one of the 10 loose cultivator spots, and use this opportunity to enter the conference. What was hidden in this? Was it related to the Linghu clan? Or was he being too oversensitive? The Medicine King's relics is located in the void not far from the Heaven Battle Planet. It is a void secret realm. Our Tuoba clan accidentally discovered it. After entering it, we brought out a Medicine King's steel. This is clearly an inheritance, and it is suspected to be extremely ancient. Since it dares to use the name Medicine King, it shows how mysterious it is. It should be a place left behind by an ancient cultivation camp's alchemy inheritance. Our Tuoba clan only entered the periphery, and was unable to enter further. It is not a matter of whether one's cultivation is strong or not, but every step in this inheritance land requires a certain level of achievement in alchemy. Only then will the subsequent passages open. Our great families are the top forces in the science and technology camp that research genetic cultivation fluids, but we all know that when it comes to true alchemy, the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp is the real terror. If the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp were to research the genetic cultivation fluid, I think at least half of the 16 great families in the science and technology camp would be squeezed out. Unfortunately, they think too highly of themselves and always think that alchemy is the right path. In their eyes, the genetic cultivation fluid of our science and technology camp is not even a pill, so they disdain to research it. Although facts have already proven that this is a fallacy, we have to admit that the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp is indeed unique in the field of alchemy. They are stronger than us. And this Medicine King's relics is clearly the top inheritance of the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp. It is suspected to have originated from the primordial era and is extremely rare. Although it is now in the control of our science and technology camp's star field, it is inevitable that the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp will secretly enter after a long time. Once he gets the core inheritance of the relics, we will have nothing to gain and will only be making a wedding dress for others. Our Tuoba clan can be considered to have quite an achievement in the concoction of the genetic cultivation fluid. However, even if we put a few elders in the clan together, we could only break through the periphery of the Medicine King's relics. When we reached the edge of the core area, we could not advance any further. But even so, the Medicine King's tablet that we brought out still had a major breakthrough under the careful study of the elders. It allowed us to skip the 9th level of the fluid and concoct the 10th level fluid in one fell swoop. You must know that this Medicine King's tablet is just a road sign that casually stands in the periphery area. It can only be considered an ordinary thing. The real treasure and inheritance are still in the core area and have not been revealed. That is why our Tuoba clan has invited the top forces and families behind you this time. No matter what, we will work together to develop this Medicine King's relics, so that it will not be obtained by the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp in the future. After all this time, that good-for-nothing Long Xian has caused the relationship between the cultivation camp and the science and technology camp to fall into an unprecedented tension. The human race is about to be divided by him. Oh right, even Ziying was bullied by him. Our 16 great families are of the same breath and branch. Sister Ziying was bullied by that Long Xian. I'm sure everyone is as angry as I am about this matter, right? Humph, so what if he is a direct descendant of the imperial family? He acted recklessly, but in the end didn't he still get sent away? If I meet that Long Xian, I will definitely teach him a lesson and vent my anger for Sister Ziying. This guy was obviously doing it deliberately. He was talking about the Medicine King's relics, but suddenly he changed the topic and mentioned the imperial family, Long Xian, and then turned to the purplish warbler. The heirs of the top families were stunned at first, then their faces became a little strange. They all stole glances at the purplish warbler. The latter had been stunned for a long time. For a time he did not know how to respond, especially when the other heirs present gave him a strange look. It was obvious that Tuoba Linfeng's words reminded them of everything that happened between Long Xian and the purplish warbler. This matter was spread like wildfire outside, and the Xinyuan family's face could be said to be lost. Tuoba Linfeng thought that his goodwill would move the goddess, but he did not expect that the flattery would end up making the purplish warbler a little angry. I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a little unwell, so I won't accompany you. Goodbye. The purplish warbler glared at Tuoba Linfeng fiercely. He did not give him any face at all. As he spoke, he got up and left. Chapter 32:27. The rhythm of being crippled. Puff puff. When Yixian heard Tuoba Linfeng suddenly mention him, and his words were so impolite as he clamored to teach him a lesson, anger arose in Yixian's heart. Before he could flare up, he saw Tuoba Linfeng unexpectedly flattering the horse. He was embarrassed on the spot and couldn't hold it in for a moment before laughing out loud. Not only did the people at that table hear it, but even the waiters in the distance also heard it. Their faces were strange and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look in this direction. However, their lips were all tightly pursed, and it was obvious that they were also on the verge of laughing out loud. Tuoba Linfeng realized that he had been a little too stupid, exposing the scars of the purplish warbler in front of everyone. Originally he wanted to show goodwill, but in the end he had offended the goddess. After he realized this, he naturally didn't feel angry towards Xinyuanzing any longer, and he only felt guilt. At the same time, he blamed himself for being hot-headed and actually making such a low-level mistake. I'm afraid that everyone present here is doubting my intelligence right now. Especially that annoying guy suspected to be from the Linghu clan. He actually laughed in front of everyone without any scruples, which was tantamount to slapping his face in front of everyone. For a time, all the anger in Tuoba Linfeng's heart was directed at Yixian. The young master of the Linghu clan indeed made him afraid, but that was before. Now that he was enraged, Tuoba Linfeng couldn't care less. Although the fall of the Linghu clan in one night was closely related to the three great families of the heaven-warring planet, more than 2,000 years had passed, and there might not be anyone who knew the secret of that year. There was no need for him to feel guilty. Besides, even if they knew, the Linghu clan was no longer the only overlord in the field of alchemy 2,000 years ago. On the contrary, their Tuoba clan had now produced a grade 10 elixir, and their status was the same as the Linghu clan of the past. Everything had been reversed, so the one who should be afraid should be the Linghu clan's young master in front of him. What's more, whether this person's identity was real or fake was still unknown. In terms of cultivation base, he had even less to fear. His opponent was only a rank 3 black hole, but he was a rank 9 black hole great perfection. He could crush him with one hand under such circumstances. He was embarrassed and angry, yet he encountered the other party's unbridled and provocative ridicule in public. No matter how good a person's temper was, they would still explode. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Tuoba Linfeng steeled his heart and got up to slap Yixian's table not far away. He roared, "Linghu Chong, do you think I'm made of clay? Over and over again, you're simply courting death." Boom! A blue palm shadow about 10 feet in size whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above Yixian's head and slammed down from the sky. Yixian did not care about it at all. In a place like the Clear River Pavilion, one had to collect a level 7 purple star core origin just to walk around the 18th floor. It would be strange if there was no defense formation here. It was impossible to allow diners to fight here. Once someone made a move, the formation would be activated. It was impossible for Tuoba Linfeng not to know, but he forgot about it in a moment of anger. Wang! Sure enough, before Tuoba Linfeng's blue palm landed, the entire 18th floor of the Clear River Pavilion resounded with a buzzing sound. A huge silver light shield flashed out of thin air, enveloping the entire 18th floor. An invisible power appeared above Yixian's head like a shield, easily helping him to block the falling blue palm. Boom! With a light sound, there was not even a ripple of energy. The power of Tuoba Linfeng's blue palm dissipated in an instant, not even setting off a ripple. Yixian raised his eyebrows. To have such power, even if it was not a universe realm expert, it was at least the power of the 13th Genesis realm, or even the 14th cosmic realm. To be able to set up such a powerful defense formation, whether it was done by himself or by someone else, the owner of the Clear River Pavilion was definitely not ordinary. As the blue palm dissipated, the silver light of the defense formation that enveloped the entire 18th floor also disappeared in an instant. It did not take the initiative to attack Tuoba Linfeng. That was obviously impossible. The reason why the defense formation was set up here was to prevent private fights. How could it take the initiative to attack the attacker? However, if Tuoba Linfeng made a move again, the silver light of the defense formation would appear again. Although it would not attack him, all the power he blasted out would be blocked, which was also very embarrassing. Therefore, even though Tuoba Linfeng was gnashing his teeth in anger, he still endured it. It was a futile effort. He had already tried it once, so how could he try it again? Young Master Tuoba, you have gone too far. Just at this moment, Manager Hu walked over with a gloomy face. He first bowed to Yixian to express his apology, and then turned to look at Tuoba Linfeng, who was gnashing his teeth. He continued in a deep voice. My Clear River Pavilion has been established in Heaven Battle Emperor's capital for more than 2,000 years. During this period of time, there have been a total of 3 private fights between guests. 2 of them did not listen to advice and were stubborn. In the end, after 3 provocations, they were killed on the spot by the formation. The other time, the person who attacked activated the defensive formation twice. Although he was not killed, he was still severely injured. I have to remind young Master Tuoba that you have already made a move once, and the formation did not backfire. If there is a second time, I am afraid you will be seriously injured and crawl out of Clear River Pavilion. If there is a third time, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Young Master Tuoba, please respect yourself. In addition, all the people who have made a move in Clear River Pavilion will be blacklisted as unwelcome. From now on, if young Master Tuoba has any banquets, please change to another one. After that, Manager Hu turned around and was about to leave. Only now did Tuoba Linfeng panic. What kind of place was Clear River Pavilion? It was the top venue in the entire Heaven Battle planet. Even if the Empire's crown prince held a banquet here, he would not accept reservations. Only when the person arrived and there was an empty seat could he fulfill his wish. He was still young. If he was blacklisted, it would be fine if he took the initiative to invite someone to a banquet. Although it was somewhat sullen, it was not unacceptable. But what if he came to a banquet for someone else? This was not up to him. Once the top nobles of Heaven Battle Planet invited someone to a banquet, it would basically be held here. If he was blacklisted, wouldn't he be directly expelled from the entire Heaven Battle Planet? He did not even have the qualifications to enter other people's banquets. Over time, who would invite him? This was simply the rhythm of completely crippling him. Thinking of this, Tuoba Linfeng immediately chased after him and tried to explain. Manager Hu, this is a misunderstanding. Young Master Tuoba, please respect yourself and don't break the rules of Clear River Pavilion. Chief Hu stopped walking and turned around to glance at him. If you continue to pester me, I'm afraid that you'll implicate your table mates and blacklist them as well. Chapter 32-28. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations List of Medicine King's Steward, who didn't pay attention to the dumbfounded Tuoba Linfeng. Instead, he walked over to Yixian's table with a smile on his face and politely apologized a few more times. In the end, he brought up the main matter and said that the owner of the Clear River Pavilion, Mr. Hu, wanted to personally invite him to a banquet in order to express his apology. He hoped that Yixian could come over whenever he was free. After that, Supervisor Hu did not say anything more. He looked at Yixian meaningfully, then nodded and left. Yixian frowned. The owner of Clear River Pavilion obviously had an extraordinary identity. He was at least an old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years. After all, Clear River Pavilion was built by him more than 2,000 years ago. Wait! A thought suddenly flashed through Yixian's mind. 2,000 years ago? Was it a coincidence? Legend had it that the Linghu clan was destroyed overnight more than 2,000 years ago, and this Clear River Pavilion happened to be built at that time. The surname of Clear River Pavilion's supervisor was Hu, and the owner called himself Mr. Hu. Was this Hu related to Linghu clan's Linghu clan? Coincidentally, he came to the Clear River Pavilion today under the name of Ling Huchong. When Steward Hu heard it, he was caught off guard and reacted too strongly. Then Tuoba Linfeng made a move. Although Steward Hu did things according to the rules of the Clear River Pavilion, he warned Tuoba Linfeng not to say too much, so as not to implicate the people at the same table. It was impossible that Supervisor Hu did not know the identity of those guys. On the surface, it seemed that he was warning Tuoba Linfeng, but after thinking about it carefully, it was obvious that he was trying to show goodwill to Yixian. He was willing to offend the top gene fluid research families in the entire dynasty. But why did he do all this? Did they not put these families in their eyes at all? Or was it because Yi Xian said the name of Linghu clan, which was enough to make them look coldly at these families? No matter what the reason was, one thing was basically certain. Mr. Hu, the owner of Clear River Pavilion, was very likely to be related to the legendary Linghu clan that had disappeared for more than 2,000 years. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. He had just randomly picked a surname, but he did not expect to cause such trouble. Although the other party had only said that they wanted to invite him to a banquet as an apology. However, with the Clear River Pavilion's foundation and connections in the Heaven War planet, if the other party harbored malicious intentions, it would be impossible for Yi Xian to leave the Heaven War imperial capital without anyone knowing. Of course, he still had the ability to warp through space coordinates, but in that case, once he activated it, he would either go to the Death Star vortex or directly go to the black hole of life in the first universe. Wouldn't this trip to the Heaven Battle planet be for naught? Yi Xian would never have done this if it weren't for the fact that he was in a life and death situation. It seemed that he had no choice but to make a trip to the Clear River Pavilion after he was done with the matters at hand. However, he was not afraid of this matter. On the one hand, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Even if there was danger, he could just use the universe coordinate jump ability to escape. As long as the matter was done, it didn't matter if he left or not. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt relieved and no longer paid attention to this matter. He turned his head and glanced at Tuoba Linfeng, who was gnashing his teeth and glaring at him. Linghu Chong, the enmity between you and me is completely settled today. I hope you are really a descendant of the Linghu clan from more than 2,000 years ago. Even if you are not, since you dare to use the name of Linghu and call yourself Young Master Linghu, then you should not be absent from the Medicine King Peak this time. Glaring fiercely at Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng sneered. In addition to the 16 top forces, there are 10 rogue cultivators who can enter the Medicine King's remains. From the day after tomorrow, which is 3 days before the Medicine King Peak, all rogue cultivators can sign up to compete. As long as you can leave your name on the Medicine King's monument, you will be eligible to participate in the Medicine King's summit. The top 10 will be able to follow the 16 top forces to explore the Medicine King's remains. Don't let me down. After that, Tuoba Linfeng did not stay any longer and immediately turned around and left. The other heirs of the top clans and powers at his table also lost their interest. They looked at Yi Xian with strange expressions, and their faces were filled with bad luck as well. They flicked their sleeves and left. Not only did they not gain anything from this meal, but they were also almost blacklisted by Qingjiang Pavilion. These heirs of the top forces were also sullen and extremely unhappy. The Medicine King's list on the Medicine King's monument? As long as you can get on the list, you will be eligible to enter the Medicine King Peak. And the top 10 are actually able to enter the Medicine King's ruins together with these 16 first-rate families and powers to explore? Hehe, it's a bit interesting. As he muttered these words, Yi Xian coincidentally finished eating most of the top-notch delicacies on the table. There was only a pot of top-notch spirit wine left, so he didn't waste it. In any case, he had the image of a rough man. He immediately stood up, twisted the pot of top-notch spirit wine, and drank as he walked down the stairs. That back showed a strong sense of unruly freedom, which was dazzling. At the same time, in a pavilion on the 18th floor of Qingjiang Pavilion, 2 figures were hidden in the darkness. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but judging from the figure, the one slightly behind should be Supervisor Hu. He bowed slightly and seemed to be extremely respectful. The figure half a step in front was extremely stalwart, with his hands behind his back. Looking at the back, he should be a middle-aged man in his 40s. At this time, the man suddenly spoke in a light tone without any sadness or joy. Look at this guy, does he look like him? This is hard to say. Sure enough, it was Supervisor Hu's voice. He obviously knew that the former was asking about Yi Xian, so he did not dare to say more. After a moment of hesitation he said, Sir, there were indeed a few people who escaped from my Linghu clan, but this does not mean anything. I think this matter must be investigated in detail. Of course it must be investigated. The middle-aged expert, who was called Mr. by Director Hu and suspected to be the master of Clear River Pavilion, nodded his head. There was still no sadness or joy in his tone. But I think his figure and style as a Jianghu hero are quite similar to that of the former family master. Alas, if the former family master didn't have such a temperament, he wouldn't have been. I hope that he is the descendant of the master of the Linghu clan. If so, I have been running Qingjiang Pavilion carefully for more than 2,000 years and secretly collecting a lot of information. I only hope to find some clues to prove that the wish of the old master of the Linghu clan can finally be fulfilled. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Mr. Hu, please don't say that. Although you are not a member of my Linghu clan since the ancestor's accident, you have taken in a few of my Linghu clan's collateral relatives and have been taking good care of us and never left. On the side, supervisor who was terrified and quickly interrupted Mr. Hu's words. We just saw a little hope today. How can you say such inauspicious words? Linghu Bao is terrified. Alas, I hope this time it will not be an empty joy again. Chapter 32-29. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio Toba Square. After leaving the Clear River Pavilion, Yixian found a hostel in the outer city of the Heavenly War Empire's capital and stayed there. Although the hostel he stayed in was not the best, Yixian asked for the best room in the hostel. It was an independent small courtyard that even had a defensive formation. Although this was the capital of the Heavenly War Empire, and the defensive formation was basically a decoration, Yixian still asked for this independent small courtyard where he could get a piece of level 7 purple planetary core origin every day. On one hand, it was for peace and quiet. At the same time, he did not care about resources like planetary core origins. He had a lot of them, and he could always go to the graveyard of meteorites again if he used them all up. Previously, when he was only in the planetary core state, he had already gained so much. Now that he was in the black hole state, if he really went there, he would most likely gain even more. It was possible that he could empty half of the graveyard of meteorites in one go. On the other hand, he considered that this time in the Clear River Pavilion, he had most likely attracted the attention of the 16 top aristocratic families, including the owner of the Clear River Pavilion. Since he had already used the surname Linghu, Yixian could only use it until the end. Moreover, after everything that had happened in the Clear River Pavilion today, he vaguely felt that although the surname Linghu was sensitive, it was also because of this that it was extremely useful. For the current Yixian, it was definitely more advantageous than disadvantageous. As long as there was something convenient in front of him, it would be fine. As for the disadvantages, when the matter was over, he could leave at any time without any worries. He was not afraid at all. Even so, he still felt that it was necessary to learn more about the past of the Linghu family. Even if it was for the sake of not being exposed, it was still very necessary. After entering his small courtyard, Yixian immediately activated the defensive formation. From then on, unless he called, even the servants in the hostel would not be able to come in without permission. After all, this was the cost of one level 7 purple planetary core origin per day. This was the benefit of being rich. Immediately after, he gave another command to the devouring system, activating the attached personal space communication system and connecting to the Heaven Battle Planet's secondary star network. After successfully connecting, he directly infiltrated the central database. This place was not like the Immortal Planet, where there was a mature immortal rank superbrain, so Yixian could do all this without any pressure. Yixian's personal space communication system was not fully developed, but it was still at the immortal grade. As long as it wasn't an immortal planet, the core database of Yixian was completely defenseless, even if it was the second-level main network of the three empires. Of course, Yixian did not dare to touch certain extremely sensitive data repositories. Although the superbrains of the three empires' secondary main networks were not at the immortal rank, they were not far from it. Furthermore, they were mature. Even if Yixian's personal space communication system could be infiltrated, there would be some traces left behind. Then, it would be completely unnecessary to prevent the enemy from tracing the vine to the melon and tracing the vine to the melon. However, there was no problem at all if it was just to search for secret information about the surname Linghu. This information could not be found even in the restricted area of the second-level star network. There was not a single word about it, as it had been blocked by the government. Yixian did not understand the reason at first, But after he downloaded some information from a normal classified database of the Heaven Battle Planet's secondary main network and flipped through it, he finally understood the reason. It turned out that all this involved the Heaven Battle Empire, and even the Immortal Dynasty's official power. Therefore, this matter was blocked later on. At any time, the people in power would do this. Everything that was disadvantageous to them would be covered up, and even if the people at that time knew, it did not matter. The long river of time would cover up everything. When that generation of ordinary people disappeared in the long river of history, their descendants did not experience that period of time, and could not find a single word about it from the dynasty's star network. This was equivalent to a period of history being strangled. It was as if it had never existed. Even if some of the long-lived star powerhouses knew about this, how could such existences go against the people in power of the empires and dynasties? Under the premise of no benefits, they would leak the truth of history and cause trouble for themselves. The general situation of the annihilation of the Linghu clan, as well as being forgotten by history for more than 2,000 years, was like this. The government did not want the truth to be made public, so it disappeared. At that time, the entire Immortal Dynasty did not have a clan or power that could concoct the 9th-level liquid. The Linghu clan was the only one, and there was no other. Unfortunately, they disappeared overnight. Then the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans of the Heaven Battle Empire appeared. According to Yixian's speculation, these three clans may be related to the annihilation of the Linghu clan, but they obviously did not get the secret technique and recipe of the Linghu clan to concoct the 9th-level liquid. If the Clear River Pavilion is really related to the Linghu clan, is the secret technique and recipe of the Linghu clan in the hands of the master of the Clear River Pavilion, Mr. Hu? Yixian's eyes flashed. At this moment, he suddenly no longer hesitated to visit the Clear River Pavilion in the future. The ability to concoct the 9th-level liquid more than 2,000 years ago was absolutely terrifying, and Yixian could not miss it. For the next 2 days, he stayed in the small courtyard of the hostel and didn't go out at all. He focused on researching the various methods of making the gene cultivation fluid. After arriving at Heaven's Battle Planet, he used his personal space communication system to steal a large amount of related data from Heaven's Battle Planet's core data vault. When there were only 3 days left before the exchange, Yixian left the post house and walked towards the Tuoba Square. In the outer city of the Heavenly Battle Empire, there were more than a dozen top aristocratic families. Among them, the 3 top aristocratic families that researched the gene cultivation liquid, the Tuoba clan, the Gongyang clan, and the Changyu clan, had a relatively high status. Each of them had a large territory in the outer city. This time, the exchange would be held in the courtyard of the Tuoba clan's ancestral land. At present, in the Tuoba Square outside the Tuoba clan's ancestral land, there stood a simple stone tablet that was 3 feet high. The whole stone tablet was green, and various complicated patterns were engraved around and on the back. On the front, there were only 3 big ancient words written at the top. Medicine King's Tablet. Below these 3 big words there were some names. The surface of the green tablet was flat and smooth, like the best quality ancient jade, and even emitted a sparkling light. In fact, the surface of the whole giant tablet was covered with a layer of green mist, giving a sense of vitality. Even if one looked at it from a distance, one could immediately conclude that this tablet must be extraordinary at a glance. When Yixian came here, the square had already been crowded with a large number of rogue cultivators. They were all here to sign up. As long as they could leave their names on the Medicine King's tablet, they would have the qualification to enter the Tuoba clan's courtyard in 3 days and witness this exchange with their own eyes. Chapter 3230. Hungry and Thirsty Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered an item of inheritance. Medicine King's Tablet. The treasure used to open the core of the ancient Medicine King's legacy. After refining and absorbing it into the body, one can enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the inheritance. Do you wish to immediately collect and refine it? So the truth was like this? This Medicine King's tablet was actually the treasure used to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the inheritance? Just like a key? Could it be that the masters of the Tuoba family who obtained it did not discover this problem? Yixian was dumbfounded by this appraisal result. This really made him speechless. The Tuoba family had invited all the top families to gather on the Heaven Battle Star. in order to explore the Medicine King's legacy again. They hoped that everyone could join forces to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the Medicine King's legacy. Who would have thought that the key to obtaining the inheritance had already fallen into their hands? Yi Xian's heart thumped, and he almost directly ordered the system to immediately collect and refine the Medicine King's tablet. However, he soon discovered that even if he did so, it would be useless. When Yi Xian's divine sense came into contact with the Medicine King's tablet, the general information about this tablet quickly appeared in his mind. The Medicine King's tablet had a total of 3 tests. If all 3 tests were completed perfectly, the tablet would recognize one as its owner. It seemed that directly collecting and refining it was not possible. Although this mysterious ancient tablet was not an ancient item, it was also mysterious and extraordinary. If one wanted to refine it, the only way was to pass the 3 tests of the Medicine King's tablet, and each test had to be completed perfectly. This should be a kind of scale selection method, in line with the essence of this ancient tablet being the key to opening the Medicine King's remains. Only by passing the 3 tests contained within the ancient tablet, and passing them perfectly, would one have the qualifications to enter the Medicine King's remains to receive the ancient Medicine King's legacy. No wonder the several elders of the Tuoba family were unable to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy. This ancient legacy was bound to have layers of restrictions. This was a kind of protection for the Medicine King's legacy. Only by passing the tests of the Medicine King's tablet could one safely enter. The reason why the Tuoba family erected the Medicine King's tablet here was obviously to find such a person who could perfectly pass the 3 tests of this tablet. The so-called top 10 names on the tablet would be qualified to explore the relic of the Medicine King with them. This was just a gimmick. The purpose was to attract more cultivators of the starry sky to come and try. In fact, among the existences that had left their names on the Medicine King's tablet, there were many existences from the 16 great clans. Clearly they had already tried. If it was only to give the rogue cultivators a chance, why would they try? The front of the Medicine King's tablet was divided into 3 areas. The top was blank, which should be where the 3rd level test was. No one had tried it yet. As for the 2nd level in the middle, there were only 2 names. They were both from the Tuoba family. They should be 2 clan elders. Unfortunately, they stopped at the 2nd level of the tablet. Oh! At this moment, there were many masters of the starry sky crowding the Tuoba square. If they wanted to try, they only needed to release a wisp of divine sense to make contact with the Medicine King's tablet. There were less than 50 names on the 3 layers of the tablet. Obviously, after more people tried, they did not even have the qualifications to leave their names on the 3rd layer at the bottom of the tablet. In reality, even among these 50 names, whether it was those who had passed the first trial or the 2 suspected elders of the Tuoba clan who had passed the 2nd trial, none of them had passed perfectly. This was because if they had passed perfectly, their names would appear in a special form on the Medicine King's stele. This was explained by the rules of the Medicine King's stele. Although this special form of appearance was not clearly described, the names of those who had left their names on the tablet simply appeared on the tablet. Obviously, they had nothing to do with this so-called special form. The 2 suspected elders of the Tuoba family whose names appeared on the 2nd layer of the tablet were also displayed in the 1st layer below, but they were ordinary names that appeared. This meant that even the 2 elders of the Tuoba family, although they passed the 2nd test, did not pass perfectly when they passed the 1st test. Moreover, they stopped after the 2nd test. Maybe they tried the 3rd test but failed. They did not even have the qualifications to leave their names on the 1st layer of the tablet. From this, it was enough to see how difficult the 3 tests of the Medicine King's tablet were. It could be said that as long as one could pass all 3 tests and leave their names on the tablet, it would be amazing enough. But to pass all 3 tests perfectly, it was simply unimaginable. After understanding all the rules of the trial, Yi Xian was completely excited. He believed that these so-called 3 trials were both a type of scale selection and a type of nurturing. Through these 3 trials, he would be able to come into contact with the basic information of the Medicine King's bloodline from ancient times. This in itself was a type of increase in one's ability to refine medicine. In the face of all this, it could be said that he was hungry and thirsty. Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately contacted the Medicine King's tablet with the power of his divine sense again, and confirmed that he would accept the 1st test. Of course, the name he submitted was still an alias Ling Huchong. In the next moment, Yixian closed his eyes. From the towering Medicine King's tablet in front of him, a faint green light shot out, turning into a miniature energy shield that enveloped his body and prevented him from being disturbed by the outside world. This shield was still in effect. Its appearance meant that Yixian had begun to pass the test. Only when the shield disappeared did the test end. There were many similar shields in the huge Tuoba square. All the existences in the shields closed their eyes, as if they were cultivating. Their minds were completely immersed in the test of the Medicine King's tablet. Just as Yixian began to accept the test of the Medicine King's tablet, a group of Heaven's Prides from the 16 families, led by Tuoba Linfeng, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Worthy Creatures, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Genetics, happened to come out of the courtyard of the Tuoba clan. They also planned to try their skills. They did not expect that as soon as they arrived, they would look up and see Yixian begin his test. Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian, who were the heirs of the top families of the Heaven Battle Planet like the Tuoba clan, were stunned for a moment, and then began to mock him on the spot. That Ling Huchong really came? And we have already started to pass the test. He's just a rough guy. It is said that the first test is the memory and identification of plants and various heavens treasures. I think he is not even qualified to leave his name on the first test. Chapter 32-31. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Bright as the stars, the heirs of the 16 major clans and forces began to challenge the trials one after another, including Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech, and the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Star. They already knew the importance of this Medicine King's tablet from the Tuoba clan. It was the only key that could allow one to enter the core area of the Medicine King's ruins safely and smoothly to receive the inheritance. Of course, in order for this key to recognize its owner, the requirements were extremely harsh. One had to pass all 3 stages perfectly. The 2 most experienced elders of the Tuoba clan in the research of gene fluids had already tried this. It was extremely difficult. It was precisely because they found that they could not do it that they took out the Medicine King's tablet, hoping that someone could successfully refine it. When that time came, as long as they brought this person along, they could finally enter the core area of the Medicine King's ruins smoothly. Even the unaffiliated cultivators could try, so the heirs and other powerhouses from the 16 major clans would not let go of this opportunity. At this time, everyone began to try at the same time, secretly holding back their energy. They wanted to leave their names in all 3 areas on the Medicine King's tablet and pass perfectly. Soon dozens of green lights shot over and turned into miniature light shields, enveloping the powerhouses from the 16 major clans. They began to challenge the trials. Among them, in addition to the heirs of the 16 major clans, including Tuoba Linfeng and the Purplish Warbler, there were also some powerhouses from the other 16 major clans who wanted to try. Time slowly passed by. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology was the first to open her eyes. There was an additional name at the bottom of the Medicine King's tablet, and it was hers. This caused a wave of exclamations in the surroundings. Another prodigy had left her name in the first trial. At least thousands of people had tried before, but only a few dozen people were qualified to leave their names. At this moment, Zhao Qianru had done this in less than 10 minutes. It was really amazing. Following that, the Purplish Warbler also opened her eyes and left her name. Then it was Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech. They both left their names in 10 minutes. Including Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, the other heirs of the 16 great clans had all left their names in the first round. Sure enough, they were worthy of being the heirs of the great clans. In this aspect, they were completely able to withstand the test. Although these guys all successfully passed the test after 10 minutes, they still left their names on the monument in the end. However, no one who passed was the Medicine King's Medicine Kings. Was the Medicine Kings was the Medicine Kings was the Medicine Kings. If they couldn't even pass the first round perfectly, one could imagine how difficult it would be for the next 2 rounds. Linfeng, that Ling Huchong is still in the first stage. We've all passed and successfully left our names on the monument, but he's still not done yet. At this time, Gong Yangji found something unusual and exclaimed softly. Everyone's eyes converged on Yixian again. Changyu Xiaotian immediately laughed. This guy is a big brute. We have just tried the first test. It is a test of the memory and identification of medicinal herbs, and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With his rough temperament, it is estimated that he can't even remember 1/10 of it and can't recognize it. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Linfeng also laughed and was in high spirits. He called his friends to gather at Yixian's side. Let's go and have a look. We are not in a hurry to pass the second trial. After a while, when that guy finishes and opens his eyes, he will see us surrounding him. I guess he will find a hole to hide in on the spot. Just thinking about it is so satisfying. As Tuoba Linfeng's voice sounded out, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others immediately followed him. Yuan Zhua, Dongfang Lin, Zhao Qianru, and the others hesitated for a moment. They recalled how Yixian had almost caused them to be blacklisted by the Clear River Pavilion. They were also angry, so they followed him. Purplish Warbler frowned slightly. She looked at Yixian, who was shrouded in the green light. She also did the same and followed behind. However, she was not there to laugh at Yixian. In fact, since Yixian casually threw a level 99 colored pill on the 18th floor of Clear River Pavilion yesterday, she always had a strange feeling in her heart. She always felt that this guy with a rough appearance gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Even his style of doing things, in her opinion, had a little shadow of Yixian. However, the difference in appearance between the two was too big. Furthermore, Prince Xian should still be in the star area controlled by the cultivation camp, and should not have successfully escaped so quickly. Therefore, she was hesitant in her heart. She was suspicious, but she also felt that it was unlikely. She was extremely conflicted. The reason why she followed Tuoba Linfeng and the others was that she wanted to observe closely and see if she could find any clues to verify her guess. At this moment, Yixian's entire mind had been completely immersed. He was absorbing all kinds of basic knowledge about the path of medicine refinement as if he was intoxicated. The first stage of the Medicine King's tablet tested the challenger's memory, as well as their ability to distinguish all kinds of medicinal herbs, heavenly and earthly treasures, and even various kinds of ferocious beasts' flesh and minerals that could be used as medicine. The path of medicine refinement was ever-changing. There were too many kinds of medicinal herbs that could be used. These were all the basics. Not only did one have to remember their names, but they also had to grasp their effects. At the beginning of the first stage, hundreds of millions of medicinal herbs, minerals, and ferocious beasts would appear in front of the challenger's eyes. Each of them had a detailed description of their effects, and they passed by at an extremely fast speed. What the challenger needed to do was to try their best to remember them. After this stage, the Medicine King's tablet would randomly select 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs and ask the challenger to identify them. At the same time, they would tell the challenger their effects. If one could identify 1/10 of them, they would be able to leave their name on the tablet. If one wanted to pass perfectly, not only would they have to identify all 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs and minerals, they would also have to identify their effects, characteristics, and other details without missing a single word. The medicinal herbs that were selected and asked to be identified by the Medicine King's tablet were naturally not ordinary. Basically, they were all rare existences in the world. For the challengers, almost all of them were new to them, and they would pass by very quickly before their eyes. Therefore, even if the experts in the Black Hole realm or even more powerful in the Starry Sky realm tried to memorize them by force, it was impossible for them to remember all the names and details of the medicinal herbs that flashed past their eyes. Even Zhao Qianru, who was the fastest to pass the first stage, only took her about 7 minutes. When she finally passed the first stage, she had only successfully identified a little more than 3,000 kinds of medicinal herbs, and only a little more than 1,000 of them had been described in detail. In her opinion, there was no such thing as an expert who could perfectly pass the first round and successfully identify 10,000 herbs randomly picked out from the tablet of the King of Medicines. Not to mention the details of their effects without a single word. Even a supreme expert of the universe realm with a terrifying divine sense would not have such an ability. Chapter 32-32. Pass again perfectly. Oh my God, what happened? The Medicine King's steel is shining brightly. Look, There's an additional name in the first stage area below. It's at the very top of this area. Furthermore, it's displayed in the middle. The strange light phenomenon on the Medicine King's tablet was released by this name. Ling Huchong? Was this a challenger? Why is his name in the middle of the list and why is it shining like a star? Heavens, could it be that he passed the first round perfectly? Is this person a monster? Although in the final test, he only needs to identify 10,000 types of medicinal herbs and at the same time, he has to state their specific medicinal effects word for word. However, these 10,000 types of medicinal herbs were randomly selected from the previous hundreds of millions of types. He actually passed the test perfectly. Doesn't that mean that he has memorized all of the hundreds of millions of medicinal herbs and medicinal effects? That's impossible. If he has this kind of ability, how does his brain work? Ling Huchong? Ling Hu? This name. Heavens, what am I thinking of? This is too shocking. Following the appearance of Yixian, Ling Huchong's pseudonym, at the top of the first section of the Medicine King's stele, he shone with a dazzling light like a star. The entire Tuoba Plaza instantly exploded, and countless supervoid powerhouses cried out in shock. It was also at this moment that the green light enveloping Yixian disappeared. This meant that he had finally completed the trial. In total, it took more than 40 minutes. However, the reason why it was slow was obviously not because it was slow in memorizing. Most of the time after that should be used to identify and describe the specific medicinal effects of those medicinal herbs in detail. There were a total of 10,000 types of medicinal herbs, and after identifying each one, it still had to describe the specific medicinal effects word for word. In just over 40 minutes, it was simply unimaginably fast. When this realization flashed through his mind, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others all opened their mouths wide. Even Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech were shocked. They were completely stunned. The purplish warbler, who was standing at the very back, gaped at the calm and collected Yixian. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she must have mistaken him for someone else. Although Prince Xian was perverted, he shouldn't be to this extent, right? She had also passed the test just now, and she had a very deep understanding of the difficulty. She was an elite from an aristocratic family of alchemists, and Prince Xian had never come into contact with this field. No matter how monstrous he was, how could he do better than her? This Ling Huchong in front of him was clearly a supreme genius of the same level as him. The two of them were proficient in different fields. However, there was no doubt that Ling Huchong's outstanding talent was definitely comparable to Prince Xian's. Has that fellow finally met his match? As the purplish warbler muttered to himself, he felt extremely conflicted. He didn't know if he should be happy for Ling Huchong or worried for Prince Xian, who had finally met an opponent of the same level. He passed the first test perfectly in just over 40 minutes? That's faster than I thought. I thought it would take at least 2 hours. Sigh, it seems that this Medicine King's tablet is only so. It's so disappointing. As soon as Yixian opened his eyes, he saw Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian standing a few feet away from him. Their expressions were as if they had just been struck by lightning. He immediately reacted. He knew that these three fellows wanted to see him make a fool of himself. In the end, they were slapped in the face. While secretly rejoicing, he took the opportunity to act cool. As he muttered indifferently, he raised his hand to pick his nose and dug out a lump of black stuff. With a flick of his finger, he dropped it on the person under Tuoba Linfeng's nose. Then, he closed his eyes again and extended his divine sense towards the Medicine King's tablet. He kept whispering, "Forget it, forget it. Since it's so simple, I might as well pass these 3 tests perfectly in one go. Anyway, it's still early. When I'm done, I can go for dinner." In the next moment, from the towering Medicine King's tablet in front of him, a green light once again shot out and fell on Yixian, enveloping his body. The second test began. Oh my god, this guy is too fierce. He actually clamored to pass the last 2 tests before dinner. It's only been more than 2 hours. His tone is too big. That's not the key. Didn't you hear him say that he wants to pass perfectly? This is clearly the rhythm of taking away this Medicine King's tablet. The Tuoba family has already said that if he can pass all 3 tests perfectly, this tablet will recognize him as its owner. They will let him take it away and will not stop him. But is that possible? I heard that this tablet was obtained from an ancient relic and is related to some kind of inheritance. The Tuoba family obtained it with great difficulty. Can they really let someone take it away? You're thinking a little too far. There are still 2 more tests. Passing the first one perfectly doesn't mean anything. At most, it means that this rough man has great wisdom and an amazing memory. The next 2 tests are the real test of alchemy ability. It's not a simple rote memorization. He has no chance. These are not important. The only thing I want to know now is one thing. Is this Ling Huchong really related to the Ling Hu family back then? Don't tell me that you've forgotten how glorious the Ling Hu family was back then. In my opinion, he should be the successor of that bloodline. Didn't you see that he just flicked a suspicious object, and it just happened to land in the middle of the Tuoba family's young master? This is clearly intentional. It is said that the Tuoba family led the incident back then. At that time, they were just a small second-rate family. The Ling Hu bloodline is destined to rise today. They are here for revenge. Sure, this can't be said. There will be great horror. Do you want to die? With these words, the sluggish Tuoba Linfeng finally returned to his senses. He raised his hand in horror and pulled out a suspicious black object the size of a mung bean from the middle of his nose. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at it. He immediately put his hands on his knees and retched. Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian, who were like best friends, also didn't care about loyalty at this time. They pinched their noses and retreated like they were avoiding ghosts. In fact, this wasn't the disgusting thing they imagined. Although Yixian dressed up as a rough man, how could he be so sloppy? This was nothing more than a small mound of dirt that he had secretly rubbed out using the power of his cultivation base. Because it was too similar, it actually frightened Tuoba Linfeng to the point of being frightened out of his wits. Wah! Son of a bitch, too shameless. This young master is not done with you. Wretch! After retching for a long time, nearly 10 minutes, there was no one within 10 meters of Tuoba Linfeng. They all retreated to a distance. At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, who had retched for a while, finally gradually recovered. After stopping the retching, he looked at Yixian with eyes that were about to split open. Chapter 32-33. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. No challenge at all. Ling Huchong. This time, the name that appeared on the top of the second section of the Medicine King's tablet was exactly the same as before. It was also the same 3 words that were shining brightly like stars. This meant that this burly man named Ling Huchong, who could pull out a suspicious black object the size of a mung bean from his nose, had once again passed the test perfectly. And it was the second test. The only difference was that he used more than 40 minutes in the first test, and only 10 minutes in the second test. It was simply unbearable. Many people around Tuoba Square had already vomited blood due to anger. If this second level was perfectly cleared by a refined and elegant gentleman, they could more or less accept it. However, this boorish man in front of them was simply too different. Moreover, he only used 10 minutes to perfectly clear the second level. All of this was too shocking, too shocking. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Puff. After finally stopping from vomiting, Tuoba Linfeng was once again shocked by the name of Ling Huchong on the Medicine King's tablet. He roared like a madman. Finally, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was forced out by anger. Even Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech were all shocked at this moment. Then, a touch of unwillingness appeared on their faces. They all gritted their teeth and extended their divine sense towards the Medicine King's tablet. Including the purplish warbler Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, all of them did the same. They were really unwilling and thought that the second test might be easier. This time they wanted to give it a try. Soon rays of green light shot over and enveloped their bodies. This group of people closed their eyes and began to pass the second test. Seeing this scene, Yixian curled his lips and disapproved. However, his face still had a completely indifferent expression. He shook his head and said, "Sigh, this is too disappointing. There is no challenge at all. Who would have thought that the second test would be easier? It seems that the third test will take less time. It's a bit boring." After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Another ray of green light shot from the Medicine King's tablet in the distance and enveloped his body. Yixian began to pass the third test. Countless experts in the surroundings looked at each other, completely defeated by this scene. Thinking that someone had passed the first two Medicine King's tablet perfectly translation, their breathing was extremely rapid. Could the third test be the same? If that was really the case, wouldn't it mean that the Medicine King's tablet would lose its owner? At this moment, all the experts in the square, their hearts were in their mouths. In contrast, Yixian, who had passed the third test in less than 2 ins, as he was the Medicine King's was translation as he. To him, the first two stages were simply too easy and satisfying. The first test was to test one's memory. Of course, this level of memory was no ordinary test. Hundreds of millions of kinds of herbs and minerals that could be used in medicine, including their detailed medicinal properties, flashed before one's eyes. Even if one was a powerful figure in the universe, it would be impossible to remember half of it. However, this was not a problem for the devouring system. Who could be like Yixian and bring along a supercomputer? Moreover, it was not an ordinary supercomputer. Its intelligence center was an immortal-level supercomputer. Although it was not as powerful as the intelligence center of the Immortal Star Dynasty's first-class main network, it was already mature. However, an immortal-level expert was an immortal-level expert. Its computing power was unquestionable. Everything that flashed before Yixian's eyes was instantly recorded by the devouring system. The next test was to randomly pick 10,000 herbs. This was practically cheating. As soon as the Medicine King's tablet picked one, the devouring system would select the target in Yixian's mind, including the detailed medicinal properties. He just had to read it. The reason why it took him more than 40 minutes was because there were too many herbs. Just using his consciousness to copy them would take so long. As for the second test, it was even easier. The second test gave him 1,000 pill formulas. Of course, they were all incomplete. They all lacked a certain herb, mineral, or ferocious beast materials that could be used in medicine. These could be found among the hundreds of millions of herbs provided in the first test. The second test was to test the challenger's understanding of the medicinal properties of these herbs, instead of rote memorization. The challenger was required to analyze these 1,000 pill formulas and finally determine what kind of herb was missing, as well as the exact amount to be used. If there were no mistakes, then the challenger would also pass perfectly. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of calculation ability. Yixian did not care about it at all, and directly threw it to the devouring system to calculate. The immortal-level supercomputer's calculation ability was obvious. Yixian only spent 10 minutes to perfectly pass this test because every time the devouring system calculated a herb, he would immediately copy the answer with his consciousness. In addition, there were only 1,000 herbs to copy and hand in, which was much less than the first test. Therefore, he felt that it was easier and easier, and he accidentally passed perfectly. The reason why he said that it was too unchallenging wasn't because he was pretending. It was because of Yixian's true feelings. However, in the ears of the other experts around Tuoba Plaza, it was truly hateful. Many of the experts had long since suffocated to the point that their faces were flushed red as they glared fiercely at Yixian. For the first time, they realized that some people with a rough appearance, who seemed to speak whatever they wanted, and who had no shrewdness at all, were sometimes so hateful. This time, Yixian started after Tuoba Linfeng and the others. Of course, the latter group of 16 was challenging the second test, while Yixian was already at the third test. Yixian's test had only started for less than 5 minutes when Tuoba Linfeng was the first of the 16 to open his eyes. There were 1,000 incomplete pill formulas, and he could only analyze up to the 50th one. He could not continue after that, so he was directly expelled. This time, he did not leave his name on the list and was eliminated. He did not even have the qualifications to challenge the third test. If he wanted to challenge the next test, he had to leave his name on the list in the previous test to qualify. As the young master of the Tuoba family and the future successor, his level should not be bad to this extent. He could still leave his name on the list in the second test. Unfortunately, everything before had already messed up his mind, and he could no longer perform normally. How is this possible? In a short span of 10 minutes, he actually managed to deduce all of the 1,000 incomplete pill formulas. Furthermore, even the amount of missing medicinal herbs was accurately calculated without error. Chapter 32-34. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ancient tablet recognizes its owner within 10 minutes. The other 15 people had also finished their challenges one after another. About half of them had left their names on the second stage. In just a few minutes, another 6 or 7 names were added to the second area in the center of the Medicine King's tablet, causing the surrounding powerhouses to exclaim in amazement. But of course, the only one who passed perfectly and whose name shone like a bright star was still Ling Huchong. Among the 6 or 7 people who still left their names on the second stage, there were Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech, and Purplish Warbler. But none of them planned to continue to challenge the third stage. At this time, the group looked at Yi Xian, who had started to challenge the third stage with his eyes closed. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Their tone was unprecedentedly disappointed and dispirited. This brother Ling Hu is really amazing. He only knew the difficulty of this stage after he tried the second stage himself. I didn't expect him to pass perfectly in just 10 minutes. That's right. Out of 1,000 incomplete pill recipes, as long as you can fill up 1/10 of them, that is, 100 of them, you can leave your name on the list. I can only barely do this. Moreover, although the medicinal herbs of those 100 pill recipes have been filled up, the dosage still needs to be considered. I didn't give a detailed dosage at all. But he passed perfectly in such a short time. Not only did he fill in the missing medicinal herbs, but the dosage was also correct. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it at all. It's too monstrous. There's no need to try the third stage anymore. With our level, we don't even have the possibility of leaving our names on the list. If I'm not mistaken, the third stage should require the challenger to create a perfect new pill formula out of thin air, based on the 100 million types of medicinal herbs and minerals from before. The number should be 100. 100 people? It's easy to say. Which of the pill formulas that have been handed down today haven't been refined and tested by generations of alchemists and alchemists before they finally become perfect? Even a single pill formula needs many years of verification. This kind of creation of a pill formula out of thin air is the most difficult. It's impossible to create one, let alone 100. I reckon that even this stunning Ling Hu brother would lose in this round. This is simply an impossible mission. But even so, to be able to perfectly pass the first 2 tests, it's enough for him to leave his name in the annals of history, becoming famous in a single battle. They were right. The third stage of the Medicine King's tablet did indeed require the challenger to create an unprecedented pill formula out of thin air, using the hundreds of millions of herbs and minerals that could be used in the first stage. There were only 100 of them. Don't look at how these 100 pill formulas seem to be very few in number. The Medicine King Steel's requirements were extremely strict. 100 pill formulas, as long as he could complete 10, he would be able to leave his name on the Medicine King's Steel. If he wanted to pass the test perfectly and make the tablet of the Medicine Kings recognize him as his master, then he would have complete control over the core area of the Medicine King's remains and obtain the final inheritance. In this third test alone, he would have to obtain all 100 pill recipes, and every single one of them would have to be perfect. All the herbs that made up the pill formula had to be 1 type more or 1 type less, and the amount had to be precise to the point that it couldn't be made into a pill formula. To put it simply, it was to say that the 100 pill formulas required by the Medicine King's tablet were all of the kind that had been passed down through the ages in reality, and had been tempered by generations of alchemists before they were finally finalized. This was definitely an impossible task. Even if it was a true alchemist master, it wouldn't be difficult for him to assemble 100 pill formulas out of thin air in a short period of time. However, if he wanted to ensure that these pill formulas were as incisive as those ancient formulas that had been passed down through the ages, and that the amount couldn't be increased or decreased, that was absolutely unrealistic. But for Yi Xian, this wasn't a problem. In fact, to put it bluntly, this kind of new pill formula that came out of thin air, and at the same time determining the most incisive ratio of medicinal ingredients, was a kind of calculation. This kind of calculation, an ordinary superbrain might not be able to do it. There were too many possibilities and it was ever-changing. If he had to calculate 100 rough pill formulas at the same time in a short period of time, even the superbrain would break down. However, the central intelligence of Yi Xian's personal communication system was an immortal-grade superbrain, and it had already entered the growth stage and was no longer the fragmentary grade it was before. Could barely do this. It was just that the time taken was a little too long. Until 4 hours later, his third attempt was still ongoing. The 99 perfect pill formulas from before had already been successfully submitted and approved by the Medicine King's tablet. Now, Yi Xian was going through the perfect calculation of the last pill formula. As long as the calculation was completed, he would be able to pass the third round perfectly. This was definitely the rhythm of making the Medicine King's tablet recognize him as its owner. The outside world was already in an uproar. Previously, those who had gathered at Tuoba Plaza were only a few rogue cultivators, as well as the younger generation of the 16 great powers. They had also come to try to pass the round, and wanted to leave their names on the tablet. But now, with Ling Huchong perfectly passing the first 2 rounds of the Medicine King's tablet, the 16 great powers were all present. The leaders of the great powers were all shocked, and they all rushed over. Looking around, the huge Tuoba Plaza was completely filled with a sea of people, and there was no empty space at all. There were even some powerhouses hovering in the air, but they were all in the distance. At least hundreds of thousands of starry sky powerhouses had gathered here, and they were all waiting for the result of Yi Xian's third round. In the void far away, Clear River Pavilion's manager Hu and Clear River Pavilion's master Mr. Hu were hidden in the void, quietly looking at Tuoba Plaza, and they were silent for a long time. After a while, Manager Hu asked tentatively, "Mr. In your opinion, can this guy who calls himself Ling Huchong be the descendant of the main bloodline of our Ling Hu clan that escaped back then? The main bloodline took away the clan's alchemy inheritance back then, and it should be able to cultivate such a peerless genius. Other than that, I really can't think of any other power that could have such an achievement. Even the alchemy bloodline of the cultivation camp can't do it." This matter can basically be confirmed. Clear River Pavilion's master nodded, and his tone was filled with joy and excitement. "Old master, although the Medicine King's remnant book that you obtained from the periphery of the Medicine King's remains is only an incomplete inheritance, but if you put in a certain amount of effort and time, you can indeed cultivate such an amazing genius on the path of alchemy. I am very clear about this point. If there is no accident, Ling Huchong should be the descendant of the young lord after he escaped back then. Today our Ling Hu clan is finally going to rise again." Manager Hu immediately became excited. Obviously, he had already made his decision in his heart, but he respected Mr. Hu's opinion, so he had not said it. Now that the other party had expressed his opinion, he immediately could not hold it in, and his voice was trembling. "You mean? Send the order. We will arrange the forces at the Medicine King's remains, and fully assist the young lord in obtaining the complete Medicine King's inheritance in the core area." Chapter 32-35. A sensation in the imperial capital at this moment. The sky was already dark, but Tuoba Square was still surrounded by hundreds of thousands of starry sky powerhouses. Even at night, this place was still as bright as day. As the imperial capital, the lighting at night was very bright. However, the most dazzling thing was still the 2 names on the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings, which were exactly the same. Ling Huchong. It emitted an intense starlight that was as bright as the stars. At this moment, there was no one else attempting the trial in Tuoba Square. From the towering Medicine King's steel, only a single streak of green light shot out, landing on Yi Xian, who was around 100 meters away. It formed a protective barrier, protecting Yi Xian, who stood there with his hands behind his back like a statue from the outside world. The gazes of hundreds of thousands of starry sky experts were all focused on him. Ever since the leaders of the 16 great clans had arrived, Tuoba Linfeng, Xianyuan Ziying, and the other heirs of the great clans had all returned to their respective camps. But they were still paying attention to Yi Xian. The requirements to pass the 3 stages of the ancient Medicine King's tablet had already been spread out, and the entire Heaven Battle planet knew about it. Even the requirements to pass the 3rd stage had been revealed. The 2 elders of the Tuoba family who had left their names in the 2nd stage had tried to pass the 3rd stage, but they failed in the end. The 2 of them had created a few unprecedented Dan recipes, but they were not recognized by the Medicine King's ancient tablet, and the number did not reach 10. Therefore, he didn't even have the qualifications to leave his name in the 3rd stage. But even so, after passing the 3rd stage, he would at least know what the requirements of the 3rd stage were. It was precisely because of the two of them that the third trial's requirements were revealed and spread. This caused a huge commotion at that time. When all the experts in the surroundings thought about how Yixian was currently creating a new pill formula, and how it had already been 4 hours, they all felt a chill run down their backs. That sort of thing required a lot of calculation ability. Every minute and every second consumed a lot of mental energy. Even the universe almighties would be horrifying if they could last for 2 hours. They would use up a huge amount of divine consciousness, but Ling Huchong had clearly lasted for 4 hours. It was still going on. He was simply a monster. No one suspected that Yixian was dawdling in his work or taking a break after deducing. That was not allowed. The two elders of the Tuoba family who had once passed through the third level had the most right to speak and denied this possibility. At this moment, the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Xiong, the head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, and the head of the Longyu family, Longyu Jinglong, were gathered together. They coldly watched from the sidelines as Yixian was enveloped by the green light that shot out from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Tuoba family head, in your opinion, can this kid make the Medicine King's ancient tablet automatically recognize him as its owner? After a short while, the patriarch of the Chongyu family, Chongyu Jinglong, asked in a low voice, his tone full of worry, I am now worried about the gains and losses. I hope this boy succeeds because then our chances of entering the core area of the Medicine King's remains will skyrocket, but at the same time I don't want him to succeed because once he succeeds it means, don't tell me that if he can't pass the third level you will be relieved? The head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, took over the conversation and snorted lightly, don't regret what you have done. Even if he can't pass the third level, being able to pass the first 2 levels perfectly is enough to prove his identity as a bastard of the Linghu bloodline. Other than the Linghu family, who else can cultivate such a monster? Let's act according to the circumstances. Tuoba Xiong, who had been silent all this time, also spoke at this time. He was obviously the leader of the three, and his tone revealed an unquestionable decisiveness. No matter what, this person's appearance is a good thing for us. He can have such amazing alchemy skills, which means that the Medicine King's incomplete book that was not found in the Linghu family must have fallen into his hands. Even if this time we can't enter the core area of the ruins to obtain the complete book, at least we can still obtain the incomplete book. Whether or not he can pass the third level, we must bring this boy along when we explore the Medicine King's remains in 10 days. It would be best if we can use him to enter the core area of the ruins. If not, we can just destroy him in the ruins and obtain the Medicine King's incomplete book. Gongyang Buhui and Chongyu Jinglong turned to look at each other, and a ray of light flashed in their eyes, and they didn't say anything more. At the same time, in the area where the experts of the Xinyuan family were, the old Xinyuan family master stared at Yixian, who was covered in the green light of the Medicine King's ancient tablet, and his eyes were shining with green light. TSK, this Linghu nephew, the more this old man looks at him, the more he is pleasing to the eye. As he whispered to himself, the old Xinyuan family master seemed to suddenly think of something, and turned to look at the purplish warbler beside him, and asked tentatively, Girl, what do you think of him? Is he okay? The purplish warbler was also a little absent-minded at this moment. She didn't know why, but when she saw Ling Huchong she always felt a sense of familiarity in her heart, and she always thought of Yixian, but the gap between the two was so big. Although they were both monstrous, their styles were completely different, and their fields of expertise were completely different. This made her feel very conflicted, and she completely lost her ability to judge. At this moment, when she heard the old Xinyuan family master's words, she didn't think too much about it, and just took it literally. In addition, she had something on her mind, so she subconsciously replied, He is indeed monstrous. This kind of person is too amazing. This was the truth. With the talent and foundation that he displayed, even the words monstrous and amazing were not enough to describe him. The old Xinyuan family master clearly misunderstood her, and hearing the purplish warbler's evaluation of Yixian, coupled with the fact that she was staring at him, her expression was clearly a little absent-minded, as if she was infatuated. This made the Xinyuan family master very satisfied. No matter what, there was finally hope that this silly daughter of his would not hang herself on a tree. Long Xian, that playboy radish, get lost. Today, this old man has finally found a good son-in-law that is compatible with this silly girl, and I definitely won't let him go so easily. Thinking of this, the old Xianyuan family master was immediately overjoyed. If this silly girl could form a good relationship with Ling Huxian, all of the previous effects would basically be resolved. Look, although my little girl is a little silly and has been fooled by that playboy Long Xian to the point of death, and has completely embarrassed this old man in the end, she has finally found the right person for her, the ideal husband. In his opinion, this Ling Huxian in front of him was not inferior to Prince Xian in terms of talent, and was also a good match for him in terms of expertise. He was also in the field of medicine refinement, and had a common language with the purplish warbler, and was also a good match for the Xianyuan family. There was nothing more suitable than this. As he thought about it, the patriarch of the Xianyuan family actually raised his head and laughed loudly in the end, causing Xianyuan Ziying, who was beside him, to be suddenly shocked and feel a sense of confusion. Chapter 32-36. Everyone's attention at the top of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings. Below the 3 words Ancient Tablet of the Medicine Kings, there was nothing, but at this moment a name suddenly appeared. Ling Huchong. And the moment this name appeared, it shone brightly. Like the other 2 levels below, it was at the center of the top level. For a time, the entire ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings had the same name on all 3 levels. They were all at the top of the level, shining brightly like stars. This meant that Ling Huchong had finally passed the 3rd level. Even if it was the 3rd level, he had passed it perfectly. In the void far away, manager whose tears flowed down his face. It is indeed the young master. With such talent, who else could it be other than my Ling Hu family's young master? The heavens have pity on us. Even Mr. Hu was inexplicably excited, muttering to himself, after 2,000 years of silence, is the Ling Hu family finally going to shine again? Old master, Hu Qing has finally lived up to your expectations. I have waited for the young master to return. At the same time, the entire Tuoba Plaza fell into a dead silence. In the area where the 3 elite families of the Heaven Battle Planet gathered, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian clenched their fists, their eyes full of unwillingness and dejection. The 3 elite families of the patriarchs turned their heads to look, their eyes flashing, their faces gloomy to the extreme. Sure enough, that little bastard is back. This matter is good as well. Back then, a young master of the direct bloodline escaped. This young man should be a descendant of his bloodline and brought back the inheritance. This time, the Tuoba bloodline will all perish in the Heaven Battle Planet. It's time to settle the matters of the past. Humph, kid, don't be complacent. 10 days later, we will enter the ruins. When your light and heat dissipate, it will be the time of death. In addition, in the Xianyuan family's area, the purplish warbler's eyes burst with splendor. Although she had guessed it when it really happened, she was still shocked. At this moment, she muttered to herself, I have always thought that my talent in alchemy is amazing. But today I have met this Ling Huchong and I feel so frustrated. I can't accept it. Yes, we have to submit. On the side, the head of the Xianyuan family took over the conversation. He seemed to be quite satisfied with the attitude of the purplish warbler. He grinned and said, Girl, in the future, you will be a good wife at home. How can you not accept it? In your father's opinion, Ling Hu's virtuous son-in-law is quite good. What's wrong with having a rough temperament? If you want to use gentleness to conquer strength, you have to submit to him first, then you can make him submit to you in the future. Purplish warbler's eyes widened, #yen%. It was also at this time that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, which had just appeared on the top floor, suddenly changed again. Swish! A blinding ray of light shot up into the sky. At this moment, all the names on the 3 levels of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings disappeared. Immediately after that, 3 huge ancient characters suddenly appeared. The character Ling appeared on the top layer, occupying the entire top layer. The middle layer had the word fox, and it was the same. The word Chong at the bottom also occupied the entire area. Ling Hu Chong. These 3 big words were about 10 feet in size. They were many times bigger than the 3 words on the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. These 3 words had already occupied the entire surface of the ancient tablet. At the same time, it emitted an endless amount of light. This meant that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King had been conquered. Now that these 3 words had appeared, occupying the entire surface of the ancient tablet, It was clear that the ancient tablet was about to recognize its owner. At the same time, the green light that enveloped Yixian suddenly retracted and entered the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Yixian opened his eyes. The system beep sounded in his mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly passing the test. You have received the request of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Do you want to accept it immediately? Accept immediately. Keep the ancient tablet. Yixian's heart was beating wildly. He would not be polite. This was originally the Tuoba family's public declaration. Since he had done it, it would be a waste not to take it. He immediately gave the order to accept the ancient tablet's recognition and keep it into his body. Xiu. Following Yixian's order, the engulfing system immediately connected with the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. The latter turned into a green light and directly entered Yixian's body and disappeared. At this moment, the entire Tuoba square was dead silent. Yixian, everyone's attention was on him. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong's eyes twitched slightly. Although this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was taken out by the Tuoba family from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the person who was keeping it now was the descendant of the Linghu family. That year, the Linghu family's downfall was caused by the three families working together. Hence, the unwillingness in Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong's heart was not one bit weaker than Tuoba Xiong's. But the three of them held back and did not flare up. They even had a smile on their faces, as if they had seen the rise of the younger generation and were comforted by it. However, in their eyes, the glorious Yixian was no different from a dead person. At least that was what they thought. His heart was filled with hatred, but his face was brimming with a kind smile. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Longyu Jinglong soared towards Yixian, who was in the center of the plaza. The other patriarchs of the dozen or so top-notch families did the same. All of them had smiles on their faces and didn't fall behind. They immediately flew towards Yixian. At this moment, Yixian was definitely a super delicious piece of meat in their eyes. One should know that this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was the only key to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Now that the ancient tablet had recognized its owner, it meant that Yixian could successfully enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Not only that, he could bring a group of people with him. Of course, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains had a restriction on the strength of those who entered. They could not exceed the Black Hole realm. Therefore, they could only be juniors. For the leaders of the 16 top families, being on good terms with Yixian was related to whether their juniors would be able to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains with Yixian. This was the only hope to obtain the ultimate inheritance of the Medicine King. Girl, let's go and accompany your father to have a look. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong and the others are all green with envy. This is not a good sign. Turning his head to look at the purplish warbler beside him, the head of the Xianyuan family could be said to be complacent at this moment. He had long regarded Yixian, who was also known as Ling Huchong, as his new son-in-law. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Seeing that the purplish warbler was rather resistant, he immediately lowered his voice and persuaded in a low voice, "Don't you want the inheritance of the Medicine King? That ancient tablet of the Medicine King is only the key to opening the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. It does not mean that you will definitely obtain the inheritance. Apart from him, he can also bring 19 companions below the origin realm with him. Everyone will have a chance to obtain the complete inheritance of the Medicine King." The purplish warbler was immediately moved. Seeing this scene, old man Xianyuan grinned again. "So the two of you need to cultivate your relationship first. There are still 10 days, so there is still time. When the time comes, the two of you will work together to fight against the enemy. The inheritance of the Medicine King must be obtained." Chapter 32-37. Fragrant Meat Cake. Ha ha ha. This ancient tablet of the Medicine King was something that my Tuoba family had painstakingly obtained from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Unfortunately, although my Tuoba family had obtained some inspiration from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, we were able to make a breakthrough in the research of the gene fluid and came up with the 10th level gene fluid. However, the talents of the experts in the family were limited, and in the end, we were unable to pass all 3 tests and make the tablet recognize us as its master. Landing on Yixian's side, Tuoba Xiong raised his head and laughed loudly. He had an extremely open-minded and extraordinary bearing as he sized Yixian up from head to toe. He nodded repeatedly. This old man placed this tablet in the plaza with the goal of finding a good owner for it. Today my wish has come true. Little friend, with your talent, since you have obtained the Medicine King's ancient tablet, you naturally have the qualifications to explore the Medicine King's ruins with us. That's right, little friend must not miss this opportunity. The head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, said with a smile, looking at Yixian with admiration. This tablet is the key to opening the core of the Medicine King's ruins. With this key, the one who refines the tablet can bring 19 companions below the origin realm into the core of the Medicine King's ruins. We have decided to start the exploration in 10 days. Little friend, you can stay with us in the Tuoba family for the next few days, and we can exchange our knowledge of alchemy. Since the Medicine King's ruins only allows experts below the origin realm to enter, us old fellows obviously won't have this opportunity. With a similar smile on his face, the clan head of the Changyu family, Changyu Jinglong, chuckled and said, "Hee, the younger generation is replacing the older one, the future belongs to you young generation. This time, each of the 16 top families will send a Black Hole Realm Junior to follow this little friend into the world of medicine. You must be friendly and support each other. Only then can you successfully obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance and benefit the entire human race." In just a few simple words he had already explained everything clearly. Moreover, he had even blocked the path of retreat, making it impossible for Yixian to refuse. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to benefit the human race. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain the Medicine King's tablet that the other party had painstakingly obtained without thinking of returning the favor. The patriarchs of the other dozen or so top-notch families seemed to be very satisfied with these words, and echoed one after another. As for Tuoba Linfeng and the other heirs of the 16 great families, they all had different expressions on their faces. Looking at the current situation, Yixian was like a moon surrounded by stars. It felt like he had leapt to become an existence on equal footing with the patriarchs of the various major clans. At this moment, all the major clans were scrambling to converse with Yixian, but they could only accompany him from behind. For no apparent reason, they felt as if they were a generation lower than Yixian. This feeling made them feel stifled and extremely uncomfortable. Yixian laughed coldly in his heart. Actually, he had never planned to leave after obtaining the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. At this moment, this ancient monument had shrunk countless times, turning into a simple and unadorned little green monument, floating in his sea of consciousness. What surprised Yixian was that although this monument was not an item from the Desolate Era, but from the Ancient Era, after the Desolate Era, its grade was not low. It seemed to represent an extremely important inheritance. After entering his sea of consciousness, it was like the ancient Tower of Inheritance, floating in the central region of Yixian's Sea of Consciousness, standing side by side with the Rai Di seal. It was not like the little golden bow and the black gold dragon scale, which were all around the Sea of Consciousness. From this, it could be seen that the Medicine King's inheritance it represented was not to be underestimated. Just based on this point, Yixian would definitely not give up this opportunity to enter the Medicine King's ruins. He had to go in and explore, and obtain the complete Medicine King's inheritance. According to his estimates, as long as he could do this, he would be able to concoct a level 10 liquid, level 11 liquid, or even a higher level of genetic cultivation liquid. In this way, the path of genetic evolution would be unstoppable. Yixian would be able to continue on this path. This was too important. In the face of such an opportunity, not to mention leaving by himself, even if he was chased away with a broom, Yixian would not leave. It just so happened that in these 10 days, he could stay in the Tuoba family to eat and drink for free. With his current status, the spirit wine and delicacies served by the Tuoba family would obviously not be too bad. Yixian had already left an image of a big foodie in the Clear River Pavilion. Even if the Tuoba family opened their mouth wide, ordering dragon liver today and wind marrow tomorrow, it would not seem too deliberate. No one would think that he was doing it on purpose. Anyway, he did not like Tuoba Linfeng, so he could use this opportunity to viciously disgust the Tuoba family. What's more, in these 10 days, he could also exchange his alchemy experience with the powerhouses of the 16 top families, including the Tuoba family. This was a rare opportunity. After passing the first 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet, Yi Xian was already quite skilled in alchemy. Although everything was stored in the database of the devouring system, he could easily access it at any time. It wasn't a problem at all to fool the experts of the 16 top-notch clans and take the opportunity to obtain some of the secret alchemy techniques of the clans from their mouths. In short, staying in the Tuoba family for the past 10 days was beneficial and harmless. No matter how Yi Xian thought about it, he didn't have a reason to refuse, so he immediately agreed with a smile on his face. While agreeing, Yi Xian casually glanced at Tuoba Linfeng. He suddenly thought of another benefit. Didn't this guy say that he wanted to kill me? Now that I am temporarily staying in the Tuoba family with the status of being on an equal footing with the patriarchs of the various families, the patriarchs must have sent these juniors to build a good relationship. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can teach them a lesson. Thinking like this, Yi Xian suddenly smiled even more brilliantly. His eyes were filled with kindness, as if he was looking at his juniors. He swept his gaze over the faces of Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yongji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the other heirs of the various families. Even the purplish warbler was not let go, so as to avoid suspicion. This group of people were also shrewd. They immediately caught something from Yi Xian's slightly strange gaze. Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yongji, and Changyu Xiaotian were stunned for a moment, and their faces turned white. Although they were not afraid of Yi Xian, if the other party used this opportunity to teach them a lesson as an elder, it was simply more disgusting than eating a mosquito. What was more speechless was that they could only pinch their noses and endure, unable to do anything. Thinking like this, the 3 of them immediately complained incessantly in their hearts, and their intestines turned green with regret. As for Zhao Qianru from the imperial capital's immortal planet Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech, after exchanging glances, they helplessly sighed. They could not blame Yi Xian, but they hated Tuoba Linfeng. If this time they really suffered in front of Yi Xian and were treated like a junior, this debt would definitely be put on Tuoba Linfeng's head. It was all because of this kid that they were implicated. Chapter 32-38. Dragon Liver and Phoenix Marrow Feast. Seeing Yi Xian nod in agreement, Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong immediately beamed with joy. They originally thought that this young Master Linghu would not be easy to deal with. After all, the other party had suddenly returned to Heaven Battle Planet at this time. It was impossible to say that he did not know anything about what had happened more than 2,000 years ago. Perhaps he had already regarded the 3 families as his enemies. After all, although the 3 families did not make a public appearance, the ones who benefited the most from the fall of the Linghu family were the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Changyu family, so there was bound to be some suspicion. But now, this guy who called himself Young Master Linghu did not show the slightest bit of suspicion. Either this person did not suspect them at all, or this person was too shrewd and was a difficult character to deal with. They would rather believe that it was the latter. Therefore, after the 3 of them secretly exchanged glances, they had already made a tacit decision. Once they entered the core area of the Medicine King's remains, no matter what, they had to get their fellow tribesmen to get rid of this person as soon as possible to prevent future trouble. They were quite confident that they could do that. After all, although the Linghu bloodline had half of the King of Medicine's inheritance and had amazing achievements in the field of alchemy, the young master of the Linghu bloodline, who was born in this generation, was only a 3rd-order black hole. He was too weak and had no resistance at all. He could only be killed. At this time it was not late. Since Yi Xian had agreed to stay with the Tuoba family for 10 days, participate in the Medicine King's summit 3 days later, and then explore the Medicine King's ruins 10 days later, Tuoba Xiong as the host, naturally had to do his part. He immediately smiled and invited Yi Xian to the Tuoba family's banquet, and the other masters of the 15 great families would follow along. The large banquet hall had a total of 4 tables. The 16 family heads and Yi Xian sat at the first table. Below them were 3 tables in a row. One table was for Tuoba Linfeng and the other heirs of the 16 great families, while the other 2 tables were for the backbone of the great families. Each table could seat 20 people, and it was a very large round table, very impressive. Seeing Yi Xian sitting at the first table with the patriarchs, Tuoba Linfeng and the others below had gloomy expressions on their faces. There was nothing they could do about it. They were in a bad mood, so they might as well not see it and not look over there. Only Xian Yuanzing would occasionally turn her head to glance at Yixian, who was at the first table. In Tuoba Linfeng's eyes, he thought that she had taken a fancy to Yixian, causing him to become even more depressed. The table full of good wine and dishes had all turned into the same taste in his mouth. It was like chewing wax, there was no difference. Sigh. After eating a few mouthfuls, Yixian suddenly sighed and put down his chopsticks with a look of disinterest. Tuoba Xiong, who was chatting with him, was startled. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but as the host, it was inappropriate to not ask when the guest suddenly became like this. Thus he braced himself and asked, "Little friendling Hu, what's wrong? Could it be that the dishes are not to your taste? My Tuoba family's private kitchen is the best in Heaven Battle Planet. It's not the chef's problem. In fact, this chef is really amazing. The cooking skills in his hands can be said to be magical. These simple ingredients that are not on the table can be made into so many different styles. This kind of taste is really rare. It really is worthy of being called the Tuoba family's private kitchen." These words were said in a very negative way, but Yixian was so serious and straightforward that no one could tell if he was doing it on purpose. In short, Tuoba Xiong's old face turned green and his eyelids twitched. However, Yixian didn't stop and continued to say, "Everyone, continue to eat. Don't worry about me. I will accompany you first. If you are really hungry later, you can go to the Clear River Pavilion. Although the braised subservient dragon liver there is not good, at least I can eat it and barely cope with it. Besides, it's not like I have to eat every meal. As a cultivator, sometimes when the conditions are not good enough, it's normal for me to cultivate for a few days without eating. Don't worry about me, I'm embarrassed." Hearing this, the masters of the top clans were all stunned. Although the ingredients on this table weren't as rare as the subservient dragon liver, it was still not bad. However, from the words of this chef, it was clear that he was used to eating dragon liver and phoenix marrow feasts. He couldn't even bear to eat a little. If there wasn't dragon liver and phoenix marrow, he would rather not eat it and just treat it as cultivation. As for the table below, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shinong Biotech exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions on their faces. Xian Yuanzing's eyelids twitched as she subconsciously stole a glance at Yixian. She suddenly felt the suspicion in her heart grow even stronger. This style was becoming more and more similar to that of a shameless person. Tuoba Linfeng was so angry that his face turned green. This was clearly tearing down the Tuoba family's reputation in front of everyone. What did he mean by the chef's cooking skills were amazing and could turn something rotten into something magical? After all this time, the banquet that the Tuoba family used to entertain the masters of the top 15 clans was all rotten ingredients? This kid's words were too infuriating. He simply wanted to strangle him to death on the spot to vent his anger. In fact, Tuoba Xiong was a little suspicious that Yixian was deliberately embarrassing him at this moment. However, it didn't seem like it at all on the surface. He was just so boorish. Besides, he did order a table of the best banquet in the Clear River Pavilion alone, including the braised subservient dragon liver. For that meal, he directly threw out a level 9 colored star core. He couldn't have been planning for this scene at that time, right? This was clearly not possible. Going to a banquet alone and throwing out a level 9 colored star core could only mean that he was a prodigal. Back then, the remnants of the Linghu bloodline did take away a lot of resources, which was enough for the young master of the main bloodline to squander. It seemed that this was a habit that he had long since developed. But even so, it was in the Linghu family. Now this was the Tuoba family. Perhaps no one would tolerate this prodigal young master's temper. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong immediately persuaded with a fake smile. "Linghu, my young friend, I advise you to eat some. Even if you go back to the Clear River Pavilion, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat that dish. The subservient dragon is not easy to hunt. Only adult subservient dragons can be eaten. They are the supreme fierce beasts of the Tao Insight realm. Even in the Clear River Pavilion, it takes a long time to hunt one. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. As long as I go there, they will definitely find a way to hunt one to satisfy me." Yixian sneered in his heart, but his face showed a big smile. He winked at Tuoba Xiong and lowered his voice. "Tuoba family head, have you forgotten? This time there are 20 places to enter the relics. Except for me and your 16 families, there are 17 places in total. There are 3 more places. At most we can give them all to them. It's not a problem to exchange for 3 servings of dragon liver. Chapter 32-39. What kind of father was this? Hearing Yixian's idea, not only Tuo Xiong, but also Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong wanted to curse him. Indeed, there were 3 more spots, but regarding this matter, they had already discussed it with the other clan masters of the top aristocratic families. It just so happened that the 3 of them would each receive one. As the host, the Tuoba family provided the Medicine King's steel, and took the initiative to share the Medicine King's remains with everyone. They were fully qualified to do so, and the other clan masters of the top aristocratic families also agreed. There was no reason to pick them. But now, for 3 portions of braised subblood dragon liver, the prodigal son in front of them actually wanted to give them to the Clear River Pavilion. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that the Clear River Pavilion could send 3 people this time? At that time, when they entered the core area of the remains, they would be the only one. They were afraid that the Medicine King's inheritance in the core area would fall into the hands of the Clear River Pavilion. Thinking of this possibility, Tuo Xiong, Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this prodigal son was straightforward and said it out loud. Otherwise, he would directly go to the Clear River Pavilion to finish the deal without saying anything. At that time, even if Tuo Xiong, Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong wanted to deny it, they couldn't. The pavilion master of the Clear River Pavilion was too mysterious. Even the current crown prince of the Heavenly War Empire didn't dare to offend him, not to mention them. Even if Yixian generously exchanged their benefits for the braised subblood dragon liver, they couldn't compete with the Clear River Pavilion at all. They could only pinch their noses and accept it. They wouldn't be so sad even if they were f***ed by a dog. After so much trouble, it was all for the Clear River Pavilion. Thinking of this, Tuo Xiong immediately made a decision. He turned around and glanced at Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong beside him, gritting his teeth and saying, "2 fellow cultivators, no matter what, we are the hosts after all. It's rare for you to come to the Heavenly War planet. How about we share the braised subblood dragon liver?" It wasn't that he was trying to share the burden, but that the 3 families had already formed an alliance. Since the benefits were shared after the matter was settled, why should the Tuoba family be responsible for all 3 portions of braised subservient dragon liver? An adult subblood dragon was a grotto heaven realm beast. Hunting such an existence would result in death. Moreover, it wasn't just any small fish or shrimp that would die. It was very likely that a grotto heaven realm elder of the clan would die. The faces of Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong turned green. The price of losing an elder of the Tao Insight realm was too great. However, if they did not agree, the good fortune in the Medicine King's relic might be taken by the Clear River Pavilion. In the end, the 2 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. In the end, they gritted their teeth and agreed. They was could not to be translation. Of the to be was to be as was to was to were to was to be to the of was of the family is of? As is? This guy is definitely a jinx. With just a few words, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the top 3 families of the Heaven Warring Planets, would most likely lose a Heavenly Passage Realm Elder. This was simply unimaginable. He had even squandered his family's wealth on other people's side. This was truly a source of calamity. Oh, my fellow Taoist Tuoba, you're too polite. It's not easy to kill a subblood dragon. Braised subblood dragon liver is a top-grade dragon liver, which can only be picked from an adult subblood dragon. That's a supreme fierce beast at the Tao Insight realm. Even if you have a hunting method, it's still very dangerous. Yixian rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface, he appeared to be very polite and moved. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks again and ate heartily. All of a sudden, his appetite returned. "Oh right, Tuoba family head, if you really want to hunt the hornless dragon, can you leave the 3 hornless dragon horns for me? As you all know, the hornless dragon's horn can be used in medicine. Recently, this young master has been researching the level 10 gene cultivation fluid. The hornless dragon's horn should come in handy." Puff! Hearing this, Tuo Xiong wanted to spit out blood again. This guy even wants the hornless dragon's horn? And 3 of them? It should be known that half of the reason why he agreed to this was because of the 3 hornless dragon's horn. The level 10 gene cultivation fluid did need the hornless dragon's horn. Although the amount was very small, the Tuoba family's technology of making level 10 gene cultivation fluid was not very stable. Therefore, the consumption of the hornless dragon's horn was not small. Previously, the 2 hornless dragon's horn in the collection of the clan were almost used up. They could only make 3 bottles of level 10 gene cultivation fluid. If they hunted 3 subblood dragons this time, at least the consumption of the hornless dragon's horn would be guaranteed when they made level 10 gene cultivation fluid in the future. If this guy got all the hornless dragon's horn, the clan would risk losing an elder of the Tao Insight realm. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth and hesitated for a long time. Then he said with hatred, "My young friend, our Tuoba family also needs the hornless dragon's horn, and it's an urgent need. So, I can only give you 1.5. Deal." How shameless. Tuoba Xiong suddenly did not want to see this guy's shameless face anymore. He stood up with grief and indignation. "Enjoy your meal, everyone. I suddenly feel a little pain in my liver, so I won't accompany you any longer." Then he flicked his sleeves and left. "My young friend, are you studying level 10 gene cultivation fluid?" As soon as Tuoba Xiong left, Yuan Changfeng, the leader of the celestial master creature from the immortal star, immediately looked at Yi Xian with shining eyes. "Ha ha ha. Ling Hu, my young friend, is really talented. If you want to study level 10 gene cultivation fluid, you must have the foundation of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. I didn't expect that in addition to the 3 top families of the immortal star and the new Tuoba family, there would be a 5th expert who can make level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Congratulations." Duanmu Liangling, the leader of the Duanmu family from the Heavenly Wind Empire's Heavenly Wind Star, also took over the conversation. As he spoke, he winked at Yi Xian. Stroking his beard, he said, "My young friend, you should not have a family yet, right? It just so happens that I want to find a son-in-law." "Oh right, my daughter Duanmu Xiaocha is sitting at that table over there. You should have already met her. She is absolutely a heavenly beauty. My young friend, you are worthy of having her." "Ba ba ba. You shameless old man, pimping this old man's son-in-law. This is the good son-in-law of the Xianyuan family. Old man Duanmu, don't you have any shame?" Hearing Duanmu Liangling's words, the leader of the Xianyuan family was so anxious that his beard trembled. He put down his chopsticks and was about to explode on the spot. "Old Xianyuan, who the hell are you calling a pimp? You shameless old man. You dare to say such shameless words in front of the younger generation." Duanmu Liangling was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Seeing that the table was about to be flipped on the spot, the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha at the other table subconsciously looked at each other. For a moment they felt that they were in the same boat. Their faces were full of shame and anger, and they couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in immediately. Chapter 3240. Dear nephews, after the banquet, the patriarchs and leaders of the top families temporarily left. As for Yi Xian, he'd just been led by the Tuoba family's butler to a quiet small courtyard to stay in. Finally it was quiet. Yi Xian immediately set up a defensive barrier, and began to check the ancient tablet of the Medicine King that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. What made him slightly disappointed was that although the ancient tablet had recognized its owner, no matter how Yi Xian tried to activate it, it remained indifferent. The only information Yi Xian could obtain from the ancient tablet was the hundreds of millions of herbs in the first 3 stages, as well as the minerals that could be used as medicine, the materials from the ominous beasts, and the details of their medicinal properties. All of this was meaningless to him, because the information from the devouring system had already been copied and stored in the central database of the system. If he wanted to check this information, Yi Xian could directly retrieve it from the central database of the devouring system, which was much more convenient and faster than obtaining the information from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. It seems that this ancient tablet of the Medicine King is really just a key. With it, I can enter the core of the Medicine King's remains. The so-called Medicine King's inheritance will have to be fought for after I enter. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian could not help but sigh faintly. No wonder Tuoba Xiong was so generous and allowed me to refine this ancient tablet of the Medicine King. To them this is just a key. As long as the person who holds the key is in their hands, it will be fine. If I want to obtain the real Medicine King's inheritance, I will have to go through a lot of fighting. Of the 20 spots, I'll take one, the 16 top-notch clans will take one each, and the remaining 3 should be Tuoba clan, Gongyang clan, and Chongyu clan's 3 clans. If there is no accident, the 3 families should have already secretly formed an alliance. That is to say, when the time comes to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, the 3 families will have 6 Black Hole Realm juniors. Even if the other 13 great families cooperate, it is impossible for there to be 6 of them. That way, even the distribution of benefits will not be decided. If there are no accidents, at most 2 or 3 of the other 13 top families have reached a cooperation agreement. No matter what, on the surface it looks like the Tuoba family has the upper hand. The Medicine King's inheritance is theirs. It's a pity that Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Chongyu Jinglong made a mistake. In their eyes, I might be the least threatening one since I'm only a rank 3 black hole. But in reality, E6 Black Hole Realm experts? I can use it to train my hands. When the time comes, I'll put on my battle armor and wield my battle weapons, both of which are Quasi-Starry Sky Supreme treasures. On top of that, I'll have the Fallen Heaven Bow's ability. Thinking of this, Yixian grinned and said, I'm really looking forward to this battle. After putting this matter aside for the time being, Yixian withdrew his divine sense from his knowledge sea and began to focus on studying the billions of new medicinal herbs, minerals, and dire beast materials that had been added to the Devouring System's central database. Not only did the 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet completely update the Devouring System's central database in this regard, but it also allowed Yixian to see a new path of gene fluid research, which gave him a lot of inspiration. Although the gene fluid required countless medicinal herbs and dire beast materials in all kinds of ratios and variations, the various top families had explored for many years and gradually developed their own methods to form a system of secret arts and secret recipes. However, in Yixian's opinion, even if he had just started using an unorthodox method, he would not necessarily fall behind because he had the immortal rank superbrain. His calculation ability was too strong. With such a treasure in hand, it was equivalent to having the most powerful computer in the current starry sky environment. In terms of the research of gene fluids, Yixian had an innate advantage that none of the other top-notch families possessed. Although there was also an immortal rank superbrain in the immortal star, and it was a mature one, that immortal rank superbrain bore the important mission of being the intelligence center of the immortal star dynasty's level 1 star network. How could it have the time to calculate gene fluid formulas for the top families of the 3 immortal stars? Bodhi technology, celestial worthy creatures, and Shenong gene? Therefore, Yixian, who had a growth-grade immortal rank superbrain, definitely had a calculation ability in the field of gene fluid research that far surpassed the 16 great families. As long as he got started, he might really be able to concoct the level 11 gene fluid before the Tuoba family. With this kind of expectation, Yixian quickly immersed himself in the research, starting from the configuration of the level 1 gene fluid and becoming intoxicated. Early the next morning, as soon as Yixian woke up, the head housekeeper of the Tuoba family had already led 2 servants to deliver breakfast. What he said at the banquet last night was indeed effective. Although it was only breakfast, the ingredients were extremely extraordinary. It was a light porridge made from top-grade ingredients from dire beasts. Yixian ate it with great satisfaction. He felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach, and in an instant, it turned into a burning energy, causing his body to resonate with the sound of his flesh and blood cells struggling to break free from their shackles. Of course, a bowl of top-grade dire beasts ingredient porridge was far from enough to make him directly break through the realm in terms of blood and qi, but there was no doubt that there was an improvement. Yixian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this kind of great family was the best. If he could eat this kind of energy porridge made from top-grade dire beasts ingredient every day over time, he would be able to accumulate a certain amount of blood and qi and improve the realm. If this kind of thought was known by the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Xiong, he was afraid that he would spurt out blood on the spot. This bowl of light porridge made from dire beasts ingredient was very expensive, and even he was reluctant to eat it. It was completely to appease Yixian, fearing that he would have the idea of taking 3 places to go to the Clear River Pavilion to eat, so he endured the pain and sent it over. Yixian actually wanted to eat it every day. If he really did that, he was afraid that in less than a year the entire Tuoba family would be eaten by him. Just after breakfast, Tuoba Linfeng, the purplish warbler, and the other heirs of the great families came together with bitter faces. In addition to the 16 people who had already seen yesterday, there were 3 more fellows today, following behind Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian. They must be the new candidates of the Tuoba family, who were also in the Black Hole realm. There were a total of 19 people. Including Yi Xian, there were exactly 20 people. This group of people should be the younger generation of the great families that would enter the Medicine King's remains in 9 days. The reason why they came together early in the morning was because the other 13 families wanted to be on good terms with Yi Xian. After all, apart from refining the Medicine King's ancient tablet and holding the key to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, Yi Xian's terrifying talent in alchemy was also favored by them. The Xianyuan family and Duanmu family also wanted to recruit a son-in-law. As for the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Changyu family, they hoped that this group of young people would pester Yi Xian and divert his attention, hoping that he would not only think about eating all day. Even if he did not go to the Clear River Pavilion, what if he ate all day in the Tuoba family? He could not stand it. Chapter 3241. The main character has arrived in the next 2 days, including the Purplish Warbler, 19 of the top clan successors and Heaven's Prides, under the pressure of their elders, gritted their teeth and patiently accompanied Yi Xian. They were called nephew and niece by him, and their days were bleak. At this time they finally deeply realized how shameless and hateful this young master Linghu was. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not pay special attention to the other clan successors, except for the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans. In these 2 days Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyangji, and Changyu Xiaotian had lost a lot of weight, and their spirits were somewhat absent-minded. It was as if they had been tormented to the point of leaving a psychological shadow. Whenever they heard the name Linghu, they would tremble and tremble. Their miserable appearance was simply tear-jerking. In addition, at noon on the 2nd day, the Tuoba clan served a large plate of braised subblood dragon liver, and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Tuoba Xiong's eyes were red, and he simply could not eat. In order to hunt this subblood dragon, the Tuoba clan dispatched 3 Heavenly Passage Realm elders. In the end, one of them was seriously injured. Although no one died, that elder was Tuoba Xiong's uncle. For the King of Medicine's inheritance, they were obviously going all out. The leaders and clan masters of the other top clans had also heard about this. In their eyes, this plate of braised subblood dragon liver was something that the elder of the Tuoba clan had sacrificed half of his life in exchange for. So who would have the nerve to eat it? In the end, Yi Xian ate alone with a mouthful of oil. This mature subblood dragon was a powerful ominous beast that had just entered the Heavenly Passage realm. Its whole body's essence was in 2 places, the dragon's horn and the dragon's liver. The former could not be eaten and could only be used as medicine, while the latter was a top-grade ingredient. Furthermore, because this hornless dragon was killed on the same day and its liver was braised, the loss of energy in the hornless dragon's liver was relatively small. Once the entire hornless dragon's liver entered his stomach, Yi Xian instantly felt as if his entire body had fallen into a huge furnace and was being roasted. This was also because he had just eaten a serving of subblood hornless dragon's liver yesterday. Although it had been sitting there for 3 days and its energy had been depleted, the energy of 2 servings of hornless dragon's liver was not to be underestimated. Before the others finished eating, he finished the plate of braised hornless dragon's liver alone and immediately left in a hurry. He went to the small courtyard where he stayed to cultivate. Half an hour later, a beam of red light shot into the sky from Yi Xian's courtyard, accompanied by Yi Xian's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Awesome! It was so satisfying. I ate until my mouth was dripping with oil and I accidentally broke through. Now, my cultivation base in terms of vitality force is already a rank 4 black hole. There are still 2 more plates of hornless dragon's liver tomorrow and the day after. At least I can break through one more time and become a rank 5 black hole in the blink of an eye. Sai Tuoba family's head is really a good person. If I can stay here for a long time, I won't go anywhere if I have a plate of hornless dragon's liver every day. Hearing this hearty laughter, the faces of the other top families in the banquet hall immediately turned green. Even old man Duanmu and the head of the Xianyuan family, who originally wanted to recruit a son-in-law, suddenly came to their senses and immediately dismissed the idea. This guy was clearly a top-notch foodie. Fortunately, he realized it in time. Otherwise, if he really brought him back to the clan as a son-in-law, he would probably eat up the entire clan in less than a year. Thinking of this, Old Man Duanmu and the head of the Xianyuan family looked at each other subconsciously. They both thought to themselves that it was a close call, and cold sweat dripped down their backs. This old man has a bit of liver pain today, so I won't accompany you all. Enjoy your meal. Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth. Since last night's banquet, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. He really couldn't eat anymore and his heart was bleeding. When he walked to the entrance of the banquet hall, he suddenly thought of something and stopped. He turned around and looked at Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong. 2 old friends, there are still 9 days left. You can discuss how to supply 2 meals of hornless dragon's liver. Don't do it consecutively. It's better to do it a few days apart. Otherwise, if we get addicted to it, we really can't handle it. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left with a face full of grief and indignation. At the same time, in the void of the galaxy millions of miles away from the capital of the Heavenly War Empire, the Heavenly War planet, a fleet of merchant ships was slowly approaching. Their target was the Heavenly War planet. This fleet of merchant ships wasn't a fleet of the human clan of the Third Universe. Judging from the emblems on the merchant ships, they were clearly from the Barbarian Bull clan of the Second Universe. The Barbarian Bull clan was also one of the clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. They had been trading with the human clan of the Third Universe for a long time. Through the planar-level universe wormhole, the merchant fleets of the 2 universes could communicate with each other. This had been very common since tens of thousands of years ago. Therefore, when the merchant fleet of the Barbarian Bull clan arrived, the patrol ships of the Heavenly War Empire didn't have any excessive reaction. They just did a routine inspection and directly let them go. At this time, several figures were standing on the flagship of the fleet. The one in the lead was a young human man with an imposing appearance. He was quite extraordinary. His cultivation realm had also reached the peak of the rank 9 black hole. In addition to this young human man in the black hole realm, there were several human powerhouses standing behind him, as well as several powerhouses of the Barbarian Bull clan with bull horns on their heads. One of the powerhouses of the Barbarian Bull clan even had the cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm. He was extremely powerful. Even so, he still stood behind the young human man in the peak of the rank 9 black hole realm like a follower. This showed that this young human man must have an extraordinary origin, and must have a big force behind him. In the environment of the starry sky, it was basically impossible for a rogue cultivator to subdue someone stronger than him as a servant. Following someone whose cultivation was stronger than himself, the only explanation was that there was a huge force behind him. Young Master, we have connected to the level 2-star network of the Heavenly War planet. The basic situation is similar to what we have learned before. The Tuoba clan has indeed successfully formulated the level 10 gene cultivation fluid. The reason why their research on the gene cultivation fluid has advanced by leaps and bounds is indeed because they have obtained some benefits from the Medicine King's relics that were originally controlled by my Linghu clan. The Medicine King's tablet, which is the key to open the core of the Medicine King's relics, has been taken out by Tuoba Xiong. At this time, another old man of the human clan hurried over and stood aside with his hands clasped behind his back. He reported to the young human powerhouse that he had just learned, but this is not the main point. The main point is that after Tuoba Xiong took the Medicine King's tablet out of the Medicine King's relics, he set it up in the Tuoba Square so that anyone could challenge it. As a result, just yesterday this tablet was passed 3 times by a young black hole realm powerhouse, and he passed it perfectly. He has already been recognized as its master. This person is now in the Tuoba clan and is being treated as a distinguished guest. And this person is called Linghu Chong, and he calls himself Young Master Linghu. This is clearly using your identity. Kacha. Chapter 3242. Translator. Nyerbo Studio Editor. Nyerbo Studio Universe 2 In Demon Clan. The young expert's name was Linghu Ju. He was the true young master of the Linghu clan. In fact, it was possible to say that he was the clan leader of the Linghu bloodline. That was because his father had passed away many years ago. The entire Linghu bloodline that had escaped from the Heaven Battle planet had long since obeyed Linghu Ju's orders. He had become the leader of the Linghu bloodline. The young master of the Linghu clan, who had escaped from the Heaven Battle planet, was Ling Huju's father. More than 2,000 years ago, before Ling Huju was born, the Ling Hu clan was the only clan in the entire dynasty that could concoct a level 9 fluid. Even the Bodhi technology, celestial worthy creatures, and Shenong genes of the imperial capital's immortal planet could only concoct a level 8 fluid. The Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong clans of the Heavenly Dark Empire, the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shinta clans of the Heavenly Wind Empire, and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans of the Heavenly War Empire could only concoct a level 7 fluid. It could be said that the Ling Hu clan was the only clan at that time. In the field of gene cultivation fluid research, they were even more envious than the Tuoba clan, who had just launched a level 10 fluid. Because of this, the Heavenly War Empire had joined forces with the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans of the Heaven Battle Planet to destroy the entire Ling Hu clan overnight. It was said that the Immortal Dynasty was behind this, but this matter had not been confirmed. However, there were some clues that could prove it. Because without the Imperial Dynasty's participation, the Heavenly War Empire alone would not have been able to affect the three empires of the Imperial Dynasty. The secondary star networks of the three empires, as well as the secondary star networks of the various countries within their territories, could not find any information related to the Ling Hu clan. This time, Ling Huju had come back for revenge. Originally, he wasn't ready. According to the original plan, he fled to the Ling Hu clan in the second universe. He needed to recuperate for more than 1,000 years. Only then would he have the confidence to return to the third universe and come to the Heaven Warring Planet to eradicate the Tuoba clan, the Gong clan, and the Longfish clan in one fell swoop. From then on, they once again gained the upper hand and became the most powerful existence in the gene cultivation fluid field in the entire Heaven Battle Planet and even in the entire Undying Dynasty. As long as this kind of momentum was formed, even if the Heavenly Battle Empire and even the Eternal Dynasty had their suspicions, as long as Ling Huju pretended not to know the truth of what happened back then and only pointed the spearhead at the Heavenly Battle Planet's three great families, the Empire and Dynasty would most likely tolerate their existence for the time being due to the powerful genetic fluid research ability in their hands. This way, Ling Huju could secretly set up his plans. They would use time to slowly erode the Empire until they were finally destroyed. From then on, they would have the strength and capital to contend with the Dynasty. From this, one could see how great his ambition was and how intense his hatred was. His target wasn't just the Heaven Battle Planet's three greatest gene fluid clans, but even the Heaven Battle Empire and the entire Immortal Dynasty. Of course, if it was only to destroy the Heavenly War Empire, even if they replaced it, they definitely wouldn't have the strength to contend against the entire Everlasting Empire. But Ling Huju was not worried because he had other trump cards, and that was the various races of the second universe. Back then, the reason why the Ling Hu family was able to rise so quickly, and had the ability to concoct the 9th level genetic fluid, was because they had discovered the Medicine King's ruins near the Heavenly Battle Planet. At the periphery of the Medicine King's ruins, half of the Medicine King's inheritance was obtained by the Ling Hu family, allowing them to have the ability to concoct the 9th level genetic fluid. It was also because of this that they attracted a fatal disaster. Later on, the young master of the Ling Hu family escaped with a batch of resources and went to the second universe. There, he rested for more than 2,000 years and carefully studied the half of the Medicine King's incomplete book. Today, the Ling Hu family had successfully concocted the 11th level genetic fluid not long ago. Compared to the Tuoba family who had just discovered the Medicine King's ruins and used it to concoct the 10th level genetic fluid, they were even more powerful in this field. Because of this, Ling Huju and the two great races of the second universe had secretly reached a strategic cooperation. On the surface, the one who cooperated with them was the Barbarian Bull clan, which was one of the races of the second universe's federation. The first race was the Een Demon clan. Although the Een Demon clan was also a race of the second universe, they had not joined the Myriad Luo Federation. There were many other races in the second universe, but not all of them had joined the Myriad Luo Federation. Although joining the Federation was the general trend, there were also some powerful races that were unable and unwilling to join the Federation for some special reasons. The Een Demon clan was one of them. It could be said that Ling Huju had secretly allied with the two great races of the second universe. The support behind him was extremely powerful. If he could destroy the Heavenly Battle Empire, coupled with the support from the second universe, he would have the qualifications to fight against the immortal dynasty. At present, the situation of the Federation was very tense. Because of the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the Cultivation Camp, the races of the Second Universe's Federation were showing signs of breaking off with the Federation. It was because of this general trend, coupled with the shocking news that the Tuoba family had successfully developed the 10th level genetic fluid, that Ling Huju suspected that the Medicine King's ruins in the star field near the heavenly battle planet had been exposed. As a result, he had no choice but to take action 1,000 years in advance. He brought a barbarian bull clan fleet disguised as a merchant fleet from the Second Universe to the Heavenly Battle Empire. In fact, this fleet was a powerful battle fleet. Aside from the barbarian bull clan experts that appeared as merchants, there were also a large number of Demon clan experts hidden in the fleet. This time, Ling Huju had two goals for mobilizing the Heavenly Battle Planet. First, enter the Medicine King's ruins, enter the core area, and obtain the complete inheritance of the Medicine King. Second, destroy the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans, and use the name of Ling Huju to establish a foothold in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Then pretend that he did not know the truth of the destruction of his clans and feign civility with the Heavenly Battle Empire, slowly plotting. But now he had traveled hundreds of millions of miles from the Second Universe, and before he even reached the Heavenly Battle Planet, he actually heard that someone had used his identity as the young master of the Linghu clan to stir up trouble in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Not only did this person take the opportunity to refine the Medicine King's ancient tablet, which was equivalent to the key to the core area of the ruins, he even used his identity as the young master of the Linghu clan to become an honored guest of the Tuoba clan. If this matter were to be known by the ancestors of the Linghu clan, they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their graves on the spot. Damned bastard, not only did he use this young master's identity, he even went to this young master's enemy's house to become an honored guest. This is clearly the rhythm of smearing feces on this young master's face. At this moment, Ling Huju was about to explode from anger. He, who had always been calm and low-key, had completely gone berserk. Thinking about it, it was actually understandable. He originally came here full of ambition, but unexpectedly, before he even entered the Heavenly Battle Planet, he received such news. Anyone would find it hard to accept in such a short time. Damned bastard Ling Huchong, right? If this young master does not kill you, I am not a human. Ling Huju was enraged and roared towards the sky. Chapter 3243. Rapid progress. Today was the third day since Yixian was welcomed into the Tuoba family as an honored guest. At the same time, today was also the day of the Medicine King Summit of the 16 Great Clans. After today, there were only 7 days left before the Tuoba family, and the 16 Great Clans joined forces to explore the Medicine King's relics. In just 3 short days, Tuoba Xiong felt that each day was like a year, as if 3 years had passed. He had lost a lot of weight, and when he hosted the Medicine King Summit this morning, a pair of deep panda eyes appeared. Originally, all the great clans had their own plans for this Medicine King Summit, whether it was the Tuoba family, the Gong family, and the Changyu family who invited other great clans, or the Bodhi Technology celestial creatures Shennong Jin, and the Xianyuan family who were invited. All of them hoped that before this Medicine King Summit, they would be able to find out some secret techniques related to the concoction of gene fluids from the other clans. But now, all the great clans had given up on this idea, and no longer had any extravagant hopes. All of this was because of Yixian. These secret techniques were all in the hands of the great clans, and everyone knew that in this Medicine King Summit, the discussions on the surface were all irrelevant topics. Only some secret exploratory discussions and exchanges would involve the real gold and silver in the hands of the great clans. Everyone wanted to obtain some important techniques from other clans that they had not yet mastered, but these techniques could not be obtained out of thin air. All the great clans had listed the bottom line of exchange, and they needed to test each other. In this way they could obtain the most benefits with the least cost. Unfortunately, Yixian was also thirsty for talent in this aspect. After the summit began, he became a real headless fly in the blink of an eye, wandering everywhere. Every time he saw 2 important figures of the great clans gathered together and whispered to each other, he would immediately grin and run over, saying that he wanted to communicate. In reality, his idea was to eavesdrop on the secret exchange of techniques. As for him, it was obvious that he couldn't bring out any useful key technology. He was clearly a freeloader. Often, he would frighten both parties who were testing each other or had the intention to trade to keep their mouths shut, so that he wouldn't take advantage of them. After the commotion, the whole morning passed. In the end, all the 16 great clans sighed to each other. With this devil incarnate stirring up trouble, they finally realized that the Medicine King Peak was completely useless this time. No one could have a pleasant exchange, unless they were willing to be taken advantage of by him on both sides, and learn all the key technologies that the two clans took out to exchange for nothing. The situation in the afternoon was still the same. In the end, the whole Medicine King Peak would end hastily. The masters and leaders of the 16 top aristocratic families were all sad and indignant, but there was nothing they could do. At a time like this, no one dared to easily offend Yixian. In these short 3 days, he had already successfully created the image of Ling Huchong. In short, this was a person who appeared to be extremely easy to get along with and didn't have any shrewdness. However, in reality, he was a person who often made people gnash their teeth in hatred. He dared to do anything shameless, and all of them were righteous. If they really pissed him off, the exploration of the Medicine King's remains in 7 days was very likely to be in vain. Once this guy got angry, he could do anything. It was like a game to break a promise on the spot. Speaking of which, he even said that he was unrestrained and did whatever he wanted. To be able to say that he was so magnanimous and extraordinary, there was probably no one but him. It was precisely because they deeply understood the beauty of Ling Huchong's unrestrained and magnanimous nature that the two clans, who originally wanted to do a perfunctory job, did not dare to fool him in the end. In the following days, they each sent several Tao Insight Realm Elders to the distant void outside the Heaven's War planet. They each successfully hunted an adult subblood dragon, took its liver and cooked 2 plates of braised subblood dragon liver for Yixian to enjoy. Finally, they had fulfilled their promise and completed their task. Although 2 of the 3 Tao Insight Realm Elders were injured, none of them died. However, the Changyu family, which was the last to act, encountered a group of subblood dragons that had come out of their nest to look for food after successfully killing a subblood dragon. As a result, although 2 elders managed to escape with the subblood dragon, one of them was killed in the end. A Heavenly Passage Realm Elder had fallen just like that. The Longfish family didn't have the nerve to announce this matter because of their reputation, so they didn't spread the news at first. After the subblood hornless dragon that they brought back cut open its liver and cooked a plate of braised hornless dragon liver, Yixian finally broke through again. Now his strength of qi and blood had reached rank 5 of the Black Hole realm, entering the middle stage of this realm. When the news was sent back to the Changyu clan, the head of the clan, Changyu Jinglong, was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Then he roared, revealing a strong killing intent. In the next few days, Yixian did not cause any more trouble. After living in the Tuoba clan for a few days, his strength of qi and blood had broken through 2 minor realms, which made him very satisfied. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He realized that the nerves of Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the 3 great heaven battle planets' top-notch families, had been forced to the extreme by him. If there were any other more excessive requests, he feared that they would erupt before entering the Medicine King's ruins. Therefore, these days Yixian had been concentrating on the concoction of gene fluid. Starting from rank 1 gene fluid to rank 7 gene fluid, Yixian's progress in the concoction of gene fluid was very fast. It was almost a day before the set date to explore the Medicine King's remains, and he was already able to successfully concoct rank 7 gene fluid. As for the various herbs that he needed to refine, minerals that could be used as medicine, and some fierce beast materials, etc., they were all provided by the Tuoba clan. When Yixian said that he needed some herbs and materials to study the concoction of gene fluid, Tuoba Xiong was anxious at first, thinking that he was going to ask for too much this time. If this kid was going to study rank 10 gene fluid, rank 11 gene fluid, and so on, because the herbs and materials needed were all top quality goods, even the Tuoba clan could not afford to squander them. In the end, Yixian only asked for some of the lowest quality materials. Only then did Tuoba Xiong breathe a sigh of relief and let out a word that they were open to supply, as long as they could divert his attention and make him not think about going to the Clear River Pavilion all day long, or eating the subblood dragon's liver. Until the day before the departure, Yixian only asked for various herbs and materials to concoct rank 7 gene fluid. Although it could not be considered as low-quality goods for the Tuoba clan, it was completely acceptable. Of course, the most important thing was that the time was approaching, and if they endured it, it would only be the last day. Therefore, although Yixian asked for more herbs and materials on the last day, Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth and finally provided them to him. Chapter 3244. The Void Secret Territory. The time was finally up, and all the top-notch families were on the move. The top-notch families from the Undying Star, Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Biotech. The Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Heavenly Dark Empire, the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shuntu families from the Heavenly Wind Empire, and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Chongyu families from the Heavenly War Empire, and the other 4 families in the empire that had the ability to concoct the level 8 liquid, the Huyan family, Bailey family, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, and Life Genetics. A total of 16 top-notch families and forces that participated in the Medicine King's Summit, in addition to some rogue cultivators that left their names on the Medicine King's tablet, formed a huge fleet and set off from the Heavenly War planet, sailing towards the distant void. Because the Medicine King's ruin was discovered by the Tuoba family of the Heavenly War planet, the entire fleet was led by the Tuoba family. Their family's 10,000-meter fortress was at the forefront of the fleet. It was worth mentioning that although there were 16 space fortresses in the fleet, they were all 10,000 meters in diameter, not 5,000 meters in diameter, 20,000 meters in diameter, or 50,000 meters in diameter. After all, these were only the fleets of the top-notch families and forces. 10,000 meters in diameter was already the limit, not 20,000 meters in diameter. Of course, the Heavenly War Empire still had its military, but this time the Heavenly War Empire did not participate in the exploration, probably to avoid suspicion, so that the other top-notch families could rest assured. Otherwise, if the local military intervened, the other forces would have nothing to do, including the top-notch families from the Undying Star such as Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Biotech. Although they came from the imperial capital, they were still a civilian force and could not compete with the Heavenly War Empire's government. If the Heavenly War Empire's government participated, it was very likely that all the other foreign forces would have no choice but to join forces, which would do more harm than good to the Heavenly War Empire's government and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Chongyu families. Because of this, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire simply did not participate, but everyone knew that Tuoba, Gongyang, and Chongyu, the 3 local top families, and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have already made an agreement. Everyone just had a tacit understanding. Therefore, apart from Tuoba, Gongyang, and Chongyu, these 3 local top families, all the other families and forces had secretly made other preparations. Before obtaining the Medicine King's inheritance in the core of the Medicine King's remains, it was normal for everyone to be on good terms with each other. However, once the Medicine King's inheritance was found, such a situation would no longer exist. If other forces other than Tuoba, Gongyang, and Chongyu obtained the inheritance, they would definitely activate their backup methods. For example, they would have already prepared some instant teleportation arrays to send the King of Medicine's inheritance away at the first moment. Otherwise, there would be disputes. Of course, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Chongyu, the 3 top local families and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have long been on guard against this move. In short, everyone seemed to be amiable on the surface, but they all had their own schemes in the dark. The exploration of the ruins this time was still fine before the ownership of the Medicine King's inheritance was revealed. Once the dust settled and the ownership was decided, the backup plans that all the forces had prepared would all be revealed. At that time it would be like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own abilities. In addition to the fleets of the 16 top families, the Clear River Pavilion in the Heavenly War planet also had secret arrangements, but they did not set off on the spur of the moment. They had already lurked around the Medicine King's remains. The same was true for Ling Huju's forces. The Second Universe's barbarian Dragon Clan fleet disguised as a commercial fleet had already docked at the public interstellar dock of the Heavenly War planet, but Ling Huju quietly left the Heavenly War planet with some of his confidants and experts from the Barbarian Bull Clan and the Een Demon Clan. They also lurked around the Medicine King's remains. For Hu Qing, the most important thing now was to send experts to follow young master Ling Hu Chong into the Medicine King's remains to compete for the Medicine King's inheritance. Similarly, for the real Ling Hu young master Ling Hu Ju, competing for the Medicine King's inheritance was also the most important thing now. However, they all knew that even if they had the key to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, there were still only 20 spots to enter. Apart from Yi Xian, who had refined the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the other 19 spots had already been divided among the 16 top families. Whether it was Clear River Pavilion's Hu Qing or Ling Hu young master Ling Hu Ju, if they wanted to send people in, they could only wait for the opportunity to snatch the spots from the hands of the 16 top families at the last moment. The rules of the Medicine King's remains limited the people who could enter the Medicine King's remains to be starry sky experts below the origin realm. Therefore, the experts that Hu Qing and Ling Hu young master Ling Hu Ju had prepared for this were all existences at the great perfection of the black hole realm. Among them, Ling Hu Ju had prepared 4 great perfection powerhouses of the Black Hole 9 team, including himself, Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Chanru from the Immortal Star Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Worthy Creatures, Dongfang Lin from Shenong Genes, and the other heirs and young geniuses of the various great families and forces were all gathered in the 10,000-meter-long castle of the Tuoba family at this moment. Including the family heads and leaders of the 16 great families, they were also gathered here. Apart from Yi Xian, who was idling, the other heirs of the various great families were all close to the leaders of their respective families at this moment and were individually being briefed. Although these heirs and geniuses of the various great families often hung out together recently, they dared not say that their relationship was very good, but they were quite harmonious with each other and had a certain degree of friendship. However, everyone knew in their hearts that once they entered the core of the Medicine King's remains, their relationship would instantly reverse, and they would become competitors, enemies of life and death. Among them, there might be existences who had already formed private alliances. The 3 great families, Tuoba family, Gong Yangji, and Changyu family, even had 2 juniors entering the core of the Medicine King's remains. But all in all, an intense battle between the two was unavoidable. For days later, the void in front of the fleet was extremely desolate, and there were only a few scattered wild stars in sight. This place had long deviated from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet, and was extremely far away from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet. Get ready. We're almost at the Void Secret Realm where the Medicine King's remains is. It's not far from the void up ahead. At this time, the Tuoba family head, Tuoba Xiong, finally spoke and turned to Yi Xian and the others. The entrance to the Void Secret Realm will not appear, and we need to activate the array. We have already arranged everything, but the battleships cannot enter. When the time comes when the passage appears, all of you will follow me in. Chapter 3245. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. Another plane. The Medicine King's remains was not far from the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, the Heavenly Battle Planet. It was only a 4 to 5 day flight. Although it was very far away from the main route of the capital, it was located in a very remote star field. In this area, there were not even many stars in the void, and there was not much development value, so there were very few people who came here on normal days. However, no matter what, this area was located at the edge of the capital. It was impossible for it to remain a secret for tens of thousands of years. The reason for this situation was that this ancient relic was not located in the normal void of the universe. It was hidden in a void secret territory, which was equivalent to an alien plane. However, it was connected to this universe plane where the human clan of the third universe was located by a void passage. Void passageways were actually small wormholes in the universe that connected different void planes. The void secret territory where the Medicine King's remains was located could be regarded as another universe plane. However, because it was very small, it was far from being called a universe plane. Therefore, this kind of small alien plane was habitually called the Void Secret Territory, the miniature universe wormhole that passed through the Void Secret region where the Medicine King's relics was located, which was also commonly known as the Void Tunnel, was usually hidden and did not appear. It was precisely for this reason that the mysterious veil of the Medicine King's relics had always existed and had never been revealed to the world. Just like the legendary Peach Blossom Spring, If one did not know the entrance, even if they walked nearby, they would still miss it. In the past countless years, countless experts who had passed through the void of this star area had passed by the mysterious Medicine King's remains in this way. But now, with the rumbling of thunder in the void in front of them, some mysterious lights could be faintly seen in the vast void. These were the nodes of the formation set up by the Tuoba family in the nearby void. Now that they were all activated, finally, a small wormhole that was like a black hole in the universe appeared in this huge void formation. It was deep and distant, and it was dark inside. It was connected to another small universe plane. The 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses of the entire fleet all stopped and surrounded the small wormhole in a fan shape. Then, the patriarchs and helmsmen of the 16 great clans all led the experts of their clans out of the warships and rushed toward the void passage ahead. Among them, there were also some independent cultivators who had left their names on the tablet of the Medicine King. They were also allowed to enter the Medicine King's remains, but they could only move around the periphery like the other cultivators of the 16 great clans, searching for opportunities. After entering the void passage, one would enter the alternate plane where the Medicine King's relics was located. The entire alternate plane was actually the periphery of the Medicine King's relics. There were no restrictions on cultivation or number of people exploring the periphery. This time, all the experts, including Tuoba Xiong and the other family heads of the 16 great families, would be exploring the periphery. Although there was no Medicine King's legacy in the periphery, it was still an alternate plane after all, and there were some rare and precious fruits. This depended on one's luck because the periphery was too vast. No matter how small this alternate plane was, it was still an independent universe plane. Even if it could not be compared to the 3 great universe planes, it was not much smaller than a star area. In such a vast void, there were also some stars, and even some stars were full of vitality. There were no life forms, but there were plants. If one was lucky, one could still find some rare and precious fruits. 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses were waiting outside the void passage that was like a small black hole. The number of experts who stepped out of the fortresses and entered the void passage one after another, and set foot on the alternate plane of the Medicine King's relics was more than 1,000 people. There were about 100 independent cultivators, and the rest were the experts of the 16 great clans. Everyone had already been informed that they had to return to the other side of the void passage in 30 days at the latest and come out as a group. Otherwise, when the Tuoba family removed the formation from the outside world, the void passage would disappear and they would never have the chance to come out again. In order to maintain the void passage that connected to the alternate plane for a month, the Tuoba family could be considered to have invested a lot of resources. More than 1,000 experts entered the void passage one after another. What appeared in front of them was still a similar void, but it was obviously not the Heavenly War starfield. The exit of the void passage was also a small star vortex that was like a black hole, hanging outside the atmosphere of a giant star. All the experts stepped out from this star vortex. This small star vortex was very eye-catching, and could be seen even from very far away in the void. Therefore, the experts who entered the alternate plane scattered in all directions to explore. They did not have to worry about getting lost or not being able to find their way back. As far as the eye could see, the dark void around them was dotted with large and small stars, some of which were even emitting light and heat. This place did not seem to be much different from the third universe. The only difference was that the simple aura was much thicker, but it was still very far from being desolate. In addition, its territory was relatively small, not even comparable to an ordinary star field in the third universe. This was the Medicine King's relics, a small alternate plane in the universe. As for the so-called core of the Medicine King's remains, it was located in the depths of the star field of the alien plane. There was no need to look for it. Everyone saw it as soon as they stepped out of the small star vortex. This scene was so strange that all the experts who entered this alternate plane for the first time were caught off guard. They all subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and their faces were full of sluggishness. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. There was a super huge star in front of them. This was not the key was the shape of this star. It was clearly a 3-legged, 4-eared cauldron. The legendary bronze treasures of the desolate era generally looked like this, but the one in front of them was too big. It was even bigger than the Heavenly War star of the Heavenly War Empire. It was a superstar. My God, is this really a star? I suspect that it is a giant cauldron, A bronze cauldron from ancient times? No, from the legendary Desolate Era. A supreme treasure. Is that the core of the Medicine King's relics? The so-called Medicine King's relics are in that giant bronze cauldron? No wonder, the Medicine King's relics are the inheritances of alchemy. How can alchemy be separated from the cauldron? It is understandable that the ultimate Medicine King's relics are hidden in such a giant cauldron. This giant cauldron is amazing. It originated from the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. How could they have such a supreme treasure? Seems unlikely. If there is no accident, this cauldron, even in the hands of the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times, should be a supreme treasure. It was not made by the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. It is very likely that it came from the more distant Desolate Era. Chapter 3246. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Shinnon Cauldron. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Shinnon Cauldron. Do you wish to collect it immediately? Shinnon Cauldron? Yixian was stunned. Although it was only a primordial treasure and not a primordial treasure, Yixian felt as if his mind had exploded. He was completely stunned. He had thought that this gigantic cauldron would at most be called the Medicine King Cauldron. Even so, it would be eye-catching and shocking enough. He had never thought that its true origin would be so terrifying. It was actually the legendary primordial treasure, Shinnon Cauldron. If it was the real deal, then this item was definitely not created by the Medicine King lineage of the primordial era. It was from the real primordial era. This point had been confirmed because the notification from the devouring system said that it was the primordial treasure, Shinnon Cauldron, and not an imitation from the primordial era. To Yixian, this was definitely the treasure he needed the most right now. The Shinnon Cauldron of the primordial era was the ancestor of alchemy. The legend of the Shinnon Cauldron tasting hundreds of herbs had been passed down from generation to generation for countless years. If he could obtain this Shinnon Cauldron, Yixian would be able to go all the way in alchemy and gene concoction research. Even if he could not find the continuation of the hollow technique in the future, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of human evolution with just this Shinnon Cauldron. Originally, he thought that the so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine would be a general outline of alchemy or secret techniques. In that case, no matter how high the level was, there would still be a limit. But now, it seemed that this so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine was most likely this Shinnon Cauldron. Perhaps there were other inheritances of the Medicine King lineage left in the cauldron, but compared to this Shinnon Cauldron, everything else was instantly insignificant. As long as he could refine this Shinnon Cauldron and take it away, this trip would be worth it. Yixian would no longer need to painstakingly search for all kinds of alchemy secrets and secret techniques of the other top clans in the dynasty, because all of this could be found in the Shinnon Cauldron, and it would be far better than all of them. Thinking of this, Yixian's breathing quickened and his heart surged. He couldn't wait to order the system to retrieve the Shinnon Cauldron, flee with it, and find a place to refine it. However, all of this was obviously impossible. Although the system had discovered the Shinnon Cauldron and asked whether it should be collected, this did not mean that the system really had the ability to successfully collect the Shinnon Cauldron. It wasn't as if such a situation had never happened before. When the system asked if he could immediately collect it, it merely told him that the item could be collected. However, whether or not he had the ability to do so was another matter altogether. This was a star much larger than the heavenly battle star of the Heavenly Battle Empire. Although as a Desolate Era treasure, it could change its size according to one's will, but that was based on the premise that it could be refined or recognized as its master. Before this, even if a Universe Supreme Being came, he would absolutely not be able to shake it in the slightest. If it was a natural star of the same size, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might be able to destroy it with one punch. However, this was an ancient artifact. Now that it had appeared in such a terrifying form, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might not even be able to move it, let alone destroy it with one punch. Otherwise, whether it was the Linghu clan that first discovered the King of Medicine's remains, or the Tuoba clan that discovered it later, even if there was no Universe Supreme Being in the clan, couldn't they ask for help from the Heavenly Battle Empire? This was also a great merit. But in fact, the Shinnon Cauldron was still here, and this alone was enough to explain the problem. If one wanted to take this cauldron away, there was no other way. The only feasible way was to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, and then go one step further and find a way to refine this cauldron from the King of Medicine's inheritance, then successfully refine it, or obtain its recognition and make it recognize its master. In this way, one could make the cauldron as big or small as they wanted, and successfully take it away and make it their own. The King of Medicine's inheritance is in this bronze cauldron that is like a star. When the surrounding experts were still exclaiming, Yi Xian's breathing was rapid, and his heart was surging, Tuoba Xiong suddenly said, "This is a treasure. I even suspect that it is not only from ancient times, but it is very likely to be an item from the desolate era. Inside it there should be another space. That space is the core of the King of Medicine's remains. To obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, one must enter the internal space of this cauldron. My Tuoba clan has tried to do this many times, but unfortunately, it has not succeeded. If we force our way in, this cauldron will pour out endless mysterious power. That power, even a universe supreme being of the 15th realm, would have to suffer, and would not even have the chance to escape. The only way is to obtain the recognition of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, and under the protection of the ancient tablet's power, enter the cauldron. After obtaining the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, I studied it carefully for a period of time. Although I did not get the tablet to recognize me as its master, at least I have figured out some of the rules." Speaking of this, Tuoba Xiong turned his head and glanced at Yi Xian. After a short pause, he continued, "The King of Medicine's ancient tablet has recognized you as its master. Now what you need to do is to take out the ancient tablet, hang it above your head, activate its power, and pour out the ancient tablet's brilliance like a waterfall. Everyone who enters the internal space of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet must be under the protection of the ancient tablet's brilliance before they can approach safely. After entering, they will be safe and can move freely. Of course, according to the restrictions of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, the number of people who can enter is 20, including Linghu. Everyone's cultivation must be below the origin realm. At most, the black hole has reached the peak of the 9th rank. Otherwise, the moment they enter, they will be wiped out by the King of Medicine's cauldron. In addition, there may be some creatures like pet beasts in your body, or in some storage magic treasures. Whether these creatures can be summoned after entering the King of Medicine's cauldron is unknown. So, regarding this matter, you'd better treat it with caution. Otherwise, once they are summoned, they will be wiped out by the internal rules of the King of Medicine's cauldron. That will be your own loss. I have to remind you of this matter in advance." At this point, basically everything that needed to be explained had been explained. Tuoba Xiong did not say anything more. After a short pause, he turned his head and glanced at the leaders of the Shenyuan family and the other top families. Seeing that they all nodded and had nothing to add, he looked at Yi Xian again and said in a deep voice, "Linghu, do you have any other questions? If you don't, you can use the ancient tablet of the Medicine King now and activate its power. It will pour down like a waterfall and protect the other 19 heavens prides of the various aristocratic families as they slowly enter the Medicine King's ancient cauldron together. This matter, there shouldn't be any danger, right? I am a person who is very afraid of death. Seeing such a big cauldron, now half of my soul has flown away." Chapter 3247. Shocking Changes Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the Medicine King's ancient tablet rushed out from the top of Yi Xian's head. It expanded in the wind and transformed into a simple and unadorned heavy tablet that was about 3 meters long. The Medicine King's tablet, Linghu Chong, and the other ancient words on it all disappeared. Although it didn't reveal its complete form, its size was still shocking enough. It floated a few hundred meters above Yi Xian's head and poured out a waterfall-like green glow. With Yi Xian's figure as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely enveloped. The younger generation of the 16 great clans did not hesitate and moved one after another. They included Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua of Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin of Shenong Biotech, the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire, the two successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, as well as the other 3 Heaven's Pride Juniors from the 3 great clans of Heaven Battle Planet behind them. Apart from them, there were also the successors of the Duanmu Wu Ma, and Shunta clans led by Duanmu Xiaocha from Heavenly Wind Empire, as well as the other 4 Heaven's Pride juniors from the Huyan clan, Bailey clan, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals and Life Genetics clans. A total of 19 people flew out and gathered within 1,000 feet of Yixian. Their bodies were all shrouded in the green light of the Medicine King's tablet above Yixian's head. However, several groups of people were practically all located in different directions. Among them, the Heaven Battle Stars Tuoba Linfeng and the others were gathered together, clearly forming a small group. As for the others, some formed small groups based on the regions they came from, and some acted on their own, vigilantly watching everyone else in secret. Among them, the purplish warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire was alone. Clearly, he did not join forces with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans. Yixian saw all this and immediately felt a little embarrassed. Without a doubt, the reason why the purplish warbler did not gather with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans was clearly because Yixian had previously caused the Shenyuan family to be in the eye of the storm. Perhaps he had been ridiculed by the Huangfu and Nangong clans. These people had not even entered the core area of the Medicine King's remains, but they were already showing signs of competition. Yixian sneered in his heart. He made up his mind that once he entered, apart from the purplish warbler, everyone else, he would suppress them all. Even the heirs of the Huangfu and Nangong families, who were also from the Heavenly Underworld planet, were no exception. These 2 fellows hadn't gotten too close to Shenyuan Ziying in the past few days, and when they looked at her from time to time, they still had mocking expressions on their faces. I must take advantage of this opportunity to teach them a good lesson. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian sneered. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and slowly swept towards the Shenong cauldron that was like a huge star in front of him. As his figure moved, the Medicine King's ancient tablet that was suspended hundreds of feet above his head also moved, causing the green light area below to also move at the same time. The other 19 successors of the various great families, and the younger generation Heaven's Prides in this protective area did not dare to hesitate and also moved. Some of them were closer to Yixian in the protective area, while others were at the edge of the outer circle. The former was worried that if Yixian moved too quickly, he would be caught off guard and thrown out of the protective area. The latter planned to be at the edge of the protective circle after entering the core area of the Medicine King's remains. When the time came, they would be able to retreat immediately and avoid any attacks that might come at any time. At the same time, they would be able to rush into the depths of the core area as quickly as possible and make their move in advance to fight for the Medicine King's inheritance. In short, each of them had their own thoughts and plans. Seeing Yixian and the other 20 people slowly moving away under the protective light of the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the 1,000 or so people led by Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, Duanmu Liangling, Yuan Changfeng, Old Man Xinyuan, and the other leaders of the various great families all gathered their gazes and watched them move forward step by step. There were nearly 1,000 people who entered, but the leaders of the various great families would not leave. They would always guard the surroundings of the Shenong cauldron, waiting for Yixian and the others to successfully obtain the Medicine King's inheritance and rush out. Of course, in the eyes of Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, and the others, Yixian would never have the chance to come out again. As for the other experts of the various great families and rogue cultivators, they would spread out and explore this vast alien plane that was like a small star field, to see if there were any other fortunes. Now that Yixian and the other 20 Heaven's Prides of the various great families had already moved out, the 1,000 or so people who entered watched them walk halfway before they all turned around and left. Yixian and the others were seeking the core fortune, so they did not want to fall behind others. The outer area of the Medicine King's ancient ruins was as vast as a small star field, and there were also some hidden fortunes waiting for them to explore. Very soon, the 1,000 or so people who entered had all left. They were in the outer area, so there was no need to deliberately slow down. In the blink of an eye, there were only Tuoba Xiong and the other leaders of the various great families, family heads, and elders left. They would wait here for an entire month. Once someone rushed out, whether or not they had obtained the Medicine King's inheritance, they would be the first to take care of them. Of course, some were to protect them, and some were to secretly prevent them from leaving, in case they carried the Medicine King's inheritance with them. Above the Divine Dragon Cauldron, which was larger than a star, there was always a layer of 9-colored fog, which revealed an inexplicable pressure, blocking the approach of living creatures. Even if the mighty people of heaven and earth tried to force their way in, they would be blocked by this layer of dense fog, unable to move forward and fall into the inner world of the divine dragon cauldron. At this moment, Yi Xian, with the Medicine King's ancient tablet hanging above his head, had already arrived at the edge of the cauldron. As he took a step, Yi Xian had already brought half of the green waterfall light into the cauldron. Seeing this scene, Tuo Xiong, the leader of the Shenyuan family, and the other leaders of the various great families all breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces. No matter what, at least they had successfully entered the inner world of the cauldron. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A black lightning suddenly shot out from the edge of the divine dragon cauldron, and directly entered the left side of the green waterfall light that had not yet entered the inner world of the cauldron. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared, and all of them were shrouded in thick black fog. At the same time, in the right side of the green waterfall light, a mysterious light suddenly appeared, and like a teleportation, it directly sent the 4 figures that were wrapped in blazing white light into the green waterfall light. In the blink of an eye, there were actually 8 figures that entered randomly, and directly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron covered in green waterfall light. The direct result of this change was that the 8 figures that suddenly entered randomly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron at lightning speed, wearing the Medicine King's ancient tablet's green waterfall light. Chapter 32:48. Halting the blade. The shocking change happened too quickly. Before the 8 figures could react, they were already squeezed out. 4 of them were the heirs of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. The 4 of them had gathered together at the edge of the green waterfall radiance. As soon as the black lightning rushed in, they were immediately squeezed out. The other 4 people were the successors of the Wu Ma and Shun Tu clans, 2 of the 3 great clans of the Heavenly Wind Empire. After the 2 of them were squeezed out, in the entire Heavenly Wind Empire, only Duanmu Xiaocha of the Duanmu clan had entered the Dragon God Cauldron. The last 2 people were Dongfang Lin from the Shen Nong Jin from the Immortal Planet, and the heir of the Nangong family from the Heavenly Nether Empire. At this moment, as the 8 of them were squeezed out of the green waterfall, the other existences had already completely entered the Divine Dragon Cauldron and disappeared. The leaders of the 8 great families and forces who were squeezed out of the younger generation glared angrily at Tuo Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong. Obviously, they thought that this was a small trick by them. This was especially true for the people in charge of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. At this moment, they were simply about to explode from anger. Although they did not come from the imperial capital's Immortal Planet, nor were they aristocratic families from the 3 great empires' imperial capital's imperial capital, they were the 4 forces in the entire imperial capital that similarly possessed the ability to concoct level 8 elixirs. Because their ancestral grounds were not in the imperial capital, nor were they in the 3 great imperial capitals, their foundations were naturally weaker than the other great clans and powers. It was also because of this that the 4 of them had always been tightly bound together. Originally, it was thought that there were 4 of them, and moreover they worked closely together to form a tight group. This time, he would most likely be able to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? He did not even manage to enter the door, and was directly eliminated. At this moment, the leaders of the 4 forces were filled with righteous indignation. They gritted their teeth and glared at Tuo Xiong's group. They were sure that it was them who did this, and they did not want to give others a chance to live. Tuo Xiong, don't you think this is too much? There was clearly an agreement before that each of your 3 clans would have 2 people enter, yet you are still not satisfied? Since you broke the agreement, don't be afraid that I'll do anything to the juniors of your 3 families when those kids come out. The Life Gene Society is not to be trifled with. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heavy, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. A fight could break out at any time. Bullshit, bullshit. At this time, Tuo Xiong was also furious. Being wrongly accused was a small matter, but the 2 groups of people who came in randomly, each group had 4 people and their 3 families only had 6 people. If those 2 groups of people joined hands, the King of Medicine's inheritance would have nothing to do with their 3 families. At this time he was also very angry, and he was a little incoherent. Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Can't you see? That black lightning bolt is the bloodline talent of the second universe's demons. We were tricked by an outsider. On the contrary, the head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, was not in a hurry. He hurriedly advised, "We must not panic. Otherwise, once we fight, won't the spy of the demon clan take the opportunity to escape after getting the King of Medicine's inheritance? Don't forget that the demon clan is not a race of the Federation. If they really succeed, our King of Medicine's inheritance will fall into the hands of the alien race." That's right, there's still a chance for a turnaround. Although there were 8 people just now, in this old man's opinion, the other 4 shouldn't be from the alien race but from the human race. Although they deliberately concealed themselves with the blazing white light around them, their auras couldn't escape our detection. Chang Yu, who was standing at the side, hurried over and tried to persuade him. "It's a pity that we can only sense that they are humans. We don't know which force is causing trouble, but we can find out later. They will come out eventually. Moreover, since they are humans, they should not join hands with the 4 demons. Our heavenly battle 3 great families have a total of 6 people who entered. If we work together, we will have the advantage. Even if there is internal competition among the humans, the King of Medicine's inheritance will most likely fall into the hands of our heavenly battle 3 great families." This old man, Brother Tuoba, and Brother Gongyang promised that once those brats take out the King of Medicine's inheritance, our 3 families will not take it for ourselves. We will more or less give some copies to each of you. How about this? Hearing him say this, although it was not a full copy, the people in charge of the Huyen family, Bailey family, Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and Life Gene Company were satisfied. Gufeng temporarily stopped. No matter which family's descendant obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance, in the end, it was impossible to share the full copy. Even they were the same. Therefore, with the promise of the 3 great families of the Heaven Battle Planet, although the other clan heads and family heads were still indignant, they didn't say anything more. Instead, they were all waiting in formation, closely watching the farmer god cauldron in front of them. Right now, the only thing they were thinking was that no matter what, they had to stop those 4 demon juniors from rushing out of the cauldron and using the chaos to escape. Boom! When the waterfall of green light from the King of Medicine's tablet passed through the dense 9-colored fog of the King of Medicine's cauldron, it produced a huge roar, causing the 20 people who entered, including Yi Xian, to feel dizzy. For a moment, they were absent-minded and did not know where they were. After an unknown amount of time, when Yi Xian regained consciousness, he opened his eyes and found that he had actually fallen into a medicinal garden. There was no one around him, only him. The King of Medicine's tablet. His eyelids twitched. His first thought was to check if the King of Medicine's tablet was lost. Putting aside the miraculous nature of this tablet, it must be of great use in the space inside the farmer god cauldron. Perhaps it was the only hope to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance and find the farmer god cauldron. In fact, ever since he realized that this starlight cauldron was the legendary farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian's primary goal of this exploration was no longer the King of Medicine's inheritance, but the farmer god cauldron. After all, the farmer god cauldron was from the desolate era, but the King of Medicine's inheritance was left behind in ancient times. According to his estimation, the so-called King of Medicine's inheritance was most likely obtained from the farmer god cauldron. Perhaps it was only the tip of the iceberg. As long as he obtained the farmer god cauldron, it was no longer important whether he obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance or not. Although Yi Xian thought that the method of refining the farmer god cauldron might be discussed in the King of Medicine's inheritance, after thinking about it carefully, the possibility of this was not very high. This required him to explore. At this moment, after investigating, he quickly relaxed. After entering the farmer god cauldron, the King of Medicine's tablet had not disappeared. It had automatically entered his sea of consciousness, rotating side by side with the Rai Di seal in the center of his sea of consciousness. But the strange thing was that the 3 words King of Medicine's tablet had completely disappeared, including the 3 words Ling Huchong that had appeared on it. The King of Medicine's tablet was different from before after rushing through the layer of 9-colored fog at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron. It had become more simple, exuding a strong ancient aura, and its appearance had changed by at least a third. Could it be? Chapter 3249. The second primordial treasure. This ancient tablet was not the so-called Medicine King's tablet at all. It should be a medium key to refine the Shenong cauldron. To be precise, it was a pestle. The Shenong pestle. This cauldron originated from the primordial era. Could be big or small. If it was big, it could turn into a giant star cauldron. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorn could all enter it, and use the power of the stars as a furnace to cook great herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was like a shovel of heaven and earth. It churned in the cauldron and evenly distributed the medicinal power. If it was small, it could turn into a small medicine pot and be used to grind herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was a small pestle. They were originally a set and came from the same source. However, later on, the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle were obtained by the Medicine King's lineage in the primordial era. This pestle was refined by the Medicine King and covered with a layer of material to fake it as the Medicine King's tablet. As such, as long as the secret of the Medicine King's tablet was not discovered, no one could refine the Shenong cauldron. This pestle was the key to refining the Shenong cauldron. It was the core item. Right now, this pestle was pouring down green waterfalls to protect Yixian and the rest as they entered the Shenong cauldron. At the mouth of the cauldron, it was refined by the 9-colored mist of the cauldron. The disguise on the surface was removed, revealing its true form. All of this was just Yixian's guess. However, he was confident that this guess was basically the truth. This was because the Medicine King's tablet that was hanging in the sky above his sea of consciousness had indeed changed greatly. Previously it was a tablet, but now it was a cylinder. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. It looked exactly the same as the pestle. It was no wonder that it could hang in the sky above Yixian's sea of consciousness like the Rai Di seal. Only the Tower of Desolate Antiquity had the qualifications to do so. Even the black gold dragon scale and the golden bow did not occupy the sky above Yixian's sea of consciousness. If it was merely the Medicine King's tablet from the ancient era, how could it be mentioned in the same breath as the Tower of Inheritance from the Desolate era? However, it was a different story if it was the Farmer God Cauldron from the Antiquity era. Although the Farmer God pestle was not the Farmer God Cauldron, it was the core of this set of treasures from the Antiquity era. The Farmer God pestle was the key to the Farmer God Cauldron. The Farmer God pestle was qualified to be on the same level as the Rai Di seal and replaced the Tower of Antiquity. It hung quietly in the central region above Yixian's sea of consciousness. Right at this moment, Yixian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Shenong pestle. He had already refined it. Shenong pestle. Combine with the primordial treasure, Shenong cauldron, to form a set of primordial treasures. Sure enough, as the outer shell of the Medicine King tablet was vaporized by the 9-colored mist of the Shenong cauldron and revealed its true appearance, the result of the devouring system's appraisal of it was also different. From this, it could be seen that the Medicine King's bloodline was extraordinary. The Medicine King from the ancient era was only covered with a layer of outer shell by the Farmer God pestle. It could actually block the appraisal of the devouring system. It was truly extraordinary. His guess was confirmed. At this moment, Yixian was completely excited. Everything was as he expected. The Medicine King's tablet was the Farmer God pestle. It was the same as the Farmer God cauldron. Both of them were primordial treasures. However, if the two of them were combined together to form a set, then it would instantly rise in rank and become a primordial treasure like the Tower of Antiquity. This was clearly the rhythm of obtaining another primordial treasure. If he could also obtain the Farmer God cauldron, then Yixian would have two primordial treasures in his hands. His devouring doppelganger would have the Tower of Antiquity, while his original body would have the Farmer God cauldron set. With such a foundation, where could he not go in the boundless starry sky? At this moment, Yixian was filled with lofty aspirations. However, although the Farmer God pestle had already recognized Yixian as its master, to refine the Farmer God cauldron and completely control this set of primordial treasures was clearly not something that could be done easily. Yixian still had a long way to go. When these two primordial treasures were combined together, they would form a set of primordial treasures. However, since they were a set, it meant that they were a complete set. At the same time, they were also relatively independent. Although Yi Xian had already refined the farmer god pestle, it was only a key to enter the inner space of the farmer god cauldron. It only gave Yi Xian the qualifications to try to refine the farmer god cauldron. Yi Xian had to refine the two primordial treasures separately and make them recognize him as their master. Only then could he obtain the entire set of farmer god cauldron treasures. After going around in circles, he still had to think of a way to refine the farmer god cauldron by himself. As for the farmer god cauldron, it had nothing to do with this matter. As a key, it brought him in to obtain the qualifications to refine the farmer god cauldron, and its responsibilities were fulfilled. All of this was the information that Yi Xian obtained when he used his divine sense to touch the greatly changed farmer god cauldron. In the end, he smiled bitterly. Other than that, the farmer god cauldron did not give me any hints. It seems that I have to rely on myself. This is clearly a test. Shaking his head and sighing, he looked around and began to observe the surroundings of the herb garden. As far as the eye could see, the interior space of the farmer god cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet. This greatly surprised Yi Xian. This was not a space-type treasure, but a cauldron used to refine great medicines. If the interior of the cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet, how could he refine great medicines? If he lit a fire, wouldn't everything be burned to ashes? With this doubt in mind, Yi Xian soared into the sky. Although there were many strange fruits and herbs in the medicinal garden, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to pick them at all. As long as he refined the Shenong cauldron, the entire cauldron would be as large as a planet. All the strange fruits and immortal herbs on the undulating mountains would be his in the end. There was really no need to give up on the basics. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the sky of the space within the cauldron. After looking down, he quickly discovered that this area was extremely vast. It was definitely compatible with the interior of a huge planet, but the terrain was very strange. The herb garden that Yi Xian was in was only the periphery. This ring of greenery was a large circle that was distributed around the periphery of the entire area, occupying less than half of the area. In the center of the entire area was a huge volcanic crater that occupied more than half of the entire area. Yi Xian immediately understood. As expected, it was a giant cauldron used to refine medicines. The volcano in the center must be used to refine great medicines. This was a huge volcano and it was used as a cauldron. How extravagant! At the same time, other than the huge cauldron volcano in the center, the surrounding area was all herb gardens and undulating mountain ranges that could be used to cultivate strange fruits and herbs. There were also some strange beasts that could be seen here and there. There must be various minerals in the soil. The herbs, materials from ferocious beasts, and various rare minerals needed for refining medicines could be nurtured in the farmer god cauldron. At the same time, the central area could be used to refine great medicines. This farmer god cauldron was simply amazing. It could refine anything directly from the ground. Chapter 3250. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. Using Heartfire as a guide, Yi Xian gazed around the interior of the Shenong cauldron, but he was disappointed. He had hoped to find one or two buildings that might contain ancient books or stone tablets. Perhaps there would be some guidance on how to refine the cauldron, but now it seemed that everything was in vain. This space inside the cauldron was like the interior of a planet. Apart from the central region, which was used as a huge cauldron to refine the great herbs of heaven and earth, the surrounding area was surrounded by rolling hills and herb gardens. There was no trace of human activity. Helpless, Yi Xian could only work on the Shenong pestle that had already been refined. With a thought, the Shenong pestle was summoned from his knowledge sea. It turned into a cylindrical pestle that was 100 feet long. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom, and it had a round head that was used to pestle herbs. The Shenong pestle and the Shenong cauldron had been separated for countless years. Perhaps this was the first time they had reunited in hundreds of millions of years, so it naturally caused a strange phenomenon. As the Shenong pestle was summoned, the entire interior of the cauldron suddenly shook violently above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. From the depths of the cauldron, a wave of 9 colored flames surged into the sky. At the same time, the Shenong pestle that was 100 feet long also released a boundless 9-colored light that illuminated the entire area. In Yi Xian's mind, the devouring system's notification sounded. This must be because the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had reunited and caused some changes. The devouring system had captured some information and displayed it in Yixian's mind. He had finally obtained information on how to refine the cauldron. Yixian was pleasantly surprised. He immediately checked the devouring system's database and found that the information on the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had been updated. Among them was the method to refine the Shenong cauldron. In summary, it could be summarized in one sentence. Use the heart fire to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central region's volcano cauldron. If he could obtain a 1-colored flame, the cauldron would be considered a success. He would be able to control the size of the cauldron at will. However, a mere 1-colored flame of chaos would only be able to display 1/9 of the Shenong cauldron's power. The medicinal efficacy of the great medicine of heaven and earth that was refined was also limited. In the future, when he could ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his heart fire, he would be considered to have fully grasped most of the power of this Shenong cauldron. At that time, the great medicine of heaven and earth that he could refine would be called a desolate era treasure medicine. After understanding all of this, Yixian was immediately stunned. As expected of a treasure from the primordial era, he didn't expect it to contain the chaotic 9-colored flame. It was no wonder that when he looked at the cauldron from the outside, the mouth of the cauldron was filled with a 9-colored secret fog. It must be related to the chaotic 9-colored flame. He had never heard of this kind of flame before, but since it had the name of primal chaos in 9 colors, it was obvious that it was something extraordinary. This made him even more surprised, but at the same time there was a problem. In order to refine this Shenong cauldron, one had to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central domain's volcano cauldron. Although he only needed to obtain a 1-colored flame to successfully refine this cauldron, then he would be able to control its size and control it as he wished. Even if this 1-colored flame of chaos could only display 1/9 of this Shenong cauldron, he would accept it now. He only wanted to ignite the 1-colored flame with his heart fire and refine it first. However, Yixian didn't know what the heart fire was. How could he ignite this 1-colored flame? Depressed, Yixian immediately put the Shenong pestle that he had just summoned back into his sea of consciousness. After that, as the 9-colored flame in the central domain's volcano cauldron disappeared, Yixian began to search in the database of the devouring system. The search condition was all kinds of fire and flames between heaven and earth. If he wanted to successfully ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his heart fire, he had to at least understand what the heart fire was, where it came from, and how to control it. As a result, he was once again dumbfounded. After the search condition was given, the devouring system instantly listed all the information related to the heavenly flames in the system's database. Hundreds of pages were voluminous and extremely detailed. Yixian quickly scanned through with his divine sense. He saw the heavenly raging fire, Samadhi true fire, 6 yang divine fire, 9 underworld fire, Nanmingli fire, mysterious Yin cold flame, and all kinds of flames that he had never heard of before. However, there was no such thing as the so-called heart fire. This time he was completely at a loss. After being blocked again and again, even the anger in his heart surged. Unfortunately, this wasn't the heart fire that the Shenong cauldron had mentioned. Otherwise, with Yixian's current state of rage, not to mention the chaotic 9-colored flame, most likely he would directly ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame. After a long time, although the result was a little more clues, in the end it was cut off here again. There was no way to continue. Yixian was so angry that his nostrils were about to spit fire. He didn't know if this could be considered as nasal fire. After a moment of bad fun, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was also at this time that the surrounding figures had already swept over one after another. Even from a distance they all burst out shouting, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and 3 other people came from a direction first. They were extremely excited and shouted, "Oh, brothers, did you see that? That strange scene just now was so shocking." 100 feet long pestle rushed out from the depths of the volcano, accompanied by a 9-colored light. This is definitely the King of Medicine's inheritance. Yes, the King of Medicine's most important item is naturally the medicine pounding pestle. I didn't expect the legendary King of Medicine's inheritance to be hidden in a treasure pestle. If it wasn't for this kid's luck that triggered the treasure, I'm afraid we would have to painstakingly search for it. Ling Huchong, quickly hand over the treasure pestle. We have seen it just now. The treasure pestle was taken into your body. We have many people, so don't take any chances. Otherwise, don't be afraid that this young master will disregard our old friendship and kill you." The two women, Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, gathered together at this moment, also quickly rushed over at this moment. Their expressions were strange, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology and Yuan Zhua of Celestial Worthy Creatures came from the same direction. Although their expressions were gloomy, they didn't say anything. The last person, Huangfu Zhua of the Heavenly Underworld Planet's Huangfu family, also shouted from a distance, "Ling Hu Chong, you are a rogue cultivator. You can't protect the King of Medicine's inheritance. Hand it over immediately, and we will spare your life." Rogue cultivator? If my Ling Hu family's young master is a rogue cultivator, wouldn't your 16 great families be worse than a rogue cultivator? Just as Huangfu Zhua finished speaking, 4 figures rushed over from the west, full of murderous intent. They were all black hole rank 9 perfection. Humph! Back then, when my Ling Hu family dominated the dynasty gene fluid field, your 16 great families weren't even worthy to carry our shoes. How dare you be so arrogant today? Bullshit. I am the Ling Hu family's young master. That Ling Hu Chong is a fake. Are you 4 blind? Chapter 3251. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Greetings. Young Master Ling Hu Ju's lungs were about to explode when he heard the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts address Yixian as Ling Hu Young Master. He didn't know about Hu Qing's existence. When the Ling Hu family was in trouble, he wasn't even born yet. Ling Hu Young Master who escaped was his father. He was very young at that time, so he didn't know that the Ling Hu family head had saved someone called Hu Qing. In addition, the Ling Hu family had been living in the second universe all these years, so they didn't come back to look for their so-called family members. They had long thought that those who didn't escape were all dead. At the same time, although Hu Qing had secretly inquired about the situation of Ling Hu Young Master's descendants after they escaped, no matter how long he extended his reach, it was impossible for him to extend his reach all the way to the second universe. Besides, even in the second universe, Ling Hu Young Master's descendants were very low-key and used an alias to travel. Therefore, it was impossible for Hu Qing to find them. For Ling Hu Ju, the sudden appearance of a person calling himself Young Master Ling Hu was enough to make him depressed. He felt as if his identity had been taken advantage of. Today, he saw and heard with his own eyes another group of people calling this fake Young Master Ling Hu family head with such seriousness. He was about to explode from anger. Moreover, he subconsciously regarded Yixian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts as a group. God damn it! They actually dared to take advantage of this Ling Hu family head's name in groups. Who did our Ling Hu family offend? These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Ling Hu Ju even had the intention to kill. No, he had this thought for a long time. However, his killing intent had only locked onto Yixian, and now there were 4 more people. He wanted to kill all those who took advantage of the Ling Hu family head's name. Thinking of this, Ling Hu Ju's eyes were about to split open. He stared fiercely at Yixian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts, gnashing his teeth. You bunch of traitors, how dare you take advantage of my name? This is unforgivable. Today all of you will die. Impudent. Who are you? How dare you speak to the Ling Hu family's young master like this? Humph. A thief calling out a thief. Yet you're still so confident. As a human you actually colluded with the Eem demons, a race that can't even be considered a race of the Federation, and infiltrated my human race's Universe 3. Such a thief actually dares to use my Ling Hu family's name. You are the one who is courting death. The 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion immediately flew into a rage and sternly rebuked Ling Hu Ju. At the same time, one of them respectfully cupped his hands towards Yixian. Young Master, this thief has tarnished the reputation of our Ling Hu clan. He should be killed. Please give the order, Young Master. The 4 of us will capture him and kill him after we find out who is behind this. This? Yixian did not feel good. He knew very well that he was Li Gui. The main character was here. However, it seemed that they did not know each other. Moreover, the guy who called himself Young Master Ling Hu actually had 2 Eem demons behind him. Although the Eem demons were also a race of the second universe, they did not join the Myriad Net Federation. They were both friends and foes of the Federation. Similarly, they were both friends and foes of the Tianji clan in the first universe. From this, it seemed that the real young master Linghu most likely came from the second universe. Since that was the case, they naturally did not know about the Clear River Pavilion. In addition, it was one thing for the Linghu bloodline to hide in the second universe, but they actually colluded with the scheming clan. If this news were to spread, the Linghu family's reputation would really be damaged. Forget it. He had more or less received some benefits from them. Since he was using their name, he would help them clean up their house to protect their reputation. Thinking of this, Yixian's face sank. He raised his hand and pointed at Linghu Ju. He coldly said, "Capture him immediately. If he resists, kill him immediately. There is no need to leave such a thief alive. Next time, just kill him if you encounter him." Yes. The powerhouse of the Clear River Pavilion was also very angry. Yixian's words were exactly what he wanted. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. After receiving the order, he turned around and attacked Linghu Ju with the other 3 people at the same time. There were 8 people on both sides, all of whom had the cultivation of black hole great perfection. At this moment they were fighting in pairs. It was so shocking that the sky was in chaos. It was impossible to have a result in a short time. Everything that happened before was seen by the others. They had long been convinced of Yixian's identity as young master Linghu. Even the purplish warbler was so. Her eyes were originally shining as she stared at Yixian, but now they were dim. She felt a little dejected. At the same time, she was a little unwilling. She secretly thought that she missed that bastard too much. A person who looked so different from him actually guessed that he was a disguise for a few days. You really are a bastard of the Linghu bloodline. You even secretly arranged for 4 subordinates to sneak into the Medicine King's remains and squeeze out the quota of the other great clans. Tuoba Linfeng was very surprised. He thought that the 8 people were all Yixian's subordinates. Now it seemed that there were only 4. Although these 4 people had the cultivation of black hole great perfection, they were currently pinned down by the other 4 people. They couldn't come to Yixian's rescue at all, so there was no need to be afraid. In this case, Yixian was alone. On his side, there were 6 people from the 3 great clans Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu. 4 of them had the cultivation of black hole great perfection. In his opinion, Yixian was simply cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly grinned. "Linghu Chong, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either you take the initiative to hand over the Medicine King's inheritance, this young master will leave you an intact corpse, or... What kind of young master are you? You can't even enter the Clear River Pavilion. Sooner or later, you'll be a cripple." Yixian exposed the scars on the spot, raising the greatest hatred in Tuoba Linfeng's heart. 3 breaths is too short. This young master will give you 10 breaths of time. Either you immediately roll over here and beg for mercy. From now on you'll be my slave. Bah, forget about being a slave. This young master can't stand such disgust. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and purifying the air of the heaven-warring planet. These words were really like the extremine fall. He even used the word kill to purify the air. This immediately angered Tuoba Linfeng and the others. On the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others looked at each other speechless. The purplish warbler frowned again. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a feeling that this person was Yixian. Their style of speech was too similar. Not good. I've really been bewitched by that bastard. This is definitely the rhythm of qi deviation. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, the purplish warbler raised her hand and gently touched her cheek. Sure enough, it was hot, making her feel ashamed and angry. "Pooh! Smelly brat, you're courting death. My Tianzhan 3 great clans in your mouth have all become slaves and maidservants? You're simply courting death." Tuoba Linfeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He angrily roared and immediately took out his magic weapon. Together with Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others, the 6 of them charged towards Yixian. Without waiting for Duanmu Xiaocha and the purplish warbler to react, they had already arrived and surrounded Yixian. Chapter 3252. Invincible glazed armor. Second form. Following Yixian's words, the quasi-starry sky treasure, the indestructible glass armor that he kept in the undying world, immediately transformed into an overflowing purple light that rushed out. Under the bright light, it transformed into an extraordinary armor that covered Yixian's body, causing his entire temperament to change in an instant, causing others to be dazzled. At the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a dazzling and extraordinary armor before. The armors forged by the cultivator faction were mostly practical, unlike the armor made by the devouring system which pursued perfection. Moreover, this armor had been fused several times, and the advantages of each fusion were all taken in by the devouring system. Just its appearance alone was stunning. Duanmu Xiaocha's mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of stars. Heavens, is this still an armor? It's so beautiful. Zhao Qianru, who came from the undying planet, Bodhi technology, was also stunned. At this moment, Ling Huchong made her blush a little. His body was originally close to 2 meters tall and was incomparably tall, but his aura was a little rascally. Now, all his flaws were covered up by this stunning armor. For a moment, Zhao Qianru actually had an illusion, as if a figure that appeared in her dreams had really appeared. As for Yuan Zhua, who came from the undying planet, and Huangfu Zhua, who came from the heavenly underworld planet, both of them had gloomy expressions. Both of them felt the amazement of the three beauties present, and more or less, their hearts were disturbed. The purplish warbler, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide, and his breathing quickened. In just a moment, she confirmed Yixian's identity. Isn't he that big bastard? He tricked me so badly I almost thought I was possessed. After all this time it really was him. Back then, when Yixian fused his armor for the 4th time, he added a piece of purple phoenix glazed armor. That piece of armor was a purplish warbler's personal armor. At that time, Lu Luo had tried to stop him, saying that the armor had the scent of the purplish warbler, so it wasn't suitable to be auctioned. Right now, the purplish warbler was able to determine Yixian's identity precisely, because she saw the shadow of the purple phoenix glazed armor on the indestructible glass armor. At the same time, after confirming Yixian's identity, her cheeks flushed red. That was his personal armor, and now it was on this guy's body. This was really... Apart from that, the purplish warbler was even more shocked. Wasn't this guy in the Tenju Celestial Palace in the cultivation camp? Who would have thought that he would suddenly come to the Heavenly Battle Empire and cause such a huge disturbance? He was simply too monstrous. Who would have thought that his talent in the field of alchemy would be so terrifying? Just the fact that he perfectly passed the 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet was enough to shock the purplish warbler. In addition, this big bastard's talent in alchemy was also terrifying. The last time she saw this armor, it wasn't so amazing. Now it seemed like it was no different from a Starry Sky treasure. It was definitely not just Starry Sky epic grade, but at least quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade. Heavens, this big bastard can actually refine a quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade magic weapon? If so, she must go back and pester him to reforge all her weapons and armors. Keep the goodies within the family. Aya, what do you mean by keep the goodies within the family? It's so embarrassing, it's all this big bastard's fault. For a moment's slip of the tongue, the purplish warbler blushed. When this scene fell into Tuoba Linfeng's eyes, he thought that she was attracted by Yixian after he put on the armor. Suddenly he angrily shouted, Ling Huchong, you want to fight 1 against 6 with just a broken armor? Haha, I think you're just a wax spearhead that looks good but doesn't. No matter how good the armor is, this young master will just cut it in half. Chop! Before he finished speaking, a 6-eared saber slashed down from the sky. With a boom, it slashed onto Yixian's indestructible glass armor, emitting a loud clanging sound. A fierce force spread out in all directions, shocking the ground below to the point that sand and rocks flew everywhere. However, Yixian remained calm, and his figure didn't even sway. As a quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade armor, one aspect was its sturdiness, and the other was its defensive ability to neutralize attacks. On the contrary, after Tuoba Linfeng slashed down with the saber, his figure was actually shaken back. After stabilizing his figure with great difficulty, he looked up and saw the 6-eared saber hanging above his head. It was full of glaring holes, as if it was bitten by a dog. This scene was really unacceptable to him. Tuoba Linfeng cried out, This is impossible, this young master's weapon is a Starry Sky legendary grade treasure. You. Poof! Yixian was so angry that he laughed. He glanced at Tuoba Linfeng with a contemptuous expression. Didn't I just say you don't deserve to be called a young master? A Starry Sky legendary grade weapon, you have the nerve to call it a treasure. This young master's armor is a quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade treasure. It didn't break on the spot because this young master didn't activate it. Otherwise, how could your weapon break? Do you believe me, your head would turn into a pig's head? These words were too infuriating. On the side, Yuan Jua and Huang Fuzhua couldn't help but blush slightly. Their weapons were also Starry Sky legendary grade, so wouldn't it mean that they didn't have the face to call themselves young masters? As for Duanmu Xiaocha, the stars in her eyes instantly increased. Heavens, a quasi-Starry Sky treasure? No wonder this treasure armor was so dazzling. Even the old ancestor of the clan did not have such a treasure armor. Moreover, it looked very new. It was clearly refined recently. Could it be that this guy knew a weapon refining grandmaster? No, I must ask him later. This young lady also wants one. It's too beautiful. Hearing these words, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology's eyes suddenly lit up. She was also moved. Which girl didn't like to be beautiful? They also had armors and battle armors, but they were all crude and generally did not like to use them. It would be perfect if they could have an amazing and powerful quasi-Starry Sky Supreme Treasure Grade artifact armor. All this fell into the purplish warbler's eyes. She immediately curled her lips and muttered in her heart. Humph, this young lady isn't even close to the water yet, and you two want to think about it? No way. Then her face turned red again. Using the phrase quasi-Starry Sky Treasure was a bit too much. Damn bastard, it's all his fault. The purplish warbler was going crazy. I'm going to die. Ling Hu Chong, if this young master doesn't suppress you today, I swear I'm not human. After being humiliated by Yi Xian time and time again, and every single time, he was the one who brought it upon himself. At this moment, Tuoba Linfeng had already gone berserk and was roaring furiously. Together with Gong Yangji, Long Yu Xiaotian, and the others, 6 figures simultaneously took out their magic treasures. Most of them were seals, heavy hammers and the like, smashing towards Yi Xian from all directions. Not human. You're right. If you meet this young master, it will be difficult for you to be human. I'll directly beat you into a dog's head. Chapter 3253. Crazy Fatty Beat Boom. As Yi Xian's final roar sounded out, an incomparably boundless and formless force instantly surged out from the undying glass armor on his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's figure had already expanded explosively, and was completely gone. He was enveloped by the undying glass armor that had expanded into a battle armor. The entire mecha was 10 zhang tall, like a small mountain. Its entire body was purple and looked gorgeous. It had a perfect fusion of power and beauty, making people exclaim in amazement. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling battle armor transformed into an equally dazzling battle armor. Mecha were products of refining, and mecha were products of science and technology. Although the human race in the third universe also had mecha, they were not popular. Only the Tianji clan in the first universe had them. No one had ever thought that a mecha could have another form, turning into a terrifying mecha in the blink of an eye. This scene was too shocking and unimaginable. Even Yuan Jua and Huang Fuzhua on the outside were dumbfounded. Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha were breathing rapidly. At this moment, the former's eyes were filled with stars. A supreme treasure armor that could change between mecha and mecha at any time was simply the dream of all strong people. It was just that no one had ever succeeded in refining it. This was no longer just a category of the same field. It was related to different fields such as refining and mecha manufacturing. In the past, no one had ever combined the essence of these two fields to successfully create such a flashy treasure armor. Heavens! There's actually a second form. A treasure armor. Not only a personal battle armor, but also a heavy mecha. This is simply perfect. More importantly, whether it's the first mecha form or the second mecha form, they are both so gorgeous and perfect. It's too amazing. Xin Yuanzing was similarly stunned, and she muttered to herself. Perhaps it was because the shock in her heart was too great, but this time she didn't intentionally lower her voice, and it was heard by Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha. Damn it! That big bastard's level of equipment refinement has actually attained such an extent? This is clearly beyond the level of a grandmaster refiner. His progress is too fast. I don't care. Since I recognized his identity, this matter is not over. If you don't help me refine a similar type of treasure armor, I will. You will what? Without waiting for the purplish warbler to finish speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha, whose eyes were filled with countless stars, leaned forward and whispered, Sister Xing, do you know that guy? And from your tone you seem to be very familiar? Yes or no, we all heard it. Was that treasure armor really refined by him himself? Heavens, is there really such a monster in this world? Unparalleled in refining medicine, unparalleled in refining weapons, this is simply unreasonable. Facing the second form of the indestructible glass armor, Zhao Qianru, who had always been reserved, could not remain calm. She also leaned forward stealthily. Seeing that the purplish warbler was about to refute and cover up, she immediately interrupted again. Sister Xing, you have to think carefully. We are all women. You know how jealous we are of such a stunning treasure armor. If you refuse and don't help us hook up with, contact that brat, we will all blabber about this matter. I don't know what we will say later. Ugh. The purplish warbler did not speak anymore. She raised her hand to her forehead, and her face turned green. What the hell is this? Battle armor? And it's actually this huge? It's 10 feet tall. Damn. A fist bigger than a casserole. Ouch. Pooh. Just as Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were stealthily pestering the purplish warbler to inquire about Yixian's background, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, who had just besieged Yixian, began to get beaten up. And it was a crazy beating. Yixian's indestructible glass armor was a quasi-starry sky treasure. Even if it was a magic treasure battle blade of the same level, it would only be able to leave a single mark on it. Unless the user's cultivation was much stronger than Yixian's, they wouldn't be able to use a battle blade of the same level to slash him apart. However, such a flashy thing, Tuoba Linfeng and the others did not dare to think about it. They did not even dare to think about it. At this moment, they suddenly saw a giant purple mecha the size of a small hill, waving a fist bigger than a casserole at them. These 6 people's faces instantly turned green. They screamed and turned around to escape. Even in the process of escaping, one of the fellows was struck in the back by the giant fist of Yixian's mecha. He fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. He lost consciousness and couldn't even crawl. Yu Xiaotian directly spat out blood. Just now he took out a heavy seal and smashed it towards Yixian's forehead, but in the end it was shattered by Yixian's punch. This was a refined magic treasure that was connected to his mind, so it directly backfired. Yu Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was sluggish, and he also fell to the ground below, losing his battle prowess. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 6 Black Hole Realm experts had been dealt with. Even if they did not die, they could not fight anymore. This feeling of not relying on others and fighting to his heart's content with his own strength made Yixian feel proud. His blood boiled as he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. So this is the successor of the Heaven Battle Planet's 3 great clans? Why do I feel like a stray dog? Didn't you just say that you want to kill me and leave my corpse intact? Come, let's fight hand to hand or come together. I don't care. Want to run? Not so easy. You won't leave my corpse intact, so why should I be polite? At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other 2 had already fled far away. Their expressions were no different from stray dogs. Although their cultivations were a few levels higher than Yixian's, they couldn't do anything about the fact that Yixian had a quasi-starry sky treasure level supreme treasure armor. Even the starry sky legend level saber had a row of holes in it like a dog biting at a dog. How could they fight this battle? If they did not escape, they would really be beaten into a pulp if they stayed. Unfortunately, escaping was useless because the mecha was a weapon with both short-range and mid-range attack capabilities. No matter how fast they ran, as long as they could not escape more than 100 li in an instant, they would still be within the attack range. In fact, the 4 of them were running for their lives. Their speed was indeed extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already 70 to 80 li away, but it was useless. The mecha raised its arms and activated its mid-range attack mode. 2 black energy balls appeared on its 2 fists that were several times larger than a casserole and turned into pillars of light that directly shot out. Xiu! Xiu! The 2 fellows who were slightly behind were directly enveloped by the black pillars of light, and instantly turned into nothingness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji finally escaped more than 100 li away, saving their lives. Chapter 3254. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Domineering Suppression. Heavens, what did I just see? Death Ray Cannon? Isn't that the main cannon of the Interstellar Fortress? Although it's only a miniature version, this cannon is still more than 1 meter in diameter. This is amazing. Perfect. It's simply perfect. Not only is it a battle armor, but it can also shoot out a death ray cannon. Not even a mosquito can escape from it within 100 miles. This young lady is definitely going to get this kind of supreme armor. I won't hesitate to give myself to it. Dream on. At most, I'll be your pimp. Matchmaker. As for whether that big bastard helps you refine it or not, that's not my business. The situation on the other side was shocking. Of the 6 Black Hole Realm experts from the Tuoba, Gong, and Changyu families of the Heaven War Star, 2 were dead, 2 were injured, and 2 had fled. The Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had become familiar with each other. The Purplish Warbler was also a woman, so she could clearly feel how envious Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were of Yi Xian's supreme armor. If she did not make some concessions, there would be no peace in the future. Moreover, she herself was incomparably envious. Moreover, she felt a little guilty in her heart. She felt that if she were to pester Yi Xian by herself, she might not be able to do as she wished. If there were 2 more greasy girls on the same side, then this matter would be completely different. So annoying. So annoying. It was precisely because of this that the 3 girls used this matter as a bond and completely formed an alliance. After exclaiming in surprise, they gathered together and began to plan sneakily. At the same time, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru both swore a Dao oath that they would never reveal Ling Hucheng's identity. Otherwise, they would be stopped in their tracks and would not be able to advance further. This was a very poisonous oath. To cultivators, the binding force was the most terrifying, so Xianyuan Ziying was relieved. She immediately used her divine sense to transmit her voice and told the 2 of them about Yi Xian's identity. Heavens, it's actually. After all this fuss, it's actually my idol. Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru instantly widened their eyes in shock, but they did not dare to say anything else. It would be troublesome if someone heard them. At this point, the beautiful girls' trio was officially established. However, Yi Xian still didn't know that the first time he exposed the indestructible glass armor, he'd provoked 3 troublesome people. He would have to suffer in the future. After forming an alliance and finding out Yi Xian's true identity, Duanmu Xiaocha became incomparably active. Even Zhao Qianru, who had always been quiet, felt as if she had just been injected with chicken blood when she found out that she was fighting with an idol. She was just short of screaming. The 2 girls couldn't interfere in the battle because after Yi Xian finished off Tuoba Linfeng's group, he had already turned around and rushed towards Ling Huju's group of 8. As for Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua, when Yi Xian revealed the second form of the indestructible glass armor, they'd already shivered and fled into the distance. They'd long since disappeared. These 2 guys were also guilty. When they were in the Clear River Pavilion before, they were also disrespectful to Yi Xian, but they were not as excessive as Tuoba Linfeng. Now that they saw him so fierce, it was as if he was a Tyrannosaurus Rex that had just been fished up from the deep sea. How could they dare to stay here for long? In the blink of an eye, only Changyu Xiaotian, who had fallen to the ground and fainted, and another Tuoba family Heaven's Pride were left. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru immediately ran over with the intention of sharing Yi Xian's burden. As a result, they saw that the Tuoba family Heaven's Pride's entire back was directly smashed by Yi Xian's giant fist. His spine was broken into countless pieces, and he had already died. Changyu Xiaotian, on the other hand, was still hanging on by a breath. Although he had fainted, he was still a Black Hole Peak 9th stage. As long as he didn't die on the spot, he wouldn't die for a while. As for how much he could recover after waking up, that was another matter. He suffered internal injuries. His magic weapon was brazenly smashed, and the power of the instant backlash was not light. The 3 women directly threw the Tuoba family Heaven's Pride, who had already died, aside and no longer paid attention to him. However, they looked at the fainted Changyu Xiaotan. After all, this guy was the heir of the Changyu family. Whether to keep or kill him would have to wait for Yixian to finish the battle before making a decision. At the same time, far away on the west side of the mountain, four powerhouses from Clear River Pavilion were fighting fiercely with Ling Huju and the other three. The 8 of them were all black hole existences at the great perfection of the rank 9, and they were fighting in a chaotic battle. In addition, there were 2 Yin demon experts among them. This race's attacking methods were extremely strange. In addition to the Black Lightning bloodline innate talent, their figures were constantly changing during the battle. An endless black fog was constantly being emitted. The 8 of them fought for a long time, and this side of the world had long been shrouded in a thick layer of strange black fog. In this strange fog, the 2 Yin demon powerhouses were not affected at all. Even Ling Huju and his other human attendant had long adapted to this strange black fog, because they had too much contact with the Yin demon clan. However, the 4 powerhouses from Clear River Pavilion were different. They had never fought with the Yin demon powerhouses before. In the face of this situation, not only was their vision affected, but even the power of their divine sense was affected to a certain extent in this thick black fog. In addition, from time to time, there would be a black lightning bolt as thick as an adult's arm. It was the same color as the black fog and it was silent. It was simply a supreme secret technique. In the end, it actually caused the 4 Clear River Pavilion powerhouses to be injured one after another. Although it was not serious, the balance of the battle had been heavily tilted. When Yixian arrived, 2 black bolts of lightning coincidentally struck through the thick and rolling black fog. Soon after, 2 muffled groans sounded out. It should be 2 of the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion who had been hit again. "You guys come out, this young master will suppress them." Yixian frowned and saw that his side was at a disadvantage. The huge mecha directly rushed into the thick black fog, and the energy in its body surged fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the thick black fog was blown into pieces. This was a huge mecha that was 10 feet in size. After rushing in, it was like a small mountain was flying rapidly. At the same time, there was endless energy surging in the mecha's body, dispersing the black fog as if it was just a game. "You are the young master? God, where did such a huge mecha come from? This is simply heaven-defying. Ha ha ha. The young master is extraordinary when he makes a move. We will retreat and support the young master. We will definitely suppress these 4 monsters in an instant." When the 4 Clear River Pavilion powerhouses suddenly saw such a huge creature rushing over, they were shocked at first. Then when they heard Yixian's words, they reacted and exclaimed. While laughing, they quickly retreated from the area where the black fog was rolling endlessly. They had obviously seen that this terrifying mecha was extraordinary, so there was no need to worry at all. Chapter 3255. This mecha is extraordinary. The technology of the 3rd universe's human race can't make it. Who the hell are you? Ling Huju could not help but feel astonished when he saw the gigantic mecha charging into the black fog. Its entire body was brimming with energy, and its body was glowing. It looked like a core member of the Tianji clan had descended. However, the voice belonged to the human powerhouse who had impersonated him. Ling Huju couldn't help but exclaim, "This mecha can only be made by the 1st universe's Tianji clan. Humph, you have the nerve to say that this young master is colluding with the 2nd universe's Yin demon clan. What about you? You're clearly a human spy who is colluding with the 1st universe's Tianji clan. Bullsh** to your sister." Yixian was furious. He had been slandered by the immortal royal family for colluding with the Tianji clan. Now he heard the same words from a guy who colluded with the 2nd universe's Yin demon clan. While shouting, the mecha followed the sound and threw a punch with all its strength. "Young master, be careful." Bang! Among the 4, the human powerhouse suddenly warned. At the same time, his figure flashed and blocked in front of Ling Huju in the blink of an eye. This person was loyal to protect his master and didn't care about his own life. At this moment, Yixian couldn't help but feel a little moved. He intended to spare his life, but unfortunately, the power of this punch was already spent. It was too late to withdraw it. With a loud bang, this powerhouse with the cultivation of the black hole rank 9 perfection was instantly blasted into a bloody mist. He couldn't be more dead. To exaggerate, not even a strand of hair was left. Since ancient times, loyal people might end up like this. Yixian sighed in his heart, but he was shocked by the power of this punch. In today's battle, it was the first time he used the second form of the indestructible glass armor. Although he had already experienced a big battle before, his punch only faintly grazed the back of the Tuoba clan's genius. Yi Xian thought that the person was only seriously injured, but he didn't know that the person was already dead. Just grazing the person's back was enough to end up like this. The result of the punch hitting the person's chest could be imagined. Even he was shocked. This was a quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure. Coupled with the battle mech's 30-meter-tall body, it was hard to avoid a direct hit from the battle mech. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion, who had retreated to the back to cheer for Yi Xian, were shocked. Yi Xian was an expert at the peak of rank 9 of the Black Hole realm. How could he turn into a mist of flesh and blood with one punch? The 4 of them looked at each other in shock. Just how abnormal was this young master Linghu? If the 4 of them were like this, then there was no need to mention Linghu Ju and the other 2 Yin Devil experts. Linghu Ju's body trembled as he retreated into the distance, the moment the human expert who had loyally protected his master exploded. He was the young master of the Linghu clan, and he had a blood feud on his shoulders. There were too many things he had yet to do, so he absolutely could not die here so easily. That was too unreconciled. At this very moment he had completely lost the will to fight. The terror of Yi Xian's punch had disintegrated his will to fight. He was afraid of dying, so he thought of running away. The other 2 Yin Devil experts were the same. The power of Yi Xian's punch was too terrifying, and it made their minds tremble in fear. The 2 Yin Devil experts emitted an even thicker black mist as they retreated rapidly. Fine black lightning appeared around their bodies, as if they were trying to scare Yi Xian, forcing him to retreat so that he would not dare to pursue. The Yin Devil clan, huh? I heard that you people are opportunists, swaying to both sides when the wind blows. Yi Xian had an extremely bad impression of the Yin Devil clan. This clan was very sinister, and they moved back and forth between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan, trying to curry favor with both sides. It could be said that they were notorious. Unfortunately, they had an extremely special bloodline, and their bodies could change between illusion and reality at will. When necessary, they could transform into the flesh and blood of the human race. Or they could transform into the mechanical body of the Tianji clan, or even into a cloud of smoke or a black lightning bolt. In short, they had a lot of transformations, and they had a unique advantage in certain fields. They were the best candidates for spies. Compared to the Demon clan that could only impersonate humans, they were more favored by the Tianji clan. In addition, their existence was destined to be very difficult to kill, so the human race was deliberately trying to rope them in. Unfortunately, this clan's conduct was too vile. They relied on the advantage of their bloodline and tried to curry favor with both sides. In the end, even in the second universe, there were very few clans that were willing to interact with them. However, the real Linghu young master, Linghu Ju, was colluding with these disgusting scum from the Yin Devil clan. Just this point alone made Yi Xian want to kill him. At this moment, in the face of Linghu Ju's sudden retreat, Yi Xian immediately stared at the 2 Yin Devils. He sneered and suddenly raised his arms. As 2-meter diameter black light balls appeared at the tip of his fists, 2 miniature death ray cannon light beams instantly shot out. In my eyes, you are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Isn't the Yin Devil clan known to be very difficult to kill? This young master wants to see if your bodies that can switch between matter and energy at any time can withstand the corrosion of the antimatter death ray cannon. Whoosh! Boom! As soon as Yi Xian's voice sounded out, the antimatter energy beams from the 2 death ray cannons had already reached their target. One of the 2 Yin Devils reacted too quickly. He raised his hand and waved a scapegoat artifact. His figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already far away. He turned into a black fog and wrapped around the rapidly retreating Linghu Ju. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the horizon. His scapegoat artifact was a disc-shaped disc that seemed to be made of jade. It was sparkling and translucent. After being hit by one of the death ray cannon's antimatter energy beams, it instantly turned into nothingness with a boom. However, the other Yin Demon expert wasn't so lucky. This person also seemed to have a scapegoat artifact. Unfortunately, his movements were slightly slower. By the time he took out a pagoda-shaped jade artifact, before he could activate it, Another death ray cannon's antimatter energy beam had already arrived. It directly corroded his body and the jade pagoda in his hand, completely turning him into ashes. Although the Een Devil clan's body could freely switch between matter and energy, and could turn into a black fog with a thought, all of this was nothing in front of the death ray cannon. Regardless of whether it was black fog or white fog, at least it was all positive matter energy. Since that was the case, its attribute was repelled by antimatter energy. The death ray cannon's black antimatter energy beam used this attribute to form a super strong destructive force. All positive matter energy that stood in its way would be instantly corroded and melted away until the antimatter energy beam was exhausted. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two battlefields had completely come to an end. Yi Xian used the second form of the indestructible glass armor for the first time, using the form of a battle mech to kill the enemy. The result could be said to be amazing. Until now, the battle had ended in the blink of an eye, and the 4 experts from Clear River Pavilion were still stunned. Chapter 3256. It's really not me, young master is mighty. Congratulations, young master, for obtaining the King of Medicine's inheritance. There is hope for our Linghu bloodline to rise again. We will definitely regain our former glory. If the old master sees how powerful young master is now, he will definitely be comforted in the underworld. As the battle ended, the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion were overjoyed. They came forward and cupped their hands to Yi Xian to congratulate him. Although they had suffered some injuries in the battle with Linghu Ju and the others, both sides were ranked 9 black holes. Their strength was originally on par with each other. The only advantage they had was the strange attack methods of the Een demons, which made it difficult for them to adapt. After all, it wasn't a terrifying killing machine like Yi Xian's battle armor. Therefore, although the 4 of them were injured, it wasn't a big deal. When they were cheering for Yi Xian, they had already consumed some spirit medicine and were already fine. You were sent by old who? Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face as he purposely spoke ambiguously. This old who could be director who of the Clear River Pavilion, or he could be the master of the Clear River Pavilion, Hu Qing. He was probing and wanted to use this to obtain some information. After all, he still planned to make a trip to the Clear River Pavilion. That's right. It was the pavilion master who sent us. One of them cupped his hands again and revealed the fact that the master of the Clear River Pavilion, Hu Qing, had sent them here. Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down. Since it wasn't the intention of Steward Hu, but the will of the master of the entire Clear River Pavilion, it seemed that there would be no danger in the following trip to the Clear River Pavilion. The other party was certain that he was the young master of the Linghu bloodline. If it was before, Yi Xian might have muttered in his heart, afraid that he would be seen through. But now, with the appearance of that idiot Linghu Ju, Yi Xian had basically guessed where the remnants of the Linghu bloodline had gone to after they fled from the Heavenly War planet. Since it was the second universe, then even if Hu Qing was a member of the Linghu bloodline hiding in the Heaven Battle planet, he shouldn't have contacted Linghu Ju's branch in the second universe for the past 2,000 years. In addition, 2,000 years had already passed, so there was no pressure for Yi Xian to disguise himself. After that, the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion introduced themselves. Their names were easy to remember. Linghu Ilong, Linghu Erlang until Linghu Silang. Well, I'll call you Ichiro and Erlang from now on. Keep the surname of Linghu a secret. After all, you haven't been born yet, and it's not good to expose it to the Qingjiang Pavilion. Yi Xian nodded. He was becoming more and more proficient in pretending to be Linghu young master. You've come at the right time. The space within this cauldron is extremely vast. We only have a month's time. With more people, it'll be easier for us to search. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry and find the Medicine King's inheritance. Young master, isn't the King of Medicine's inheritance already in our hands? Ichiro was slightly startled. He felt a little confused. That big medicinal pestle just now. What big medicinal pestle? That's clearly the Medicine King's ancient tablet. I tried to use it to sense the whereabouts of the Medicine King's inheritance, but I found nothing. I almost ignited this volcano. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and quickly covered it up. There's still a month's time. We should be able to find it. So that's the Medicine King's ancient tablet? Doesn't that mean that Tuoba Linfeng and the others died unjustly? They fought before even seeing the Medicine King's inheritance. Half of them died and one of them was seriously injured. Too cowardly. Without waiting for Ichiro to reply, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who were on the ground below, had already come over. Each of them had a sneaky expression on their faces. When the former came close, she even raised her hand and patted Yixian's shoulder. Then she said with a smirk, "Great, you're getting better and better. When did you come back from the Tenju Celestial Palace?" "Great hoodwinker, Tenju Celestial Palace?" Yixian was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at the Purplish Warbler, and his heart immediately skipped a beat. "Oh no, I've been recognized." He immediately thought of the indestructible glass armor that he had just used. Although it had been retracted back into his body, it had been exposed for a long time. The Purplish Warbler had already seen through it and must have recognized it. It must be known that when this armor was fused for the 4th time, it was her Purple Phoenix glass armor. Although it had changed greatly, the Purple Phoenix glass armor still retained some of its special characteristics. Others might not recognize it, but the Purplish Warbler could see through it at a glance. That gaze was even sharper than a mouse. Yixian wailed in his heart. He subconsciously put on a straight face and said in a low voice, "Miss, what did you say? This young master doesn't understand. You might have mistaken me for someone else, right?" As soon as this sentence came out, Yixian's heart shook. Oh no, oh no. Pretend. Keep pretending. The Purplish Warbler had a look of disdain on her face. She curled her lips and said, "Don't be so nervous. Haven't you realized that you've already overdone it? Don't you know that this miss is the Purplish Warbler? We've been hanging out together for the past few days." Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. You gave yourself away the moment you opened your mouth. At the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, who were still a little unsure about Yixian's identity, were now relieved. One of them found it amusing and started laughing loudly. The other was even more speechless. "What do you mean by giving yourself away the moment you opened your mouth? You're the one who's hiding a horse's leg in your mouth." At this moment, Yixian even felt like dying. In a moment of nervousness, he had really overdone it. At this moment, he wished he could just slap himself. He had been too careless. However, although he had given himself away, he could not admit to this matter no matter what. Otherwise, if word got out that Prince Xian had already left the starfield controlled by the Tenju Celestial Palace and ran over to the Heavenly Battle Empire to stir up trouble, that undying Dark Phoenix and Tian Qianzi would probably immediately come over with their knives. He was still hoping to use the identity of young Master Linghu to stir up trouble for a while. At the very least, he should first push the research of the gene cultivation fluid to the 10th or 11th level. If his identity was really exposed, he would have to start escaping again. How would he have the time to care about this? With that thought, Yixian steeled his heart. He could not care less about his face burning. He gritted his teeth and shook his head again. "Of course I know you. However, you've really mistaken me for you. Miss Xianyuan, I'm not the person you're talking about. I have nothing to do with him at all. You're getting excited, aren't you?" In front of Duanmu Xiaocha, Yixian actually did not give face again and again. The anger in the Purplish Warbler's heart also flared up. Her face darkened as she asked in a muffled voice. There was already a hint of threat in her tone. "Try saying that again. Really isn't you." "It's not me. It really isn't me." Yixian's heart trembled. He knew this girl's temperament. Back then, when she knew that he was in the first universe, she actually dared to follow Naples and barge into the Tianji race's territory. Was there anything she did not dare to do? In the end, he was nervous and his mouth slipped again. What did she mean by it wasn't him? What was the difference between this and tactfully admitting it? At the side, Ichiro and the other three were dumbfounded. Just as Yixian's last sentence left his mouth, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru immediately burst out laughing. As expected of this lady's idol. Chapter 3257. Extortion. Yixian could see that the Purplish Warbler was not the only one who knew his true identity. Even Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru already knew. The words "this lady's idol" had exposed everything. At this moment he wanted to kill someone. One girl was enough to give him a headache. Now that the three of them were in a group, it was simply unimaginable. 3 cobblers were better than Zhuge Liang, 3 crazy girls. Yixian felt the hairs on his back stand up. No, he had to trick them. Pui, he had to appease them. No matter what, he had to calm them down. He could not reveal his true identity. Otherwise, not to mention Tianqianzi and the undying Dark Phoenix, just the clear river pavilion side would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. Pavilion Master Hu Qing was not a kind person. To be able to make the crown prince of the Heavenly War Empire unable to book a meal, in addition to his means, his strength must be extremely high. Although Yixian could now concoct a level 7 fluid, the further he went, the more difficult it would be to concoct a level 10 fluid. Although his current level seemed to be only 3 levels away from level 10 fluid, if he wanted to take that step, he would need to spend a lot of time. He really did not have the energy to deal with other unexpected matters. You three come here. This young master has something to say to you. Hardening his heart, Yixian raised his hand and beckoned to the purplish warbler trio. Moreover, he glanced at Ichiro and the others somewhat guiltily. The 4 of them were embarrassed. They thought that he really did have thoughts about the 3 beauties of the great clans. In their hearts, they sighed that the young master was indeed the young master. This aspect was equally shocking. When he made his move, he was 1 against 3. While sighing, the 4 of them saw Changyu Xiaotian tied to the ground below. They immediately had an excuse to go down and watch that guy. What's there to watch? Just directly kill that guy. Just now he was shouting to kill this young master. What's the point of leaving him alive? Yixian originally did not have a good impression of the Heaven Battle Star's 3 great clans. Now his heart was even more stifled with anger. Under this sort of situation, Changyu Xiaotian could be considered to have suffered 8 lifetimes of bloody misfortune, directly bumping into the muzzle of a gun. Ichiro and the other 3 already had this intention, so they immediately grinned. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They roared and rushed over. What? Now that you know you can't escape, you've lowered your head? As soon as Ichiro and the other 3 left, the purplish warbler crossed her arms in front of her chest and started to tease them. As she spoke, she turned around to look at Duamu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. Her face was full of pride as if she was saying, "Look, he can't escape from me. Madam, can you stop messing around? It wasn't easy for me to sneak into the Heavenly Battle Empire. I still have big things to do. Don't you dare reveal my background." This was not Yixian's alarmist words. In just a short while, there were already 3 people inside the Farmer God Cauldron who knew his true identity. How many people were there in total? If this trend continued, it was estimated that everyone would immediately know when they reached the outside. If you want us to keep it a secret, answer a few questions. Without waiting for the purplish warbler to speak, Duanmu Xiaocha on the side had already taken over the conversation. Her eyes were filled with stars as she stared at Yixian with a green light. Young Master Xian. Young Master Linghu, is that armor really quasi-starry sky grade? Did you really refine it yourself? Huh. Yixian frowned as a bad feeling appeared in his heart. However, this matter was not easy to fool, so he could only brace himself and agree. Yes, it is indeed a quasi-starry sky grade treasure, and it is indeed. I refined it myself. You are awesome. That's awesome. Zhao Qianru's neck was stretched out. When she heard that it was true, she immediately clapped her hands and cheered, scaring Yixian so much that he trembled all over and almost fell into the void. You really are a monster. After confirming this, the purplish warbler was shocked again. Her face was full of unwillingness as she stared at Yixian with gritted teeth. Then she changed the topic. Alright, let's get down to business. Just now, the 2 of them recognized you first. However, for your sake, this young lady has already negotiated a deal with them. They promise not to reveal your identity, but... Before the purplish warbler could finish speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru immediately came forward. The 2 beauties were as delicate as flowers. As they spoke, their eyes shone with a green light, causing Yixian's hair to stand on end. But you have to refine a treasure armor for us. It has to be as beautiful as yours. That's right, it has to be a starry sky grade treasure and have the second form of a mecha. Of course, the death ray cannon is also a must. That's impossible. Yixian didn't even think about it and shook his head. Do you know how many times I have to refine this armor? If you don't believe me, ask Xing. She has seen what it looks like before. It took me a total of 6 times to get to this point, and it took me more than half a year. In addition, if you want to refine such a treasure armor, you have to prepare suitable armor of the same type or fuse with some rare minerals before you can refine it. Let's not talk about other things. Just for the second form of the mecha, you have to get a mecha first. Otherwise, do you think this young master can make one appear out of thin air? As for the death ray cannon, it's fine if the mecha is fused with it. If not, even if the fusion is successful, it can't be helped. This young master can't make the death ray cannon appear out of thin air. We know that. We've already prepared for it. This time it was the purplish warbler who took over the conversation. She waved her hand and said, I have some understanding of your refining style. It's a step-by-step process. This means that we have the time to collect the same type of armor, mecha, and minerals that need to be fused with each other. This time we'll give you the 3 prototype armors first, along with a material that can be fused with each other. You can refine it the first time, and we'll immediately go and collect a suitable second fusion material. That should be enough, right? Anyway, we're not in a hurry. You spent more than half a year on the first one, and 3 of us sisters should be able to refine these 3 in 3 years. Didn't you just say 2? Why are you suddenly adding another one? Since he'd already said this, Yi Xian could only nod his head and admit it. He could tell that Xian Yuanzing was taking revenge on him. Previously, he had indeed made her suffer enough. He reckoned that she was furious and held back a stomach full of evil fire. Today he had vented it all out. All right, if you think this young lady is blackmailing you, then 2 it is. The purplish warbler shrugged. With a nonchalant expression she added, Don't worry, this young lady is your friend. I definitely won't blabber when I go out. It would have been fine if this sentence was not added, but after it was added, Yi Xian felt uncomfortable. He quickly shrunk his neck and smiled bitterly. Don't. Isn't it just 3 pieces of armor? Fusing them in batches won't take much time. The purplish warbler beamed. Are you sure? Yes, I'm very sure. Chapter 3258. What is Heartfire? Seeing that Yi Xian finally agreed, the 3 girls were very excited and immediately handed over a small space box. Yi Xian used his divine sense to check it, and found that the 3 small space boxes contained 2 women's armors. The characteristics were roughly that one was sturdy and the other was gorgeous. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly, and then put away the 3 small space boxes. If it was someone else, he really wouldn't agree to this matter. Today, he should give face to the purplish warbler. He did bring a lot of trouble to these girls before, so he should do something. Besides, he couldn't offend all of the 16 top families in the Eternal Dynasty. He had to make friends with a few. Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were good choices. The 2 of them seemed to have a good relationship with the purplish warbler. With the latter as the middle link, Yi Xian could ask them for advice if he had any problems in the preparation of the gene fluid. Although he had refined the Shenong pestle and even had the opportunity to obtain the Shenong cauldron, in terms of the preparation of the gene fluid, the tens of thousands of years of experience of the top families were still very useful. At certain critical junctures, Yi Xian could avoid detours. Thinking of this, he felt much better. After all, he had the fusion system, and the materials used for the fusion were provided by the 3 girls themselves. At most, he would need to consume a little of the energy required for the fusion and waste a little time. It was not a big deal. By the way, I heard you say that Changyu Xiaotian was seriously injured and captured? Where is he now? After dealing with this big matter, Yi Xian finally remembered Changyu Xiaotian and asked casually. Upon hearing this, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru all rolled their eyes. On the ground below, Ichiro and the other 4 powerhouses from the Clear River Pavilion seemed to have seen that they had finished talking. Just now, the 4 of them had gathered their heads together and were very ambiguous. Now that they finally separated, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over. As soon as they got close, Ichiro cupped his hands towards Yi Xian, his face full of excitement. Young master, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I've already taken care of it. That brat is really not a thing. He was still insulting you before he made a move, but I twisted his neck in anger. Huh? His neck was broken? You mean Changyu Xiaotian? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Did he give this order? How could he not remember? Duanmu Xiaocha couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. The purplish warbler on the side was still rolling her eyes, But Zhao Qianru sighed and said sarcastically, "Alas, a wronged soul." On the side, Ichiro and the other three looked at each other and didn't understand what was going on for a long time. Since Changyu Xiaotian was already dead, Yi Xian was naturally not interested in murmuring about this matter. After a little hesitation, he turned to look at the purplish warbler and suddenly asked, "By the way, Xing, do you know what is the fire of the heart?" "Fire of the heart?" The purplish warbler was stunned and subconsciously replied, "In medicine, the fire of the heart refers to the fire caused by the depression of the 7 emotions, or caused by the invasion of the evil fire. There is also a saying that the heart is the fire of the earth. However, if you want to ask about the fire of the heart in the field of alchemy..." At this point the purplish warbler spread her hands. "I don't know about this. There is an ancient record in the field of alchemy that does have the fire of the heart, but what it is and how to ignite the fire of the heart is not described in detail. The concept is very illusory. It seems that the fire of the heart is not a real flame, but an illusory thing. You can only rely on yourself to understand it." Damn. Asking was equivalent to asking for nothing. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and finally muttered to himself, turned to Ling Huilong and the other three and said, "This young master has to comprehend the fire of the heart here. You guys stay here and look around. See if you can find any clues about the whereabouts of the King of Medicine's inheritance. In addition, Tuoba Linfeng and Ling Huju have escaped and may be hiding in the dark. Be careful of their sneak attack." A total of 20 people entered the Shenong cauldron this time. Excluding those who were killed by Yi Xian and his own people, there were only 7 hidden dangers outside. Ling Huju and a Yin demon expert, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and another black hole expert from the Changyu family. Apart from them, there was Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua. Although this group of people was not enough to cause trouble, if the 7 of them gathered together and attacked secretly, they would still be a threat to Ling Huilong and the other 3. "Don't worry, young master, we will be careful." Ling Huilong cupped his hands and quickly left with the other 3 to explore the surrounding area. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru also did not want to miss out on the King of Medicine's inheritance. After chatting with Yi Xian for a while, they said that they would look around nearby and quickly left. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He did not care about the King of Medicine's inheritance. The most important thing now was to comprehend what the fire of the heart was. Otherwise, he would not be able to refine the Shenong cauldron, and that would be too regrettable. With expectations, he quickly sat down cross-legged and did not cultivate. Instead, he frowned and began to comprehend. The medical explanation that the purplish warbler said before was naturally not reliable. The Shenong cauldron was a great medicine that could stimulate the potential of the human body and dig out the treasures of the human body. How could it only have a medical effect? However, the explanation that she put forward later was more credible. Yi Xian also did not think that the fire of the heart was a real flame. Wouldn't it burn the heart and liver? Could it be that the heart referred to the mind and thoughts? If he analyzed it from this perspective, the fire of the heart was an invisible fire that was triggered by the divine sense. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became excited. Without hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He concentrated and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot everything. After his consciousness entered the sea of consciousness, Yi Xian's primordial spirit also sat down cross-legged in the sea of consciousness. Unknowingly, he had forgotten the existence of time. Walala. Even so, his cultivation base had already reached black hole level 1, and his physical strength had reached black hole level 5. With the combination of the two, his combat strength was close to that of a late-stage black hole. Even if he didn't use the combat armor, he could still fight a black hole level 7 Star Master. At this level of cultivation, Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had been extremely vast. At this moment, his primordial spirit was sitting cross-legged in the sea of consciousness. At a glance, it was like a small leaf dancing on the tip of the rolling waves in the vast sea. Above, the Rai Di seal and the Shenong pestle were slowly rotating in the central area. Around them were the spirit source core, the void essence crystal, the black gold dragon scale, and the golden bow. He did not know how much time had passed. Originally, everything in the sea of consciousness was as usual. However, at this moment the Rai Di seal, which was suspended in the empty territory above the sea of consciousness, suddenly exploded with a bolt of green lightning. It fell into the rolling waves of the sea of consciousness below. Perhaps it was because of this sudden bolt of green lightning. The other treasures also poured out different rays of light or mist at this moment and fell into the sea of consciousness below at the same time.